The War No One Wanted. War of the Submarine, Book 2, by R.G. Roberts. Narrated by A.J. Shuck. Chapter 13. If It Ain't Broke. 2 September 2038. Newport, Rhode Island. Newport was one of the nicest places to be stationed in the Navy, hands down. Particularly if you didn't like California. The weather was as nice as you could find in New England. Today was a touch crisp, but still sunny and clear. The food was great, and traffic wasn't bad. Once a sleepy Navy base, the Navy's pre-war expansion reawakened the base with a snap. A base previously full of schoolhouses and not much else, now it was home port to 12 destroyers, with 4 more destined for Newport, but still on the pipeline at shipyards up north. Commander Nancy Coleman crossed her arms and tried not to scowl. USS Fletcher, DDG 155, was about to leave the local shipyard in record time. Yet an eerie feeling of doom gnawed at the pit of Nancy's stomach. It wasn't fear of combat. She'd faced that beast already. And unlike far too many of her friends, classmates, and colleagues, Nancy had both survived and thrived. She wore a Silver Star, America's 3rd highest award for valor in combat, on her uniform to prove her mettle. No, it was the creeping thought of going into combat unprepared. Again. "You see that email about our weapons unload, ma'am?" Commander Ying Mai, her executive officer, approached to ask. They stood on the edge of the dry dock together, watching as it filled with water. Slower than watching paint dry. Nancy's lips twitched. Fletcher was the first ship to use this brand new dry dock in the newly christened Newport Naval Shipyard, not to be confused with Newport News Naval Shipyard down in Virginia, and it seemed like the new shipyard was operating at half speed. She wasn't sure she could blame them. 10 years ago, the naval base in Newport, Rhode Island was home to several sleepy schoolhouses and always in danger of closing. Today, Newport was home to 7 destroyers and the repair yard that Fletcher currently called home. But at least Fletcher was soon to be wet again, and when her destroyer re-entered the water, it would be complete with a towed sonar array that might have saved so much trouble back in the Battle of the Strait of Malacca. If they'd known that sub was there, they might have realized it was Indian before Admiral McNally took a shot and... "Captain?" Ying touched her shoulder. Shivering, Nancy shook herself. "Yeah, I saw it. We get to deploy with a quarter-size missile loadout because of shortages. Joy." "You can say that again," Ying sighed. "Makes me nervous. Not that I'll say it in front of the crew." "Same. We can talk a good game about making do, but it's hard to put warheads on foreheads without the warheads," Nancy grimaced. "Not that I'm sure what foreheads they'd aim us at. We seem to be pulling back. No one said anything about a strategic retreat." "No one said anything about strategy, you mean?" Nancy continued to watch her ship. Fletcher listed a little to port, and if the yard workers didn't correct that in a hurry, the destroyer would flop on her side and ruin Nancy's entire war. "We're still reacting to the Union's attacks, and losing when we do. I saw that Farrell and Basilone got hammered yesterday. My roommate from Annapolis is Farrell's XO. Or was. I think she's dead." "I'm so sorry, Ying." Nancy wished there were words, but commiserating over friends' deaths was far too common these days. She didn't want to count the number of friends she'd lost. Not now. Maybe not ever. It was easier watching the yard workers scramble to right Fletcher. Her destroyer crept back onto an even keel with agonizing slowness. Ying sucked in a ragged breath. "Me too." The silence dragged on a few beats too long. Faces of lost friends danced in front of Nancy's eyes. There was Tyler Marshall, a friend of a decade who died commanding John Finn in the Somme, and Anka Walczak, dead on Kidd in the same battle. Nancy could list others. Some she knew well, like R.J. Cousteau on Ralph Johnson, her classmate at the Surface Warfare Officer School. Others were more Alex's friends than hers, but still faces she knew. Professional acquaintances who she knew and liked. And for what? To lose? To retreat? Nancy signed on to fight, if need be to die for her country, but not for no point. This war started because an incompetent, trigger-happy admiral sank the wrong submarine. The Indians retaliated, ships were sunk, and suddenly the world was at war. No one thought it would last this long, particularly not if they were American. Nancy and her fellows always assumed that the U.S. Navy would take their licks, because no way would they take the first shot, not with their politicians, and then come back and win with a vengeance. So much for that. Sighing, Nancy turned back to her battle-scarred destroyer. The burns on Fletcher's port side were still visible aft. They'd replaced the missing Sea Whiz gun mount, but painting over the scorch mark proved challenging. There was a haze-gray paint shortage. Who would have thought? "Let's get back to work," she said. Ying nodded gratefully. "Yes, ma'am." 2. All submarines. From ComSubLant. Subject: P4 Commander's Update, September 001. 1. Use of depth charges, both rocket-propelled, launched from surface ships, and aircraft-dropped, has been reported by French and Indian naval units. 2. All submarine commanders be advised that enemy surface and air units may deploy depth charges to depths of up to 800 feet. 3. No use of nuclear depth bombs reported. All warheads used so far have been conventional. 4. ComSub 4 advises all units to remain in stealth whenever possible and be mindful of aircraft presence. Stealth is an attack submarine's strongest lifeline. When you must attack, do so decisively, and then return to stealth immediately. Alex handed the message tablet to George without a word. They'd already been in the wardroom together, reviewing the results of Jimmy Carter's latest torpedo loading drill, when the message from the new head of all U.S. Navy submarines came in. "Just my luck that our new lady and master is an admiral who hates me." Alex suppressed a smile. At least Hamilton sent him to Jimmy Carter. It wasn't like she'd take the boat she promised him away. "Depth charges?" George squeaked. This is unbelievable." "Not as much as it should be." Alex sat back in his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose to wish a headache away. Navies never throw anything away. It's not surprising that France and India, and Russia, I have no doubt, have a bunch of Cold War-era depth charges gathering dust in storage. "Don't they have expiration dates?" George asked. "Torpedoes and missiles do." "Probably. But even if half the spread you chuck overboard fails to explode, you've still got a bunch of underwater explosions." Alex shrugged. "Math says that's decent odds if you're trying to screw with a sub the cheap way." "Cheaper than a torpedo, you mean?" George remained stark white. "Most things are, except missiles. And unlike torpedoes and missiles, you're not worried about an expired depth charge cooking off in the tube when its motor starts. Those things don't explode until after they're clear of your ship or aircraft. If I was some surface ship driver, I'd be happy to throw some of them overboard if a sub was hunting me." George shuddered. "That sounds terrible." "From the sub's perspective, sure." "You think we're going to use them too?" George looked down at the message again, eyes wide, like he was afraid it might bite him. "The surface pukes, I mean." "I can ask my wife," Alex grinned. "She's a surface puke." "She... Oh, crap, Captain, I'm sorry. I didn't know, I shouldn't." "It's fine, George." Even needling his XO wasn't much fun when George started shuddering like that. Nancy would find being called a surface puke funny. She had plenty of derogatory nicknames in her pocket to use in revenge. But George sucked the life out of a lot of things. Even watching the kids prank him wasn't as amusing as it should have been. George just grumbled and fled instead of taking revenge like a proper XO. Alex kept hoping he'd pull his head out and have some fun, but if George didn't figure that out, Alex would have to stop the games. Gently, though. He didn't want to hurt morale just because the XO didn't know how to play along. Going to war was no joke, so anything that kept the crew happy and not focused on the possibility of imminent death was a good thing, particularly when they were about to join that war in a 33-year-old submarine. Pearl Harbor Naval Station, Oahu, Hawaii. Commander Teresa O'Canis made a point of trying to mentor fellow officers, particularly women. The sub-force was still mostly a boys' club, even if the ranking submariner in the Navy was, for the first time ever, a woman. So she tried to take promising female officers under her wing, which led to meeting Rose Lang. "So, how's life on Douglas treating you?" Teresa grinned. "Wonderful. I've got a fantastic crew and we've completed repairs ahead of schedule, so we're leaving on patrol the day after tomorrow." "South Pacific?" Rose asked around a French fry. Teresa's most brilliant protege was deliberately uncouth. Rose disregarded her manners just to prove she belonged in the boys' club. "Seems like." She couldn't say more, not even in a McDonald's on the naval base in Pearl Harbor. Hawaii wasn't the best place to deploy from to hit up the many French-owned territories in the Pacific, but it was the best America had until old bases were dusted off and reopened. "What about Bluefish? See any action?" Rose snorted. "Not likely. We're the bluest boat in the fleet." Teresa cocked her head. "That sounds like an in-joke I'm missing." "Several," the young lieutenant sighed. "Let's just say I wish you were my CO. Ah, it was time for a casual lunch to turn into a mentoring session. Teresa tried to remember if she'd heard anything significant about Bluefish. She knew the other boat was a Zero class, unlike her own Douglas, but the Navy gossips had zilch to say about Bluefish or her crew. At least that means her CO wasn't a raging drunk. "If I was, we wouldn't be having this superbly serious conversation," she replied. "I could live with that." Rose's scowl deepened. Teresa cocked her head. "How bad is it?" Rose hesitated. "Not bad enough for me to air all of our dirty laundry, I guess." She slumped in her seat. "But not great." "Sorry to hear that." There wasn't much Teresa could say. They weren't civilians who could quit and go home. Orders were orders. An officer stayed on a submarine until their tour was over or the boat sank. Maybe it was time to change the subject. "Speaking of shitty situations, you hear about the massive one the Brits pulled?" "No." Rose's green eyes lit up. "It started when they thought they'd lost Gallant," Teresa said. "So the surface action group Gallant was working with goes bonkers. They're sitting in the Bering Sea, the weather's gone to crap, and they're trying to keep Russian subs from heading around the top of Siberia to finish off the Japanese Navy." "Isn't Gallant Ursula North's boat?" "Yep, the best the Brits have." Teresa didn't like admitting that Ursula North might be the best in the world. She led all Alliance submarine commanders for both total tonnage and number of warships sunk. Take that, you good old boys. North was a legend for the run she made through Russian-held waters to help stave off the destruction of the Japanese Navy after the Second Battle of the Sea of Okhotsk. She ran out of torpedoes and had to reload twice before pulling into port because she sank so many enemy ships. Everyone in the sub-community knew her name. France's Jules Rochambeau was the only one in North's league, but Teresa heard he was a first-rate asshole. He'd sent several of her friends to the bottom, too. "So what happened?" Rose asked. "Well, the Brits think they've lost her, and sonar conditions for the SAG just keep getting worse. They detect a submarine and assume it's Russian, so they start flinging out depth charges as the weather goes to pot. They launch a couple hundred of the things before Gallant finally struggles to the surface, bleeding air and with North threatening to sink every one of the bastards if they don't stop dropping depth charges on her head." "Good for her." Rose's grin was fierce. North's temper was legendary enough that even American submariners heard of it. She was supposedly an aristocrat, heir to some title or another, but North knew how to be a crass bitch. "Oh yeah, you can imagine," Teresa laughed. "They deserved it. Depth charges are bad enough. Having them dropped on you by your own Navy has to chafe." "I take it that the Brits caught on?" "Took them a bit, but eventually Gallant limped back into Sasebo. What the British surface guys didn't manage, a storm almost did. From what I understand, she'll be months in the yards getting repaired. Fucking awesome. That's really what we need. Well, maybe Douglas and Bluefish can fill the gap. Teresa grinned again, mostly for show. Losing one submarine commander shouldn't have the potential to change the course of the war, but Ursula North wasn't just any submariner. Taking her and Gallant out of the picture weakened the alliance. Rumors said the Russians were hot to open a second front in the Pacific, and Gallant helped keep them back. So far, the bulk of the war was in the Indian Ocean and the southern Pacific around Australia, with the Russian fleet confined mostly to the northern approaches of the Pacific leading toward Japan. The alliance was already stretched thin, too thin. The Freedom Union, on the other hand, had boats and money to burn, and without someone like Ursula North there to whittle down their numbers, it would get ugly. Teresa swallowed. That gap was going to be hard to fill, and her boat was next up to try. One of the nice things about being in port was that Alex got to talk to Nancy every night. They had to schedule the call. 1500 his time was 1900 in Newport, around trying to get their respective commands ready for war, but it was nice to hear his wife's voice. One of the better perks of being the captain was that he had a direct outside phone line in his stateroom, which sure as hell beat trying to have a private conversation topside on his cell phone. Liking his crew didn't mean he wanted to share his soul with them, so Alex could flop on the narrow bed in his stateroom and talk to the woman he loved, content that no one could hear him trying not to freak out. 6 more days, Nancy said. Fastest I've ever known a ship to go from dry dock to deployment. They confirmed your departure date? Alex swallowed back the need to fret. He was damned proud of Nancy, who'd earned one of the first 2 silver stars of the war. Not the only ones now, but still the first. But the idea of her going back into combat scared him more than going himself. September 9th, a week to the day after we came out of dry dock. We'll test systems and complete our pre-deployment certifications as we cross the pond. He could hear her grimace. Alex inserted as much fake cheer into his voice as he could muster. And if you don't pass, combat readiness is only a waiver away. I thought you sub guys were supposed to be better about this stuff. Nancy laughed. Or so you've always claimed. Yeah, that was before I came to the 33-year-old boat. Alex resolutely ignored the holes in his stateroom carpet again. You still leaving the day after us? She asked. Yep, but the Commodore cleared me coming out to see you off, even if he didn't quite call me stupid for it. Said it's the least he can do for the Navy's first pair of married COs heading to war in the same week. And isn't that a distinction I love having? Nancy groaned. I'd rather make history in some other way, if that's good with you. Babe, I'd rather not make history at all, Alex swallowed. This is going to be so hard on the girls. I know, she whispered. I'm so glad my mom will be there, but I can't say no, and neither can you. It's the job. As long as you don't use the "it's not a job, it's an adventure" line on them, I think they'll forgive us, Alex said. Mostly. Just try to stay alive, okay? This war's turning rougher on submariners than it is on us surface ship drivers. I am not explaining your death to Bobby and Emily, you got that? Hey, no need to worry about me. And this old lady of mine, I'm sure I'll be furthest from where the fire is hottest, particularly if Admiral Hamilton has anything to say about it. I still think you should have gotten some recognition for what you did on Armistice Station, Nancy grumbled. And don't tell me about your lovely old boat. Even I know submarines aren't supposed to get past 30. I'm okay with you keeping the limelight, remember? Introvert. No spotlight for me. Just thinking about being a crowd's center of attention made Alex shudder. Sometimes I wonder how I fell so hard for you. Must have been that ornery streak a mile wide. Nancy laughed again. But speaking of history, I got that message you forwarded on about depth charges. No one in the surface Navy's talking much about them, though I gather the Brits pulled theirs out of storage last month. Yeah, just in time to depth charge the shit out of one of their own boats, Alex snorted. Great call on their part. Nancy sniffed. Dear, I know everything seems simple when you're crawling around in the dark, but all subs do look alike on active sonar, and the best sub near my formation is a dead sub. Now wasn't the time to mention how much trouble that attitude got Admiral McNally in. Nancy remembered the Battle of the Somme better than anyone. Besides, Alex didn't believe for a moment that his wife would be reckless enough to shoot at, or depth charge, a sub without positive identification. It's a pity we're on opposite coasts and we can't set up a friendly match so I can show you how hard we are to kill, babe. You just keep telling yourself that. Two officers stood on Jimmy Carter's aft deck as their captain talked on the phone, enjoying the sunset and the quiet. You know, I thought you'd be out enjoying the smashing Bremerton nightlife instead of hanging out with yours truly on my duty night, Maggie grinned. September evenings in Washington state were muggy, and not much to write home about. Maggie wasn't particularly upset to be on duty, though she was bone-tired. Getting an old submarine ready to go to war wasn't like she expected. Something was always broken, and spare parts were no longer in the Navy's inventory. Oh no, that would be too easy. After all, the Seawolf-class boats were all supposed to be decommissioned, including the one whose deck she stood on. The lack of parts meant scouring every shoreside warehouse to see if this needed gauge or that needed relief valve had been forgotten under someone's desk, and sometimes, far too often, purchasing an equivalent part off of eBay. Maggie's sailors had already replaced 2 monitors and control with internet source parts, an absolute no-no in peacetime. But the rules changed when you were about to go to war, and just like that, the boat had a credit card for said purchases. Honestly, she wasn't sure the captain even asked for permission, but no one came around to smack him for it after the fact. At least Jimmy Carter's navigation system was up and running, which was more than she could say for last week. Her companion on Jimmy Carter's deck laughed. Yeah, it's really hot and fast here, just like I always dreamed of. Benji Engler shook his head. I'd rather be on the boat. At least then I can use bad cell service as an excuse to ignore my mom when she calls with another inevitable lecture. What's with your mom anyway? Isn't she proud to have a kid wearing navy blue and gold in the biggest naval war in a century? Maggie's own parents were torn between worry and pride. Support for the military remained at an all-time high. The war combined with undersea resource exploitation to create a boom in the American economy like never before. Sure, America's sailors were out there dying, but not in numbers like those from the previous world wars, so it was easier for the public to go on with their normal lives. Screaming support for those in uniform probably made them feel better about it, too. Benji snorted. My mom? Hell no. She expected me to get out after the 5 years the academy requires were done, just like Dad did. They planned for me to go into politics. Aren't you going to? She asked as she inspected the submarine's lines. As command duty officer, or CDO, Maggie's job included checking all the lines before bed. Maybe someday, Benji shrugged. I'm not really that excited about the idea, but Mom wants me to be a third-generation senator. Great-Grandpa Stevenson was in the House, and Great-Grandpa Engler was just governor of Maryland, but Dad and Grandpa both got in the Senate, and Mom thinks it'd be amazing if I could win Dad's seat when he goes for the presidency. Wow, that's a lot. Maggie liked to study people. She wouldn't like intelligence if she didn't, but naval intelligence didn't have much to do with politics, and holy cow, Benji's family plan was ambitious. Funny, because Benji was a pretty normal guy. Way more normal than Marty Sterling, who Maggie was pretty sure only left engineering to eat and sleep, and sometimes not even that. He even needed reminders to shower. Tell me about it. I'm kinda thinking about staying in for at least 20, just to mess with her plans. My mom's an orthopedist, so I can't really relate. She smiled crookedly as they wandered toward Jimmy Carter's outboard side. Did help every time I bummed some limb or another in gymnastics, though. Sounds useful. My mom always says a plan is like... What the hell is that? The greenish tint to the water caught her eye just as Benji slammed to a stop. Carefully, Maggie peered over the side. The sloping, round side of the boat was slippery, and the sound-absorbent tiles made for bad traction. Only to see fluorescent green liquid gooping up near Jimmy Carter's starboard side forward. It looked almost like the innards of a lava lamp. Maggie blinked. God, something's leaking, Benji said. But what looks like this? It's too far forward to be the reactor, and that wouldn't be green no matter what idiots think. And oil doesn't exactly glow. Fuel sheen's kind of purple and... Maggie giggled. Benji twisted to look at her. What? I've seen this before. She bit her lip to keep more laughter back. I guarantee you, it's chem lights. Some numbnuts busted a bunch of them open, then threw them over the side. We just better hope no one's called the local news and told them there's a radioactive leak in the harbor. Shit day to be CDO, huh? Benji winked. Oh, stuff it. Maggie punched him lightly in the shoulder. When it happened on USS First Boat, it was a disgruntled sailor who'd just gone to captain's mast. I'm hoping this one's just another junior officer prank. Still, we'd better call the captain. Nah, I'll call the XO. Maggie grabbed her radio off her belt. Handheld radios were still the best way to communicate within the submarine, because physical wires to transmit the signal could be laid inside the hull when it was built. Wireless signals bounced around all wackadoodle. Not the captain? He's on his nightly call with his wife. I'd hate to interrupt that for a prank. Maggie grinned like she was joking, but she really wasn't. Everyone on Jimmy Carter respected Commander Coleman. No one was sure how the oldest attack sub in the fleet got such a good CO, but they were determined to keep him. Having a captain who worked just as hard as everyone else was rare, so no way was Maggie going to bother him with stupid stuff. The Navy paid her to make decisions. She was the third-ranking officer on the boat, right after the XO, and she was just fine with this one. Victory Station, 300 feet underwater, 90 nautical miles south of Submarine Island. Victory Station was one of the oldest undersea oil drillers in the world. Founded in 2034 as the rush to the ocean floor swung into high gear, it was the brainchild of American investors and French ingenuity. Add in a few Australian engineers, and Victory Station became the world's biggest underwater oil exporter by mid-2035. Unlike Armistice Station, Victory never dove into the tourism business, instead concentrating on drilling for oil. The sea near Submarine Island, itself off the coast of Madagascar, was surprisingly dense with oil deposits, so the families that moved out to the station got rich quick, and then got richer. Soon, Victory became a sprawling hub of 7 smaller stations, each producing twice as much oil than an older semi-submersible platform could manage in a year. Despite the headache of transporting oil to the surface, straight underwater drilling proved safer than using semi-submersible platforms with surface crews. The inconvenience of working underwater was outweighed by safety considerations. Water pressure and, well, water helped prevent explosions. And where there were workers, there were businesses. Families made their homes on Victory Station, and families had needs. International corporations, like Waze, or Worldwide Acquisition and Services, opened up shop to meet most of the demand, but mom-and-pop stores cropped up too. Jennifer Kudalis started out with one restaurant on Victory Due in 2035. 3 years later, she owned a chain of 6, one on each of the drilling stations, except une, which was still just a worker platform. No one lived there, and with how dirty it was, no one wanted to eat there. She'd become a staple of Victory Station early on, invested her profits back into the place, and turned that into a small fortune. Jen was only a medium-sized fish in an ever-growing pond, but she liked her pond. Until French Marines arrived to chase her out. "You can't do this," she said when her landlord, Andre Payette, came to evict her while she was working on the weekly payroll for her 100-plus employees. Jen looked up from her books to find Andre backed by French Marines who were busy scaring all of her paying customers away. "I pay my rent every month for every restaurant. I never cause trouble. Christ, I own a 35% interest in Victory Trois." "I am sorry, Jennifer," Andre whispered. He was a small man, both in stature and speech, with dark skin and sad eyes. "They say it is the law." Jen crossed her arms, tossing her graying blonde ponytail over one shoulder with a jerk of her head. There is no law out there. That's the point of coming out into international waters where there are no taxes. Please, go quietly. The other investors will reimburse you, they have promised. Andre reached out to put a comforting hand on her arm. Jen shook it off. What? One Marine twitched like he wanted to walk forward. Andre shook his head. Non, je l'ai. The Marine glared and fingered his weapon. A chill ran down Jen's spine. This is horseshit, Andre. She swallowed, still watching the Marines. None of them looked sympathetic. My life is here. Perhaps they will let you come back someday. Andre's smile was weak. After the war. What does the war mean to me? This is just business. You are American, Andre shrugged. I think they care about that. Jen had nothing to say. Still under the watchful eyes of the Marines, she gathered 2 bags of personal belongings, all she was permitted to take from 2 years of a life, and watched Andre sign a receipt for the rest. She doubted she'd see any of it again. Chapter 14. Homecoming. 7 September 2038. Washington, D.C. Smile, ma'am. It's our last day in the 5-sided no-fun factory, Maria Vasquez said as she put the last picture into a box. That one was of Freddie's last seagoing command, USS Columbia, SSBN 826. It was a gorgeous picture of Columbia on the surface, silhouetted against a brilliant sunset sky full of reds, oranges, and purple. Freddie remembered that underway. They test-fired 2 ballistic missiles and 4 LS-RAM anti-ship cruise missiles. It was still one of the highlights of her career. The matting around the picture was signed by all of Columbia's officers, as was the tradition when an officer departed. Thinking of that boat, a ballistic missile submarine, made a bittersweet feeling twist in Freddie's gut. She'd always hoped for another command at sea, a strike group or even a fleet someday, but her new fate was to be chained to a desk. Not that it wasn't a nice desk. It was the nicest desk for a submariner, in fact. That of the chief submariner in the entire Navy. Commsub Blant was also Commsub 4, Commander Submarine Forces. This was the pinnacle of her career, unless she got to command a regional fleet or became CNO. She didn't even mind that her prestigious new job was in the mecca of surface warfare, Norfolk, Virginia. Maria was right. Anywhere was better than the Pentagon. I won't miss this place, she said, or trying to coach the CNO through understanding submarine warfare. But she couldn't say that out loud, not even with 3 stars on her collar. Me neither, Maria replied. Norfolk's not my favorite place, but even Norfolk traffic is better than D.C. Not by much. Another reason to hate the world's largest Navy base. The pre-war buildup only made its legendary bad traffic into a nightmare. Freddie grimaced. Thank goodness she'd have a house on base. Speaking of traffic, did you hear what happened out in the I.O.? You mean those stations near Madagascar? Right in one. Her smile felt thin. Having a competent aide is so nice. Remind me to never, ever let them promote you away. Maria grinned before turning serious. I heard that Alliance minority interests were forced out of both Reunion Floor and Victory Station. The other investors paid them off after using French Marines to escort every American, British, and Australian citizen off their stations. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Too familiar. The way Maria looked away said she was thinking of Lieutenant Jesse Lynn, lost on Armistice Station during the peaceful removal of everyone France deemed undesirable. The memory still made Freddie's blood boil, but Maria had been right there when Jesse got shot. How must she feel? Maria never said, and Freddie was afraid to ask. She swallowed. Thank God the Navy paid for therapy these days. She'd made sure Maria went, too, after that mess. Maybe she should have signed Alex Coleman up. It hadn't occurred to Freddie, since he didn't report to her, but should it have? So did Captain Fattel share the recommissioning plans with you? Freddie asked, mostly to change the subject. I asked him to get your opinion. He did, and I have to admit I feel kind of funky about it. Freddie cocked her head. Is funky a technical term? I'm an old fogey admiral, and I can never tell. That won her a smile, and Maria shrugged. Honestly, ma'am, I'm nervous about extending Jimmy Carter's service to 33 years. Recommissioning 5 Los Angeles-class boats that all originally entered service in the 90s? Are we sure their hulls are still good? NAVC says they are. Maria shuddered. I'm not sure I'd want to go to sea in one. They've been sitting pierside for 10 years. They both knew that ships and subs in layup, known in the fleet as in mothballs, were theoretically maintained so they could be reactivated within a few months. But a submarine's hull had a limited lifespan, and it wasn't just like you could replace the entire hull. You had to keep the water out of the people space, and a sub that couldn't dive was useless in war. Particularly this one. I know, but Electric Boat says they can't make more than 6 zeros next year, even working double shifts. The only way to close the gap is to reach into the cupboard and recommission something. It's still an enormous risk, ma'am, even if it's necessary. Freddie sighed. Let's get to work. You'd better tell my public affairs guys to write something pretty up about it, too. Best to get ahead of the media on this one, or they'll rip me apart. Again. I'll get right on it if you swear to never recommend me for command of one of those things. I'd rather command a trash hauler. Maria shuddered. Deal. The first car Alex noticed when walking out of Bradley International Airport in Hartford, Connecticut, was the silver police car parked right by the Delta Airlines entrance. Its passenger side window was open, and a waving hand caught Alex's attention before a familiar voice calling his name registered. He stuck his head in the window. What are you doing here, Sam? I'm here to pick you up, dummy. His older brother popped the door open, allowing Alex to slide in. Frowning, he sat back as the police car weaved its way into the evening airport traffic. The seat was uncomfortable, but that was no surprise. Sam probably dumped heavy stuff in it all the time. Still, at least the changing leaves outside looked like home. That was something, even if it wouldn't last long. Anxiety gripped Alex's gut. Nancy was leaving for war, and he wasn't far behind her. Jesus, how would the girls cope? He swallowed and tried to make his voice sound normal. Where's Nancy? When I talked to her on the phone last night, she said she and Emily were going to pick me up. Sam grimaced. She got called into some sort of emergency on the ship, so she asked me to come get you. His expression shifted into a wicked grin. It was me or her mother, and she figured you'd prefer your big brother, even if I showed up dressed like a state trooper. Sam was a lot like Alex, only bigger, and they joked, a lot meaner. Broad where Alex was narrow, Sam shared Alex's light hair and blue eyes, although he kept his hair buzzed short to hide where it was graying. Alex, as a submariner, had no use for a military high and tight haircut, and always laughed that his brother looked better in uniform than he did. As long as you don't arrest me, Alex chuckled. His brother had been a Connecticut state trooper for almost 20 years now, and he had pulled Nancy over for speeding. Twice. Nah, I'll let you off today. Well, that's a relief, he grinned. I know Bobby's at soccer practice, but last I checked I had 2 daughters. What'd you do with Emily? Stuff her in the trunk? I thought police officers weren't supposed to do things like that these days. Very funny. She's grounded. Your mother-in-law said something about a party. Alex blinked. Emily? His younger daughter was the responsible one of the pair. Bobby, named Roberta after her grandmother in a semi-failed attempt at conciliation after Nancy got pregnant in college, was the wild child. Roberta Peretti proved harder to win over than Alex and his wife hoped, but her namesake's attitude was exactly as expected. Unfortunately, Bobby inherited her father's defiant streak, along with her mother's outgoing nature. Emily, on the other hand, was the level-headed, straight-A student. Alex could count the number of times she got into serious trouble on one hand, with fingers left over. Apparently she was late getting home last night. Personally, I think Roberta is overreaching, but she's not my kid. I'm just Uncle Sam, and I'm an innocent bystander here. I've got my own kids to discipline. Alex shook his head. Truth be told, he and Nancy had a good pair of girls, particularly since both Bobby and Emily grew up with two military parents. They were remarkably well-adjusted, particularly given the way their parents' deployment cycles usually alternated, with one home while the other was gone for 6 months. War only made that worse. Flying across the country 4 days before deploying on a war patrol was deep in someone's definition of stupid, but Alex needed to be here for his family. The coming months would be hard enough on his daughters without Alex skipping out on Nancy's departure. His mother-in-law had lived with the Colemans for over 15 years, but both parents had never deployed at the same time. The Navy avoided things like that during peacetime, but war changed everything. The girls needed his support now, particularly since his own departure would come so close on Nancy's heels. They were going into harm's way, leaving behind daughters who were plenty old enough to understand that either, or both, might not come back. Not for the first time, Alex was glad that they'd made their home in North Stonington, Connecticut. North Stonington wasn't quite halfway between the sub-base in Groton and the surface base in Newport, Rhode Island, but it was close to where Sam and his family still lived in his and Alex's childhood home. At least Emily and Bobby would have more family to turn to. Ouch! Lost in his thoughts, Alex didn't hear Sam talking to him until his brother punched him in the shoulder. "Wake up, little brother. I asked how that submarine of yours is doing." Instinctively, Alex bit back the urge to vent about some of Jimmy Carter's ongoing problems, particularly his humorless XO. "Okay, mostly." This from the guy who's been burning to command a submarine from the age of what, 8? This from the guy who the Navy gave its oldest attack boat to. Getting underway might be ugly. Alex slumped in his seat. "My list of broken toys is longer than your arm." Sam's eyebrow shot up. "They're not going to send you to war in a leaky sub, are they?" "No. Not leaky, anyway." That didn't appear to be one of Jimmy Carter's issues. On second thought, his insanely overprotective older brother probably wasn't the one to vent to. "We'll be ready, Sam. It's just not going to be pretty." And wasn't that the story of his life? USS Razorback, SSN 857, got underway for war after 2 weeks of drills and a short training underway to get John familiar with his new crew. If the training cycle seemed rushed, that's because it was. John didn't even get time to stop by the simulators in Groton to blow the rust off before taking command in Pearl Harbor. Command. He was back in the seat, back in a Zero-class boat. Sure, Razorback was the first of the improved Zeros, which was a step up from his last boat, the original Zero herself. There were minor differences, but only a handful. Razorback was 7 feet longer, 100 tons heavier, carried 11 fewer sailors, and was 6 knots faster. Those extra 6 knots made Razorback and her younger sisters the second fastest submarines in the world, right behind the Yazan class the Russians had been building in fits and starts since 2018. But the Yazans were supposedly louder than John's new lady. Razorback was quiet, deadly, and had the best crew John could ask for. She even smelled new. He just wished he'd joined the boat under better circumstances. "What's up, Patricia?" John asked, walking into control. The space was eerily quiet. Too many sailors weren't looking at him, which said sad things about his predecessor's final meltdown. Fortunately, his XO, Lieutenant Commander Patricia Abercrombie, seemed immune to everyone else's unease. Patricia was a tall woman, dark-skinned and green-eyed, and every move she made demonstrated the kind of effortless charisma John always wished he had. He knew he was a good CO, but he got by on subject matter expertise and a decent sense of humor. Patricia Abercrombie had that special something that made people want to follow her, with a smile politicians would envy and that made sailors want to do their best. She was easily the most confident person in control, which, sadly, wasn't a high bar at the moment. That was probably because she was the one to turn Harney's ass in, John thought. But at least he could commiserate with her about having a boss who went to pieces in combat. What a thing to have in common. The thought made a bitter smile twist his lips. At least Harney avoided shooting. John hadn't stopped Admiral McNally from starting the damned war. Sonar picked up a bottom-bounce contact at long range, sir. Someone's creeping toward Pearl from the north, and not in any of the approach lanes. That sounds fishy. John walked over to the electronic chart, frowning. Approach lanes toward U.S. and Alliance ports changed frequently, but they were always sent out to every sub. Using them was the best way to announce yourself as friendly without making extra noise. And noise was death for a submarine. But this fellow was well outside the lane. John flicked up an overlay, his frown deepening. He's not even in last week's lane. No, sir. Patricia's face turned carefully expressionless. You think we've got someone sneaking in on us? It wasn't a question. She hesitated. If they're lost, Captain, they're a long way off track. And they don't pay us to make assumptions. John smiled. I agree. Let's investigate this fellow. Maybe he'll be our first customer. Anyone want to take a bet on if he's French or Russian? Blank faces greeted the question until his chief of the boat, Master Chief Carey Uffington, spoke up. I'm betting French, sir. We're not far off French Polynesia. If by not far you mean a couple thousand nautical miles, Patricia snorted. I'll take Russian, sir, just to prove that Cobb can't do math. Uffington scoffed. Ma'am, I was a corpsman before I came to the dark side, not a bean counter. Or a navigator. Hey, I resemble that remark, John grinned, glad the ice was finally broken. They used to call me the most disorganized navigator in the history of the Navy back on John Warner. That particular nickname had been coined by a young and brash Alex Coleman before they'd become close friends. But once their then captain, Commander Lore, got wind of it, the nickname stuck like grease on a bearing. John hadn't shaken it until he left command of Ciro, and here he was, advertising it to his new crew. But laughing at him meant they weren't afraid he'd freak out. That was worth something. He knew the investigators had a hell of a time figuring out what happened. This crew loved Harney and wanted to protect him from himself, even when he turned against their best interests and had a mental break with the idea of combat. They'd hoped it was temporary, but it wasn't, and Patricia was forced to take command from a captain she idolized. Come hell or high water, John was going to put this crew at ease with him, and the idea of going into combat together. Should I be worried about that, Captain? Patricia asked, but John thought he caught a gleam in her eye. Not so long as you don't trust me with too much paperwork. Provided it shows up in small doses, I probably won't lose things. John glanced back down at the potential enemy on the navigational plot. Let's go to battle stations and go greet this fella. Give him a good old American welcome. Several people chuckled. John settled into wait as Razorback closed the distance with an enemy, glad this was one he probably was supposed to shoot. A few hours after returning to the Coleman home in North Stonington, Connecticut, Alex sprawled on his own couch with his 15-year-old daughter dozing off beside him. Usually Emily was too old to fall asleep on the couch watching old movies with her dad, but tonight was different. Tonight, everyone wanted to be together. Even Bobby, sitting sideways in a recliner, flipped through a magazine on her tablet and pretended not to watch the movie. Alex wasn't tired, since his internal clock remained on Pacific Standard Time, but 5 hours on a plane still left him feeling like he'd been through a blender. But there was no way he was going anywhere near bed before Nancy came home. Not when she was caught out on her ship, dealing with stupid pre-deployment crap that he understood all too well. He felt a little guilty sitting on his own couch while his wife worked, but it wasn't like he could go help her. Alex would just be in the way if he tried, and he'd given his own crew as much liberty as he could, because somehow or another, Jimmy Carter was slightly ahead in their pre-deployment preps. That left him on the smooth leather of their worn couch. The Colemans had plenty of money to replace it, but they both loved the stupid thing. It was almost 15 years old. One of the first pieces of nice furniture Alex and Nancy bought after they were making enough money to start furnishing their house properly, instead of running around like crazy people with a baby, which quickly became two, and all of those necessities. That couch had survived 2 moves and 2 teenagers, and Alex figured it could wait until he retired. Whenever that would be. Less than a year ago, he'd been marking time until 20 years in the Navy. But now there was a war on, and even officers who'd gone to Admiral's mast got second chances. Hell, he might not even retire as a commander. Could he make captain, eventually? What a crazy thought. Shaking himself, Alex returned his attention to the old movie about Navy pilots taking to the skies in World War II, and smiled when Emily muttered about how much simpler things were back then. Slightly before 10, his wife slammed through the front door, still talking on her cell phone. No, I really don't care how many times her boyfriend has threatened to call his congressman. No one drafted Ensign Blumenthal into the Navy. In fact, the Navy paid for her damn engineering degree. This is a scheduled deployment. Blumenthal has known it was coming for 2 months. We're leaving Thursday morning. Tell her that she's not on the ship by 0900. I'm going to report her as a deserter. There was a pause, and Alex watched, head cocked, as Nancy snarled silently at whichever of her subordinates was on the other end. Finally, she continued. Do you need me to call her, David? Or can you put the fear of God into the girl? Another pause. Emily stirred. Mom, do you have to be so loud? Of course she does. Bobby sighed a long-suffering sigh. Mom's only got one volume setting, and it's 12. Alex tried unsuccessfully not to snicker, which turned Nancy's head his way. She shot him a smile before turning her attention back to the phone, switching her professional mode back on. Good, then I'll see you Thursday morning. Between now and then, I'm going to try very hard just to be a normal person, but don't hesitate to call me if there's an emergency. A moment later, Nancy hung up the phone and dumped it, her car keys, and her uniform's cover on the counter. Hi to you too, Mom, Bobby said, earning herself a tired eye roll. Evening yourself, sunshine. And you too, Emily, unless you're still ignoring me. Shouldn't you two be in bed? We have the day off from school tomorrow, Mom. Emily sat up, heaving a sigh. Besides, Dad said we didn't have to. That's because your father is soft and squishy and has no sense of discipline, Nancy retorted, but she was smiling at Alex as he crossed the room to greet her. You've always been the better naval officer out of the pair of us, he replied, wrapping his arms around her. And it was true. Their professional attitudes reflected in their home life, too. Alex enjoyed being the nice parent as much as Nancy preferred to play the disciplinarian. Nancy leaned into his embrace, and Alex closed his eyes. 32 days passed since Alex left Groton for Washington State and Jimmy Carter, but it felt like forever. Coming home made Alex really wish he'd gotten a boat out of Groton like he expected. Then he could have spent this last month at home with his family instead of the width of a country away. You'd better believe it. Nancy kissed him lightly. Emily gagged theatrically. Ew, Mom, isn't there some reg against public displays of affection or something? There is. Bobby didn't even look up from her tablet, but she's going to ignore you anyway. They both are. They always do. This isn't public, kiddo, Alex laughed. His daughter scowled. Don't call me kiddo, I'm 15, Dad. He arched an eyebrow. Act like an adult and I'll treat you like one. Sure you will. You'll still let Grandma ground me and complain when I don't go to bed on time. Or Mom will, anyway. Keep talking like that and I won't suggest ice cream, Nancy said before Bobby could join in on the complaining. Ice cream? At this time of night? Bobby scoffed. Never. Nancy grinned. Cosimo's is still open. Let's go. Razorback crept along silently in the path of the mystery submarine approaching Pearl Harbor, her course almost a direct reciprocal to the potential enemies. It had taken the American sub 3 long hours to get in position, during which John felt his crew's eyes staring at him. He knew they were wondering when he was going to crack. On his way back from a quick trip to the head, he overheard one fire control tech asking another when their new captain was going to pull a harney and lose it. John waited a few extra seconds outside of control so they couldn't guess he heard them, but he couldn't get the words out of his head. He'd faced combat before. John was pretty sure that he was okay, but he supposed Harney hadn't known he was going to go to pieces until it was too late either. Still, John had done his best to reassure his crew. He wasn't a charismatic leader like Pat Abercrombie or his friend Alex Coleman. Time would just have to prove to them that he was smart, competent, and knew his business. Con, sonar? Tonals match that of a Russian Yazan-class fast attack. System reports 80% chance that it's K-566 Ulyanovsk. Razorback's sonar chief reported through the intercom box at the center of control, 5 minutes after John took his nature break. Con I. John licked his lips to mask the thrill running down his spine. Range? 27,000 yards, sir. The tension in control ratcheted up. John wished he knew a way to diffuse it, but he couldn't find one. Instead, he centered on doing his job. Con I. Glancing at the plot, John did some math. Organization wasn't his strong suit, but math he could do, just like any proper nuclear-trained submariner. The U.S. Navy's torpedo of choice remained the tried-and-true Mark 48 ADCAP Mod 7 Seabass, the newest version of a torpedo first deployed when John was 3 years old. Rumors said there was something new in the pipeline, but until the guys and gals at Lazark farted that out, John was stuck with a torpedo whose official range was 21 nautical miles, but whose recommended effective range was more like half that. Rumors of torpedoes missing targets when fired at longer ranges, and resulting in dead subs, had already done several laps around the fleet. John had no intention of adding Razorback to that list. Any indication he's heard us? He asked. No, sir, he's carrying on, fat, dumb, and happy, Patricia replied. Only one course change since we detected him, and that was obviously to clear his baffles. He's worried about someone sneaking up behind him, not someone coming out from Pearl. Then aren't we the lucky ones today? John grinned. Let's stay calm and let him walk right through the door, then. No need to take 3 or 4 shots when 2 torps will do. Let's let him close to 14,000 yards. XOI? Did he see Patricia twitch? Sure, 14,000 yards, 7 nautical miles felt close, but it was a big ocean. John couldn't afford to miss, not with an enemy rolling right up on Pearl Harbor's doorstep. Firing point procedures, tubes 1 and 2. Track. He leaned over to check. 7011. Make both tubes ready in all respects, including opening the outer doors. Firing point procedures, tubes 1 and 2 for track 7011. Make both tubes ready in all respects, including opening the outer doors. Weps I. The excitement in Razorback's control room was contagious. John could feel the worry bleeding out of his crew as they worked together to target the incoming Russian sub. Did they trust him not to babble and run away yet? He hoped so. Now, time to wait. Razorback continued forward at 5 knots, while her enemy closed at 10. That meant it took 26 minutes to close to John's preferred firing range. Theoretically, John could have kicked up his boat's speed to close the range. Razorback's best silent speed was supposed to be 29 knots, but he wasn't about to risk detection, not with the stakes so high. Minutes ticked by. John wanted to pace, but control was too cramped for that, and it might make his crew nervous. Instead, he spoke quietly with Patricia Abercrombie, discovering a mutual love of craft beer. Finally, the intercom crackled. Con sonar range 14,000 yards. Target course and speed constant. Captain I. John turned to the fire control team. Your solutions up to date, Webs? Yes, sir. John shivered. This wasn't like combat on Enterprise with the strike group. Back then, he was a passenger, giving minimal direction and hoping that the cruiser and destroyer captains could protect the carrier. They'd done their best, but Admiral McNally's foolishness hamstrung them, resulting in Enterprise's loss, along with 2 destroyers and thousands of sailors. Not to mention getting blown off a sinking aircraft carrier and into the water, an experience John wouldn't forget and didn't want to repeat. Today, however, John was in command. Tubes 1 and 2 fire. Wep's hand slapped down on the buttons. Tubes 1 and 2 fired electrically, weapons away. Moments later, sonar added through the intercom. 2 fish running hot, straight and normal. Very well. John's heart beat faster. If the Russians were going to hear them, now was the time. Con sonar aspect change, target is turning. Target has launched noisemakers. Con aye, Patricia answered. John was too busy. A head full for 40 knots, John ordered, watching Uyanovsk turn on his plot. Left standard rudder, steady course 330. A head full for 40 knots, aye, Master Chief Uffington replied. The Cobb was the diving officer at battle stations, and like all of his breed, Uffington knew his job. He stood over the helmsman and plainsman, watching every move they made. My rudder is right standard, coming to course 330. Very well. John swallowed, trying to hide his nerves. Would the Russian fire, or was he too focused on running? Razorback's torpedoes needed about 9 minutes to cross the 14,000 yards between the 2 subs at their maximum speed of 55 knots. The more the Russians sped up, the longer that would take. Intel says the Yazans are faster than we are, sir, Patricia whispered. What if we gave them too much of a head start? I never thought I'd see the day where our torpedoes were too slow, but you're not wrong. John shook his head. We're going to have to get in a lot closer next time, or buy a lot faster torpedoes. Patricia laughed. I'll go search eBay for them after this, sir. That'll definitely be quicker than the Navy stock system. John smiled to hide the tightness in his chest. Uyanovsk continued turning, picking up speed and dropping another set of noisemakers. But Razorback had the jump on her, and John's course change put his sub directly in the Russian boat's wake, right where Uyanovsk couldn't shoot back. Con sonar aspect change, he's coming right. Right 10 degrees rudder, John ordered, his heart pounding. Right 10 degrees rudder aye, Uffington replied. My rudder is right 10 degrees, no new course given. Very well, John swallowed. Following in another sub's footprints was almost impossible when you couldn't see what they were doing. Sonar was Razorback's eyes, but there was always a delay between what her sonar operators could hear and what actually happened. If the Russian turned quickly enough, he might be able to clear his torpedo tubes and shoot back. Range? John asked. 14,000 yards and holding steady. All ahead flank. John never looked up from the plot, but he felt his boat quiver as Razorback reached for her top speed of 63 knots. He tuned out Uffington's repeat back. Torpedo range 5,000 yards. Target speed 30 knots and increasing, Wepps reported. Sonar, Con, any sign of him shooting? John asked, wiping sweaty hands on the legs of his coveralls. 5,000 yards with a 15-knot rate of closure. 6 more minutes until their torpedoes hit. If Uyanovsk didn't speed up more, which he would. Did shooting take this long in exercises? John couldn't remember. I think we caught him napping, sir, Patricia said. Her eyes were wide too, which made John feel better. At least he wasn't the only one with his heart in his throat. And if we can stay behind him, he can't get a shot off without letting our torp smack him broadside. John nodded, glancing at the clock on the bulkhead over the helm stations. 4 more minutes. Uyanovsk banked left. Razorback copied, remaining in the Russian sub's wake like an annoying dinghy. John's sub had the jump on their enemy, and was still gaining ground, even as Uyanovsk increased speed. But the Russians did seem slow off the mark. After their first turn, their reaction seemed delayed. Ahead flank for 55 knots, John ordered, still watching the Russian sub. He couldn't afford to overrun his own torpedoes, even if it meant staying further from Uyanovsk. Ahead flank for 55 knots, aye. My engines are ahead flank for 55 knots. Very well, John scratched his chin. Maybe we're not the only ones this war caught by surprise. Sir? Patricia asked. This guy doesn't feel like the Russian varsity, he shrugged. It's nice to know we weren't the only ones caught with the proverbial pants down when war started. 2 minutes to impact, Webb said. John glanced at the clock and then at the plot as Ulyanovsk started weaving, and then he smiled. Take a look at this. He's following standard tactics instead of common sense, junking and turning, trying to spoof our torps off his tail. Patricia moved to stand next to him, studying the Russian sub's track as it corkscrewed left, right, and then right again. It might work. All it's doing is slowing him down. Our torps are wire-guided, which means that while he's making noise, we can see him. John twisted right. And Webbs has him dialed in straight to hell, don't you, Webbs? You bet your ass I do, sir, Webbs grinned. So he's not losing our torps. His only chance is to outrun them, but all these turns are making him lose speed. If intel is right, any given Yazan is faster than us, and faster than a Mark 48. But he's squandering that speed on maneuvering. You're saying that we've gotten lucky and he's gotten dumb. Right in one. John's smile faded. But what I plan on saying after we take care of our friend here is, what happens when we find a smart enemy who we can't shoot from too close for them to dodge? Patricia paled. I hadn't thought about that. Their boats are faster than the newest Mark 48s. That they are. 1 minute later, 2 Mark 48 Seabass torpedoes, still too slow in John's opinion, slammed into Ulyanovsk and sent her to the bottom. Razorback was close enough to catch the eerie string of implosions on sonar, and John was foolish enough to have his sonar watch put it in speaker. That was not a mistake he'd make again. No, they weren't close enough to hear screams, assuming anyone died slowly enough to scream. But listening to another submarine die still filled his gut with a strange, rolling emptiness. If Ulyanovsk's captain was a little better, or John a little less lucky, that could be Razorback on the bottom. The Navy needed better torpedoes. Yesterday. Chapter 15. Farewells. The Coleman family spent their last day together. They went fishing in the morning on Alex's boat, spending several hours out in their favorite cove. Nancy and Bobby stayed on the boat while Alex and Emily jumped in the water for a short snorkeling expedition, which ended when Emily dragged her older sister over the side into the water. Bobby came up sputtering and dunked her sister in turn, which turned into a splash fight that Alex wanted no part in. After prying the girls out of the water, they drove out to their favorite restaurant in Newport. They tried to avoid talking about the Navy or about either upcoming deployment, but both hung over them like a doom cloud. Their family had said goodbyes before many deployments over the years, 4 for Alex, 5 for Nancy, and they knew which routines worked. A quiet dinner at home, and then evening came too early. Alex burned to hold Nancy and never let go, but he knew his duty, and so did she. Morning dawned, and both Commanders Coleman donned their service dress blue uniforms. The family, complete with Nancy's mother Roberta, piled into Nancy's Tahoe and headed up to Newport. Alex took the family to breakfast, while Nancy headed out to Fletcher, trying to ignore the butterflies dancing in his stomach. Worrying more about Nancy's deployment more than his own probably made him a hypocrite, but, well, it wasn't like Jimmy Carter would stand into danger anytime soon. Fletcher, however, had already proven herself in battle. Nancy's Silver Star told that story, as did the scars running along the sides of the ship. That meant Nancy would be on the forefront of whatever battles came. Thinking about that made Alex both proud and vaguely nauseous, but he pushed both aside for the drive out to the base after breakfast. One glance at Roberta told him his mother-in-law felt the same. She was the family's rock. Roberta was there when Nancy and Alex couldn't be, taking care of their daughters when the Navy took them away. He didn't know what they'd do without her, and as much as he performatively bickered with Roberta, he adored her. She'd never filled a gap that losing his own mom at a young age had left, but Roberta never tried. She was the second mother he never expected to have, and she meant the world to him. Her green eyes, the one trait that she and Nancy shared, since Nancy had been adopted as a baby, creased as she smiled what he knew was a forced smile. "We'll be all right, Alex," Roberta said. "I know you will," he said as the girls forged ahead into the crowd, "and we'll do our best to stay the same. I never thought I'd say you have more sense than that damned girl of mine, but she seems to be looking for where the fire is hottest." Roberta's voice was husky with emotion. "I wish you were going out together." "Me too." Alex's throat was tight. "I'd give anything to be able to watch her back out there." "Well," she said briskly, and her expression was so much like Nancy's that Alex wanted to scream or hug her. "Wishes are for stories. We live in reality, so you'll both do your best, and we'll see you on the other side." "That we will." Hundreds of friends and family stood on the pier to see Fletcher off. Wartime deployments were still new for the Navy, and Alex could feel the electricity in the air. His uniform got him a lot of funny looks and some questions he couldn't answer. Several people assumed he was in charge of something or another, which Alex laughed off, pointing at his submariners' dolphins and playing stupid. Laughing beat swearing, and besides, the girls thought it was funny. He ran his eyes over his wife's destroyer. Fletcher looked good, despite the burn scars on her sides. Alex couldn't spot rust on the topside equipment, and every line was made up precisely. Fletcher was lean and ready. After what felt like a lifetime, Nancy came down the brow, with the announcement of "Fletcher departing" ringing her off. "Hey," she said, hugging the girls and then her mother tightly. Alex could read stress in the tightness around her eyes. "I'm going to guess you don't have long?" he asked. Nancy shook her head. "Our underway time was moved up an hour. Looks like Lexington needs an escort across the pond, and we've been nominated." "Wish I could be there to watch your undersides." Alex tried not to grimace. The shortage of surface-to-air missiles meant the Navy was returning to the old queens of the seas, aircraft carriers. Losing Enterprise meant they needed another carrier in theater quickly, and Lexington, like Fletcher, was newly out of the yards. "You'd be welcome." Nancy squeezed his arm. "Sounds like Narwhal will join us partway across the pond, so we won't be alone." Alex whistled. "Damn, they're so new they squeak." "As long as they don't literally squeak, we'll be okay." Nancy chuckled and turned to say farewell to her mother, and then their daughters. Both girls managed not to cry, though Alex could see Emily fighting back tears. Bobby looked mulish, but Alex knew that meant she was upset. Both parents pretended not to notice when Bobby's lower lip trembled. They knew she wanted to be strong. When Nancy turned to him, Alex fought down the urge to tell her not to go. "Time to make history, babe," he said. "Yeah, I know how you feel about that." Her smile was soft. "We'll talk every chance we can, provided you aren't too deep underwater." "You know me, I like sitting on the bottom. It's quiet." Nancy's cheek twitched. "Be careful out there, all right?" "Same to you." Alex swallowed. "Let's just not make history in a bad way, all right?" "Deal." Leaning in, Alex gave her a quick kiss. Doing more in uniform, even as a farewell, was a bit much, particularly between two senior officers. "Love you." "Love you too." One last hug for the girls, and Nancy headed back up the brow to the ringing of the ship's bell. Ding, 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 ding. "Fletcher arriving. Ding." Emily's hand slipped into his. "This isn't like the other times, is it, Daddy?" "No, honey, it isn't." Swallowing, Alex watched a group of young sailors trying not to cry while they said goodbye to their parents. Alex shifted to wrap his arm around his younger daughter, and Emily leaned into his embrace. Guilt welled up in him as he held her close. Tonight, he'd get on a plane and leave the girls alone with their grandmother, probably for months. "Don't think about that now." They watched in silence as Fletcher's crew streamed on board the destroyer, bidding farewell to their families and friends. Sailors manned the rails as Fletcher prepared to get underway, looking smart in their dress blues. Alex spotted a lot of pale faces among those young sailors, however. They knew they were going to war. A soft sniffle came from Bobby, and he turned to see her biting her lip. Wordlessly, Alex wrapped an arm around her, too. Yeah, Bobby was a tough girl, but neither of the girls expected war to take both their parents away, possibly permanently. Roberta, on Bobby's other side, kept a hand on her shoulder. "I'm okay," Bobby said. She didn't pull away. "I know you are, honey." Apparently, his tone wasn't bland enough, because Bobby twisted to glare at him. "I'm fine." "I didn't say you weren't," Alex replied. "But you don't have to be." That made her scowl, and Emily rolled her eyes. "Just shut up and be miserable, Bobby." They had almost 12 hours until his red-eye flight boarded for Washington, and he'd make the best of them. Alex had never regretted his career choice, and still didn't. But sometimes he hated himself for... "Excuse me, Commander Coleman?" An unfamiliar voice made Alex turn. Immediately, he tensed. The woman before him wore a business suit that was far too expensive for her to be someone's dependent, and the badge hanging from her neck lanyard read, "Press." He suppressed the urge to step back. "Can I help you?" Alex asked. "Kara Garlock, New York Times." Her smile was stunning. "I was hoping to speak to you and your wife about your upcoming deployments. You're making history as the first spouses to deploy in command of warships during wartime." Alex tried to smile. "We're aware, yeah. Hard to miss." "Dad," Emily hissed, "that's not nice." Now really wasn't the time to say he didn't care about being nice to reporters, was it? Particularly not with the girls here. Fortunately, Garlock continued, unabashed. "Is your wife available? I'd love to interview you together." "I'm afraid that you're too late." Alex gestured over his shoulder at the gleaming destroyer. "Fletcher is about to get underway." "Surely your wife could..." "Fletcher's captain is a bit busy right now." Alex cut her off. "Then perhaps you might be willing..." She smiled again. Roberta Peretti stepped forward, her eyes narrowed. "Now is a terrible time, don't you think, young lady?" Garlock blinked. "I beg your pardon?" "This is a moment for families, not for you." Roberta was a tiny woman, but she loomed forward like a lioness. "So feel free to get lost." "I have the Navy's permission to be here," Garlock flushed. "You can't make me leave." "You might have permission to be on this pier, but I'm sure no one gave you permission to be a bitch." Roberta's smile was deadlier than any weapon Fletcher carried. "I'm sure your paper would appreciate a call about how you were harassing Navy families on the eve of deployment." "I'd be happy to tweet about it, too." Bobby blinked innocently, looking so much like her grandmother's granddaughter. Alex cleared his throat. "Why don't you excuse us, Miss Garlock? We could use some family time." "Of course." Garlock glowered, but retreated, and Alex breathed a little easier. The peace couldn't last for long, however. Moments after Fletcher pulled away from the pier, Alex's command cell phone rang. He swore, earning himself a dirty look from his mother-in-law. Detaching himself from Bobby, Alex thrummed the phone on. "Captain." "Good morning, sir. It's the XO. I'm sorry to bother you when you are on leave, but we just got a very strange email." George spoke quickly, too quickly, like he was bouncing up and down with nerves. "It's a welcome aboard email from Submarine 29 in Perth." Alex blinked. "We're not scheduled to reach Australia for at least a month, but that's nice of them." "It's what's in the letter that I find strange, sir," George replied. "They're asking for our manning status, a list of all our spare parts, a timeline of how long it would take to decommission the boat, and what skeleton crew we would need to keep during that evolution." "Say again, what?" Alex shook himself. "We just finished remanning the boat and dragging her back to life." "That's what it says." George's confusion was palatable. I quote, "In the likely event of ineffective operational execution by SSN-23, prepare decommissioning plans IAW reference A and reference B. Reference A is the standard decommissioning instruction. Reference B seems to be a squadron-specific memo for reallocation of personnel." A cold chill washed over Alex as his wife's destroyer pivoted and left the basin. The submarine squadron his boat was heading out to join expected Jimmy Carter to fail. They were preparing for it, preparing to rip his people out of his boat and send them to the other 8 or 10 boats in the squadron, all like he wasn't building a top-notch team out of the dregs the Navy had handed him. Why would they do this? Why put Jimmy Carter back in the game only to send her all the way to Australia and then decommission her? It made no sense. In the likely event of ineffective operational execution by SSN-23, that meant he couldn't afford to fail. Alex swallowed and put his captain face back on. "Thank you for the update, George. We'll talk more about this when I get back." Late that night, it was his turn to say farewell, although there were thankfully no reporters to dog them at the airport. Tears were shed, promises made, and Alex found his seat on the plane with a lump the size and taste of a rotting apple in his throat. He tried to sleep on the plane. Jimmy Carter deployed in the morning, and as the captain, he needed to be at his best. But he kept thinking about his daughter's faces as both parents left for war. It was a long flight. Submarine Squadron 29 Headquarters, Perth, Australia. The captain was up to something, and when assigned to USS Kansas, that was never good. Master Chief Chinedu Casey felt like the world's most unfortunate babysitter. Kansas wasn't a bad boat. She even had a better-than-average crew that tried really hard to make their more arrogant-than-usual captain feel good about himself. Unfortunately, trying wasn't always enough for Commander Kennedy, which was why Casey found himself kicking his heels in the outer offices of Submarine Squadron 29. There wasn't much to do here. It looked pretty much like every Submarine Squadron HQ back home, and Casey'd lost track of how many of those he'd been in. There weren't even magazines to read while he waited, which made him resort to stupid phone games. The only unique thing about Subron 29 was that it was one of 2 American squadrons currently stationed at the Aussie Naval Base in Perth. Both squadrons in Perth were brand new, with 10 attack boats apiece, recreated out of their World War II ghosts specifically for this new World War. No one denied that was what this was. Not now, not with the Russians driving south and the world on fucking fire. At last count, the Freedom Union owned 63% of operable underwater stations in the Indian Ocean. Now they were expanding into the South Pacific, too, and that didn't count how Russia had already won the Sea of Okhotsk and claimed the Bering Sea. American forces were holding them out at the Sea of Japan for now, after the destruction of most of the Japanese Navy, but Lord only knew how long that would last. The Brits promised help, but they had a long way to go, either battling through the Arctic or coming through the Mediterranean to the Red Sea, and then all the way across the entire Indian Ocean into the Pacific. Kansas and her Perth-based sisters were uniquely positioned to fight in either the Indian or Pacific theaters. Rumor said a 3rd squadron would be transferred to Perth from San Diego, but for now the subs out of Perth and Hawaii were the best frontline forces America had, particularly with the way missile shortages restricted surface ship actions. Besides, hiding near an undersea outpost you suspected the enemy of wanting was much easier in a submarine. But no one from Kansas was hiding right now. The boat was 1 week into a 2-week maintenance stand-down, which gave the crew some liberty and the captain time to plot and plan. Hence their strange evening visit to Subron 29 headquarters, where the furniture was oddly nice for an office area slapped together mid-war. There were a bunch of drinks out there with Casey's name on them, and he'd really rather be working on them right now than sitting here, thank you very much. Finally, Kennedy emerged from Commodore Banks's office, all smiles and polite farewells to the boss. Not that Casey was surprised by a bit of ass-kissing. That was the Navy way. Commodores wore stars on their collars these days, which meant someone ambitious, like Kennedy, would always brown-nose a bit. Nothing big. "Ready to go, Master Chief?" Kennedy's grin stretched from ear to ear, and he was practically prancing. "Sure think I've warmed this chair up sufficiently, sir," Casey replied. "What do you need me to do?" Turns out I brought you down here for nothing. Turns out the Commodore was more than willing to take me at my word." Kennedy puffed his chest out. "Sorry about that." The man didn't sound terribly sorry, but Casey hadn't become a chief of the boat without learning how to bullshit a bullshitter. "No problem, sir. You know I'm always available to back you up." "Especially when that means saving you from yourself," he didn't add. Good Master Chiefs knew that even the best officers stuck their foot in sometimes. Kennedy wasn't one of the best. "We should be getting a new XO in the next week or so," Kennedy said, leading the way toward the door. "Commodore Banks concurred that Lieutenant Commander Hunt would be better suited to a desk job. She hasn't been right since Bella Wood took that hit." Casey stopped cold, right in front of the squadron's operations officer, who jumped. "Come again, sir?" "You've seen it too, Cobb. Hunt's a good person," he shrugged. "Maybe too good for our line of work. But we need someone with some real get-up-and-go if Kansas is going to make a mark in this war. I plan on taking us to where the fire is hottest, and I need an XO who has my back." "Does Commander Hunt know about her upcoming transfer, sir?" Casey asked slowly. "Nah, you can tell her when we get back to the boat." Great. His CO wasn't just a jerk, he was also a coward who left the dirty work to the chief of the boat. But at least Casey knew he'd be more compassionate about it than this ambitiously cold fish. Bremerton, Washington. An efficient hum of activity filled Jimmy Carter's control room the way it never had during drills, and for perhaps the first time, Alex really felt like he commanded an honest-to-God ship of war. Then George went and ruined it. "Is every watch station manned and ready?" he asked the officer of the deck, for the third time. Alex tried not to make a face. He was 4 cups of coffee into the morning, and not at his best. But did George really have to fret like a mother hen? Now, George paced around the control room as the crew settled into their stations. In his own days as an XO, Alex believed in letting the watchstanders do their jobs. A gentle nudge here and there was more than enough to get top performance out of people who already knew what to do. Unfortunately, George missed the existence of that playbook. "Yes, sir. All stations report manned and ready." Maggie sounded like she was one repeated question away from breaking someone's neck, but George missed her glare by a mile. Jesus, he was more nervous than Alex, and Alex was the one who got fired if they gooned this up. Then again, it wasn't peacetime. Alex would have to do something monumentally stupid to get the axe. With the U.S. Navy desperate for commanding officers, administrative-type firings of the pre-war era were over. Even drunk driving wasn't a surefire way to lose command. Hell, a frigate CO a few piers down demonstrated that when she crashed her car into the base's front gate last week. Alex figured that as long as he didn't T-bone the pier while pulling away, he was probably safe. But was Jimmy Carter safe? Fear that he'd lose his first command right after gaining her made the coffee sit like acid in his stomach. The specter of that email from Subron 29 hung over his head like an executioner's axe, just waiting to drop. Alex forced himself to focus. He couldn't afford to lose himself in worry right now. Oh joy. George had moved on to asking random questions. Alex cleared his throat. George remained oblivious. XO. George paused midway between the electronic chart table and the helm. Standing next to George's intended destination, Maggie sighed loudly in relief. Alex needed to have a word with her about this, didn't he? ET2 Velasquez stuck her tongue out at the XO's back. Even better. His hodgepodge crew still had a lot of rough edges. "Yes, sir." George bounced over to where Alex leaned on the bulkhead near the sonar room. "Let's take a walk topside." Alex headed aft for the hatch out of control. "Are you sure, Captain? Now?" "Yep." Alex didn't speak again until they'd climbed the midships ladder and emerged on the exterior deck of the submarine, near Jimmy Carter's line handlers. Alex glanced their way, checking for protective equipment, and wondering if this was where their inexperience would bite him in the ass. Everything seemed fine, and the two junior officers supervising appeared engaged. He couldn't go crazy. He had to trust his people. The tiny crowd on the pier was relatively quiet as Jimmy Carter made preparations to leave for deployment. The Navy's personnel system had manned Smiley out of sailors formerly assigned here, there, and everywhere, which meant most of his sailors hadn't brought their families out to Washington State. Like Alex, they said their farewells back home. It was an eerily normal beginning to their first war patrol, particularly compared to Fletcher's departure just 24 hours earlier. There wasn't even any press on the pier, though he was glad not to see that Garlock lady here. Still, being ignored stung. A funny feeling of grief and insignificance swirled in his gut, but he pushed it aside. Continuing aft, he waited until they had a little privacy. Here, the watchstanders on the quarterdeck could see them, but not hear. This was the best Alex was going to get when he was within an hour of getting underway. Then he stopped and swung to face his XO. "George, we need to talk about how you're managing the crew." "Captain?" God, he wished the man would do more than stare at him like a lost blowfish. Alex buried his hands in his pockets and took a deep breath. George wasn't going to like this conversation, but that was the breaks. "Look, I'm not the type to dictate leadership style to someone else, but something's gotta give. You're making the crew nervous." "I'm only—" Alex held up a hand, and George finally looked offended. But he shut up because Alex was the captain. "Your nerves are freaking people out. Everyone knows Jimmy Carter hasn't been underway in over a year, and the more you triple and quadruple check everything, the more they think something's got to go wrong." "Captain, it's my job to make sure that this evolution goes smoothly, and that means that every single step is verified." George crossed his arms, sticking his chin out. "No, it's the officer of the deck's job to run the checklist and report to me." Alex managed not to sigh. "Look, I understand you were a department head a couple of months ago, but now you aren't. You've got to take a step back and supervise. When you step in and get involved in a routine evolution, it should be to keep something from going wrong." "Yes, sir." His XO deflated like someone had stolen his favorite toy. What the hell was Alex supposed to say to that? "All right, let's get back to work." George saluted and headed forwards toward the hatch, leaving Alex alone on the aft deck. Several weeks ago, George confessed that he went back to sea for a second department head tour, spending an additional 3 years as a navigator on board Razorback. He hoped more sea time would help him screen for XO. He was still on that extra tour when the war started, and hadn't expected to make the next career milestone until orders to Jimmy Carter came along. He never even attended the prospective executive officer's course. Didn't that explain a lot? Alex shook his head. At least George meant well. Beating him upside the head with his own failings wouldn't get anywhere. Hopefully, time and experience would teach George what he needed to know. That was a problem for another day. Today, Alex's reactor was hot, and his crew was ready. It was time to go to war. Chapter 16. Everything old is new again. 11 September 2038. Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. It was only 7:30 in the morning in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Sunlight reflected off the crystal-clear water onto the hull of a Zero-class attack submarine where crew was just getting to work. Sleeping in didn't happen, not on USS Bluefish, SSN 843. Oh no, not even on a Saturday. Sure, some sailors had liberty, but not many. There was a war on, and Commander Peterson was a hard captain to please. Still, no one was really surprised when Shore Patrol showed up on the quarterdeck for a courtesy turnover. Rowdy sailors led to incidents with the locals, which led to arrests. The Honolulu PD didn't have the manpower or time to prosecute all the idiots, so they handed them back to the Navy. Generally, everyone considered that a win. Not on Bluefish. Lieutenant Bobby O'Kane trudged up to the quarterdeck, resisting the urge to throw his radio overboard. He was in his late 20s, and good-looking if you liked guys who used to be football players and joked they'd been hit in the head one too many times, playing for Navy while at the academy. His hair was brown, and his eyes browner. Bobby thought he might have been boring if not for a strong jaw and a great smile. But looks didn't help much in the business of being a submariner, which was why Bobby had worked his ass off to graduate near the head of his SOAC class. That gave him his first choice of job, navigator, and class of boat, 0. Unfortunately, he didn't get to pick which boat he landed on, and even then, no one had warned him about Bluefish before he arrived 3 months earlier. No, that was an adventure he got to discover for himself. At least the officer of the deck called him. He was the command duty officer, instead of notifying the captain or the XO. Charlie McGuire was pretty bright for a brand new ensign. It hadn't taken him long on Bluefish to figure out that Liberty incidents were bad news. Yeah, bad news. If Shore Patrol was just now bringing their miscreant back, that meant he or she did something stupid enough to wind up in the brig overnight, and then forgot to notify the boat. Bobby contemplated throwing himself overboard. There was nothing that turned the old man into a cranky witch faster than one of their sailors getting into trouble. Heading up the final ladder from officer's country to the quarterdeck, Bobby suppressed another grimace. Commander Peterson had a point, sort of. They were at war. The drunken antics sailors got up to frequently ended in injuries and property damage, not to mention pissed-off locals. Still, the crew needed to let off steam somehow, and it wasn't like Bluefish was a barrel of laughs. Not that Commander Peterson cared. He would go ape when he heard, "Oh, fantastic." Bobby spotted their newest delinquent as soon as his head popped out of the hatch. The stocky sailor standing between the two MPs was one of the most recognizable members of the crew, hands down. After all, how many half-Japanese ex-hockey players could you stuff on a submarine? Groaning, Bobby made a beeline for the phone, barely returning the officer of the deck salute. This was not something he was going to put on a radio channel half the crew could hear. Not that they wouldn't get the news in 2 nanoseconds. There were no secrets on a submarine. "Webs," a voice answered on the second ring. Rose Lang was Bluefish's weapons officer and was a classmate of Bobby's at the Naval Academy until a severe case of mononucleosis set her back a semester. They were still close, not to mention glad that the powers that be stumbled into assigning them to the same submarine. "Hey, Weps, it's Nav." Bobby forced cheer into his voice. "As you know, I'm CDO today, and I've got a lovely little courtesy turnover here on the quarterdeck." "Do I want to know why you're calling me?" she asked. "It's one of yours." He paused, allowing her to finish swearing. "One guess who?" "Wilson," Rose sighed. "Again. I'm on my way." Hanging up the phone, Bobby turned to Ensign McGuire. "What you got, Charlie?" "Shore Patrol picked up SCS-1 Wilson last night, sir. They said that he was too drunk to tell them what boat he came from, but he was energetic enough to tear Choi's lounge apart." The officer of the deck shot a dark look at Wilson, but the sailor just stood between the two military policemen, trying to look innocent. That effort failed, big time. "Okay then. Guess they pay me the big bucks to handle this, huh?" Charlie grinned. Like any new officer, he was happy to have someone senior show up to deal with a sticky situation. "Yes, sir." Taking a breath, Bobby turned to face the senior MP. "Hit me with the bad news, Chief." "It's pretty much what your OOD said, Lieutenant," the burly black chief petty officer responded. "This sailor of yours got in a fight with a pair of local girls after he was already roaring drunk and proceeded to break off part of the bar. with his bare hands. He also stuffed a bar stool into a ceiling fan with enough force that the damn thing came out of the overhead. We picked him up after the bartender at Choi's called. By then, he was bruised and stumbling. This morning, he sobered up enough to tell us he was from Bluefish. The litany of destruction made Bobby blink. SDS-1? He swung to face the sonar technician. Well, sir, I can't say I remember much of that, Wilson shrugged. I mean, I do recall the thing with the bar stool. Both times, really. I think one of the girls stopped me the second time. Or maybe that was the bouncer? He finally grimaced. And I offered to pay for the damages. The MPs let me call over to Choi's this morning, and I'll make good on it, Nav, I really will. If Bobby had $1 for every time he'd heard a sailor promise that, he'd be rich. Wilson, however, always paid for the damage. The problem was that he never stopped drinking. And he's so damn casual about it afterward. Why isn't he ever sorry? At a loss for what else to say to Wilson, Bobby turned back to the MPs. Any special requirements before you hand him over, Chief, or do I just sign on the dotted line? None, sir, assuming he goes through with paying for the damages. If Troy's Lounge sues, that'll be Base Legal's problem. The chief extended an electronic chit to Bobby. Just sign here, Lieutenant. Sighing again, Bobby scrawled his signature, counting the moments until Rose arrived to corral her special idiot. Almost on cue, Lieutenant Lang arrived, her pretty face taut with fury. Like Bobby, Rose knew the captain would go nuclear. Wilson's division officer knew that too, and trailed her glumly. Ensign Harriet Ainsworth was the lucky sonar division officer, and SDS-1 Wilson was more trouble than the rest of her sailors combined. Normally, Bobby would diffuse a tense situation with a ridiculous joke, but he couldn't scrape one up. He also wasn't going to let Wilson get off that easy. The sonar man was a first-class petty officer, and he was in his late 20s. Wilson knew better. Bobby wanted to strangle him. So did Rose, judging from the tongue-lashing she subjected Wilson to. It wasn't long, but it was to the point, and far less vulgar than Bobby expected. He'd known Rose for 12 years. In terms of razor-sharp sarcasm and pointed fury, chewing Wilson out today definitely was in the top 3 reamings out he'd witnessed. She's great at this, isn't she, Harry? Bobby leaned over to speak quietly to Ensign Ainsworth. The dark-skinned ensign snorted quietly. Makes me glad I'm not on the receiving end, Nav. Tell me about it. You should hear her go off when I call her Rosie. I have, sir, Harry replied. Go below and put a uniform on, SDS-1, Rose snapped. And don't you even think about leaving this boat before I'm through with you. Yes, ma'am, Wilson replied. He didn't quite saunter to the nearest ladder. Sometime before the war ends, Wilson. Wilson scurried down the hatch. Rose turned back to face Bobby and Harry. Rose and Bobby became fast friends after meeting at the Naval Academy's summer seminar, which meant he was used to her all-in attitude. Rose was blonde-haired, green-eyed, and pretty enough to turn almost any head, but her personality was abrasive enough to chase even the bravest away. Bobby O'Kane wasn't foolish enough to touch her with a 10-foot pole. Rose would probably just chew him to pieces, spit him out again, and then ask for seconds. Now her shoulders slumped. There'll be hell to pay for this. Bobby groaned. Tell me about it. They both knew where this would end. If there was one thing that Commander Peterson wasn't known for, it was tailoring punishment to fit the crime. Bluefish's entire crew would suffer, and there wasn't a damn thing Bobby could do about it. Jimmy Carter transited Puget Sound without difficulty, and then sprinted down the west coast until they were roughly parallel with San Francisco. After that, Alex angled his boat straight into the Pacific. The transit was only 5 days, not long to shake down a submarine for war, particularly when the first 12 hours were spent testing and evaluating the boat. Alex's joy of being captain of an honest-to-God underway submarine died when his green-as-grass sailors bombed their first drill on day 2, and then the second. Gritting his teeth, Alex pulled his command triad together. wrenching George away from micromanaging the department heads, who were among the most competent people on board, and built a robust training and drill schedule. By day 4, his crew stopped fumbling core operations like surfacing, silent running, and torpedo loading. They still had a long way to go, but confidence gleamed in every smile. Jimmy Carter's crew of rejects and miscreants were starting to come together. Even lunch in the wardroom was livelier. The wardroom itself was probably Alex's favorite place on board. Even if the table and chairs were covered in standard navy blue vinyl, the walls were decorated with plaques, pictures, and mementos of places Jimmy Carter had visited. A few of them were marked for official use only, which meant they were from places the boat could never admit having been, even years later. He wasn't envious of Jimmy Carter's previous captains. Not even when Murder Machine 2 was invited to lunch and stole the XO's chair. Alex just wanted to be worthy of having his name on the sign with all of Smiley's other COs, all the way back to the beginning. "He's gotta burn out," Benji Angler said, making a mess of slurping chili. "History says that sub-COs who do best early in wars either get eclipsed or get sunk, usually by the end of the first year." "That's a pretty crappy statistic to bank on." Maggie Bennett was bleary-eyed and clutched a cup of coffee like it was made of precious gems. She'd had the night watch and rolled right into the morning drill set. Alex made a note to send her to bed if she didn't see herself there. Maggie continued, "Rochambeau has sunk 6 submarines we know of already. The asshole's on fire." "Someone's going to get him," Benji replied. "It better be soon," Elena Alvaro, the damage control assistant, said. She'd come out of her shell more slowly than the department heads, but so far, it seemed like Master Chief Morton was right about her. Elena was a rock star. "We can't afford to lose more top boats to him." "I hope so too," Alex said. "I met him before the war, and Maggie's right. He's an asshole." Maggie stared. "How'd you meet a French—" The phone at Alex's side rang, cutting her off. Heart racing, he yanked it out of the cradle. Was this what it felt like to command a submarine at war? "Captain." Marty Sterling's calm drawl gave nothing away. His engineer had the watch and control as officer of the deck, and as always, nothing seemed to shake him. "Sorry to interrupt your lunch, sir, but we just got a BSOD on the helm console." "Come again?" "Blue screen of death. I popped it over to hand electric so we don't smash into an underwater mountain or something. No need to man emergency steering, but all the computer-assisted modes are toast." "Can you reset it?" Alex asked. "Do you have a copy of Windows XP handy?" Marty sounded more amused than offended. "I tried a restart already, but it looks like Windows ate itself, and the damn computer is so old, it needs a compact disk. If it took a thumb drive, I might try to slap an upgrade on it, but there's no USB ports. And it's not networked, even if we could download a copy on our underway bandwidth." Well, shit. Alex hadn't been certain what kind of engineer Marty was when he first met him, but a string of mechanical problems, each weirder than the last, was starting to teach him that Marty's droll exterior hid a brilliant brain. "What are our options?" "Go back to Washington or stay in manual until Pearl," Marty replied. We could surface and scream for help, but I think that's a bad thing to do during wartime." "Tell me about it. What are the restrictions in manual?" Alex wished to hell he knew this boat better, or didn't have a sneaking feeling that this would be all it might take for his next boss to deem the boat unusable. "It won't auto-update our course changes to the new system, so Maggie's team will have to manual plot." "That sounds like an excellent training opportunity. Let's make it work." "Aye, sir. I'll buy a copy of WinXP off eBay next time we're shallow and have it delivered to Pearl." Joy. When would his boat break next? And what might it cost him? 15 September 2038. The Mid-Atlantic. USS Fletcher, DDG 155, was on point again. After her experiences in the Battle of the Somme, that was hardly Nancy's favorite place to be. But today, they had P-8 Poseidon coverage, which meant the aircraft were on sub-hunting duty, and Nancy's destroyer was free to do what she did best: defend the carrier against air and surface threats. Narwhal was with them too, far out on the northern flank and keeping an ear out for Russian threats. Not that there were a lot of those out here. 6 days into their transatlantic transit, Nancy's crew was bored with drills and back in tip-top shape. "I think we're ready to roll, ma'am," Lieutenant Commander Ying Mai said, leaning back in her comfortable blue chair in Fletcher's CO's cabin. "I just wish we had a full missile loadout." "You, me, and every other destroyer in the fleet." Nancy Coleman smiled crookedly from the other side of the table. It was round, blue, and, like almost everything on board, decorated with Fletcher's unit crest in the center. A cliché, perhaps, but one Nancy unashamedly loved. "But I agree that we're ready. 5 hard days of drills, plus all that training in the yards, puts us in a good place." "Any idea where we're going?" Nancy shook her head. "Not yet. We're supposed to stick with Lexington for a bit. Then rumor says we'll end up in a surface action group somewhere in the Indian Ocean, but your guess is as good as mine." "I could do with a little less carrier escort duty," Ying shuddered. "Me too." It went without saying that their last carrier hadn't done so well, despite Fletcher's best efforts. Being under Jeff McNally's command for the first battle of the war was hardly a good memory, even if surviving it had earned Fletcher a Navy unit commendation and Nancy a Silver Star. Out of the 5 ships that entered the Strait of Malacca on April 12, 2038, only 2 survived: Fletcher and a cruiser, Bella Wood, and it had been damned close. Nancy's phone rang. Her hand snaked out to snatch it up without conscious thought. "Captain." "Good afternoon, Captain. It's the officer of the deck," Lieutenant Junior Grade Matt Holloway said, with an edge in his voice. "We've received a distress call from a merchant vessel bearing 219er at 22 nautical miles. Combat is informing the carrier now." "Make best speed to intercept. I'm on my way." Much of the surface navy viewed Fletcher and her O'Bannon-class sisters as a cheap knockoff of the older and more expensive Arleigh Burkes. Smaller, missile-heavy, and designed for a smaller crew, the O'Bannons were fast, lean, and the result of a few compromises that left no one happy, like the weird placement of their combat information center aft of the wardroom, a magnetic helicopter retrieval system that rarely worked, and no towed sonar array. Fletcher's yard period fixed the last problem, but only a complete redesign, which was already done with the Ernest E. Evans class, could change the others. Despite that, Nancy loved her mean little destroyer. Fletcher proved herself tough in combat, and as a bonus, the captain's palatial cabin was only 2 decks below the bridge. She and Ying reached the bridge in less than a minute. By then, Fletcher's decks were trembling as she heeled to port and came up to speed. The sharp smell of salt drifted in through the open bridge wing doors. Normally, Nancy loved that smell. Today she ignored it. "Coming to full power now, Captain," Holloway said. He was a skinny young man, a swimmer like Nancy's husband, with dark eyes and red hair crowning a face full of freckles, shadowed by his yellow Fletcher ball cap. "Motor vessel Maersk Crown reports carrying iron ore out of South Africa, bound for Jersey. She bears 220, range 21 nautical miles." "Has she requested assistance?" Nancy headed to the surface search radar to look at Maersk Crown's track. She was too far out for a visual, but there were no other ships within 5 miles of the presumably big merchant on the plot. "Yes, ma'am. She claims she was in company with another ship, Ever Fortune, and that ship was torpedoed." Nancy's head snapped around. "What?" Holloway shrugged. "That's what she said." "XO, get on the horn with the carrier and pass that info to the strike group ASAP," Nancy ordered as a chill ripped down her spine. "Officer of the deck, set flight quarters. I want a helo over Maersk Crown yesterday." "OODI." Nancy ignored Ying heading to the Combat Information Center to call the carrier on a secure line and picked up the bridge-to-bridge radio herself. Maersk Crown, this is U.S. Navy warship 155 calling you on channel 16, over." "Go for Maersk Crown, Captain." "Maersk Crown, this is 155 actual. I understand you report a ship you were in company with was torpedoed, over." The words felt surreal to say. The war was 5 months old and no one had gone after civilian shipping. This was the modern world. They were fighting civilized navies. No one targeted civilians. Acid churned in Nancy's gut. "That's affirmative, Captain. Fortune went down like a rock. I've put on all the turns I've got, and I'm weaving like a drunk man." The voice on the other end was male, but high with panic, slurring a few words in the rush to get them out. "Are you coming to help us?" "We're en route now, Captain." Nancy didn't have the heart to tell him that zigzagging wasn't much defense against modern torpedoes, and at 26 knots, Maersk Crown couldn't outrun any of the torpedoes in the Freedom Union's arsenal. "ETA 23 minutes, over." "Roger." There was an ominous silence from the other end. Nancy hoisted herself into her bridge chair, thinking through the problem. She turned to Lieutenant Holloway. "Time to launch?" "5 mics, Captain." "Very well. Set general quarters." "Set general quarters, aye." Holloway turned to the bosun's mate of the watch. "Boats?" "Boats, aye." Bosun's mate, second class Omerovic, lifted the microphone for the 1MC, or ship's general announcing system, activating the general alarm with her other hand. General quarters, all hands man your battle stations. Traffic for general quarters is up and forward to starboard, aft and down to port. Set material conditions zebra throughout the ship. Reason for general quarters, potential enemy submarine contact." Nancy picked up the handset for the intra-ship net between the bridge and CIC. "TAO, Captain. Stream the tail." "Stream Tactus, TAOI," the tactical action officer replied. Peacetime procedure required slowing down before streaming their tactical towed array sonar, lest they damaged the hydrophones. Damaging new toys just a few weeks after the taxpayers gave them to her was frowned upon, but Nancy figured the government would hate her more if she lost the whole damn destroyer. Within moments, Fletcher's Tactus began deploying. The towed sonar array was basically a long string of hydrophones following in the destroyer's wake, extending out to 1 mile. This extended her passive, listening sonar reach outside the bubble of her own ship's noise and gave Fletcher a better chance of detecting enemy submarines than ever before. And certainly a better one than she had back in the Battle of the Strait of Malacca. Today, too, Fletcher could use her top speed of 40 knots. Her design might have been a lower-cost compromise, but her swiftness was no accident. Fletcher and her sisters were faster than any American destroyer since World War II. Nancy didn't want to think on how apropos that was 5 months into the Third World War. "Time to intercept?" she asked. 18 minutes, Holloway replied. "Steady on Foxtrot Korpen. Winds are in the envelope. Request amber deck." "Granted." Nancy didn't listen to the 1MC announcement. Instead, she shifted her eyes to the video screen to her left, watching as the rotors started turning on one of Fletcher's MH-60R Lamps helicopters. She lifted the internal comms handset again. "XO, Captain, what's the strike group say?" "Lexington can have 2 60s off deck in 15 minutes to help with ASW, Ying replied. "Captain, I..." Nancy suppressed a frown. Would that be fast enough? Racing into a situation with a potential enemy sub lurking was halfway to insane, but what choice did she have? She swapped to the bridge-to-bridge radio. "Maersk Crown, this is 155, over." "Go ahead." "Do you have visual on the submarine, over?" Nancy asked. It wasn't likely, but it was worth a chance. "No way! I didn't stay to watch when they got fortune. I just put on as many turns as I could." 155, roger. Nancy let out a breath, watching Maersk Crown's track on the radar screen. 17 nautical miles to go. "Do you have a position where fortune went down?" "Stand by." "Captain, Striker 909er reports ready to launch. Request green deck," Holloway said before the civilian could come back with an answer. Nancy nodded. "Green deck." "Green deck," BM2 Omerovic announced on the 1MC, and seconds later, Striker 909 lifted off Fletcher's deck, turning immediately into the wind. With a top speed of 180 knots, Striker 909 could reach Maersk Crown in about 5 minutes, accounting for the 26 knots the merchant ship was cranking out straight toward them. Fletcher would need another 10 to get there, but the MH-60R had dipping sonar and 2 lightweight torpedoes. More importantly, the helo could transmit a contact back to Fletcher, so if the helo found an enemy submarine, Nancy could drop a rocket-launched torpedo right on their head faster than any French or Russian bastard could say fire. The idea of staying outside a sub's torpedo range was nicer than racing in and getting her destroyer shot out from under her, too. Nancy had watched 2 other destroyers sink up close and personal. She was not about to join them. Nancy turned back to the radar screen and blinked. Maersk Crown, this is Warship 155, over. Nothing. A cold wave washed over Nancy, and she grabbed the intership comms handset. Combat bridge, tell the helo to get me a visual of Maersk Crown now. She swapped back to the bridge-to-bridge radio. Maersk Crown, this is Warship 155, over. Silence. Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Before the war, submarines avoided mooring side by side like the plague. Captains liked to say that it was a good way to damage their sound-absorbent tiles, but the real answer was that it was hard to maneuver a submarine on the surface. Bringing one alongside the pier was difficult enough. Why risk bonking another boat? Wartime, however, was another matter. Now there wasn't enough pier space to go around near the war zone, which meant subs nested 2 and sometimes 3 deep alongside the pier. Alex wasn't a fan, but at least the assignment he received upon arriving in Pearl wasn't next to someone he didn't like. Bluefish seemed a decent boat. Their line handlers were quick and efficient, even if the CO wasn't around when Alex popped over to say hi. 2 hours after lines went over, the ringing of bells echoed over Jimmy Carter's 1MC, or General Announcing System. Ding, 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 ding. Razorback arriving, the petty officer of the watch announced over. The words were a near-perfect echo of Razorback crossing, passed by the submarine moored inboard of Jimmy Carter. The tradition of bonging senior officers aboard ships and submarines dated back to the Royal Navy's early days, and the commanding officer of a ship or submarine was always announced using the name of that vessel. Alex was already topside. It only took a moment for his old friend to salute the officer of the deck and request permission to come aboard, and then John headed aft toward Alex. Alex saluted him too, although it wasn't the sarcastically precise one that he offered superiors like Commander Melendez. This was the far more casual salute between officers who'd served together for many years. Welcome aboard, John. Alex offered a handshake with a smile. Thanks, I think. Captain John Dalton laughed. This boat of yours is a monster, isn't she? John's easy smile made him look more like a naughty urchin than a naval officer. Alex's old friend had always been on the heavy side and fought constantly to stay within the Navy's weight standards, but you wouldn't guess that from his cheerful demeanor, and you couldn't see his bald spot when he was wearing a razorback ball cap. You can say that again. Jimmy Carter dwarfed the Zero-class boat moored between her and the pier. The sailors on board Bluefish seemed downright terrified when Alex maneuvered his boat alongside without help from any tugs an hour earlier. But they made it without incident. His gargantuan boat was surprisingly easy to drive. Thank goodness for that. Swapping paint might have put them on someone's list to decommission the submarine, a thought never far from Alex's mind. You got it close, you know, John said. He knew that tone of voice. Alex smiled wryly. How long do you have before you get underway? About 22 hours. Ouch. Where to? At least Alex could ask. Standing on Jimmy Carter's aft deck, there was no one around them without at least a secret clearance. Certainly not somewhere as climate as Pearl Harbor. John rolled his eyes. That's super helpful. John laughed. You just described exactly how I feel. I don't know where we're going. Somewhere in the Indian Ocean, probably. All I've got is a waypoint to go to, and they'll give me orders once I'm there. How the hell can we be this disorganized 5 months into the war? Alex groaned, glancing out at the beehive of activity out on the pier. Well, shit. Bluefish was busy loading stores and supplies, which meant the other submarine expected to get underway soon. But Alex didn't have orders, and Jimmy Carter had just arrived. What a great example of poor planning. Shifting one submarine out of another's path wasn't like swapping parking spots in a car. While pierside and away from the war's front lines, Jimmy Carter's reactor was shut down. They'd need hours to get propulsion online, or tugs to haul her out of the way. These pier assignments were a bad call on someone's part. John shrugged. Hell if I know. I just pulled in 2 days ago and we've been spun around like a top to head back out again. You're the real captain here. You're supposed to know these things. John just shook his head. 16 September 2038. The North Atlantic. There's nothing here, ma'am. Nancy could hear the frustration in Ying Mai's voice, and shoving down the desire to throw things and swear took a gargantuan effort. She sat back in her chair in Fletcher's CIC, closing her eyes briefly. That's 2 in 2 days. Yes, Captain, it is. Very well, thank you, XO. Nancy opened her eyes and stepped on the foot microphone for the tactical net. God, she was tired. Lima Bravo, this is Fletcher. Negative indications of MV Tower at the provided coordinates. Oil slick and debris evident. No survivors. Over. It was Maersk Crown all over again. No survivors and just a little debris. Nothing left of a merchant ship that had been en route to the United States with material critical to the war effort. And before Maersk Crown, there had been Ever Fortune. 3 civilian ships gone in less than 2 days. None were U.S. flagged, but what merchant ships were these days? American taxes were too high, and inspections too onerous. Flags of convenience were the name of the game, and everyone assumed flying the flag of a neutral country would keep you safe in wartime. Until this week, it had. Or so they thought. This is Lima Bravo, Roger. Discontinue your search and rejoin the formation, over. Fletcher, Roger, out. Nancy bit back a snarl. She wanted to sink someone, not fruitlessly race to save merchants who died before her destroyer or her helicopter were even in visual range. But the damned sub already disappeared. Chapter 17. Problem Child. The crew was on restricted liberty again. News of Petty Officer Wilson's drunken antics reached Commander Peterson's ears within an hour. Details only made the captain's rage go from boiling to incandescent. He didn't shout. Oh no, Peterson wasn't the screaming type. Instead, he quietly cut the legs out from under everyone, decreeing that bluefish sailors weren't allowed to spend the night anywhere other than on the boat, and required everyone to file Liberty plans before going anywhere. In Pearl Harbor. Last Bobby checked, Hawaii was part of the United States, and treating Americans like they were children on American soil was a big freaking hit. 2 days after Wilson's courtesy turnover, morale was beneath the Earth's crust and digging deeper. Yep, war was everything he'd imagined. Lieutenant Bobby O'Kane was the navigator on a miserable submarine whose main claim to fame was a search and rescue off the coast of Midway, and a captain who took his anger out on his crew. Bobby scraped a hand over his face, staring blankly at the report chit on his stateroom computer screen. One of his sailors was the newest violator of the Liberty policy, and now Bobby got to write Electronics Technician First Class Van Haven up. Get a hold of yourself, O'Kane, Bobby told himself firmly, fighting back a yawn. This wasn't the first sailor he'd punished, and it wasn't like Van Haven didn't choose to go to that bar, despite knowing the captain's policies. Maybe he'd finish the darn thing in the morning. He didn't have to do it now, but Bobby did paperwork in spurts, like sprints at football practice at the academy. A knock on the door made him jump. He lived alone, since his last roommate, Bluefish's former engineering officer, got fired for gross incompetence. They still didn't have a relief for Lieutenant Crocker, which meant Bobby could stay up as late as he wanted to without disturbing anyone. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the time. Yes, it was almost midnight. Why was someone at his door? The boat wasn't underway, and he didn't have the duty. That meant he should have been able to enjoy a late-night admin session in peace. Unless someone other than Van Haven disregarded the captain's new Liberty policy. Bobby sighed. Everyone was bitter about the asinine new restrictions, but there was nothing Bobby or anyone else could do once the captain made up his mind. The XO tried to talk him out of it, but Peterson ignored him too. I really love my job. Knock, knock. He'd forgotten about the door. Come on in, the water's fine. Bobby twisted in his chair to face the music. Much to his surprise, Master Chief Machinist's mate Ginger Baker stood in the opening. Sorry to bother you, Nav, but I saw your light on. Unlike Bobby, Baker still wore her uniform. His attire featured a blue Mickey Mouse t-shirt that his sister Mary gave him last Christmas, along with a bright orange pair of board shorts. Even Peterson wasn't anal retentive enough to care what his officers wore during their time off. Yet. It's no problem, Cobb, Bobby smiled. He wasn't a night owl, but if he couldn't sleep, he might as well not be cranky about it. What's on your mind? Actually, your broken outboard is. Bluefish's senior enlisted sailor leaned tiredly against the doorframe. On second glance, Bobby noticed that her normally immaculate appearance was frayed around the edges. A few of the tight braids in her black hair had even escaped their normally neat prison. Something was wrong. There went his resolve to be cheerful. What'd do this time? Explode? He was only half joking. Bluefish's outboard, or retractable bow thruster, had been on the fritz since before Bobby reported on board. No matter how many times Bobby's sailors fixed the thing, it always broke again. A working outboard would have allowed Bluefish to maneuver in tight areas on the surface without the use of tugs. One that didn't might as well have been scrap metal. That thruster assembly was one of the glaring weaknesses of the Zero-class design, which had been put into service more quickly than average. Bobby remembered his first boat having problems with their outboard, but Bluefish's was possessed. The damn thing broke weekly. Baker chuckled. Not yet, sir, though given what Welch tried earlier, I wouldn't be surprised. Do I want to know? Probably not. Forget I said anything. The Cobb grinned. Baker was one of the best Master Chiefs he'd ever met. He knew she would tell him if he needed to know. She was an old-school chief of the boat, and generally protected officers from their own curiosity. You said something? He quipped, making her laugh. Actually, I was going to say that I probably have good news for you for once. I was next door earlier talking to Jimmy Carter's Cobb, and it turns out that they have a spare of that back-ordered pump you've been desperate for. What's it going to cost us? Officially, the Navy prohibited swapping out parts and supplies willy-nilly, but it happened all the time. The Navy's supply system hadn't caught up to the war's needs, and the horse trading inside the fleet kept boats ready to fight. Without it, Bluefish would never be combat capable. Back in July, a timely trade with Gato allowed her engineers to repair one of their main steam turbines. Now, it was Bobby's turn to wheel and deal. He would have cheerfully handed over his right leg if it kept the captain from asking him about the outboard 3 times a day, every day, and 6 times on Sunday. That's where it gets interesting, sir, and we'll have to talk to Weps when she wakes up. That sounds ominous. Rose was notoriously stingy about giving up parts, particularly when she didn't get something directly in return. They don't want equipment, Nav. They're looking for a sonar tech. I thought we could send them Wilson. Wilson? Bobby gaped. He'll go to captain's mast if he stays here. After this latest incident, the captain just wants him gone. It'll take longer to kick him out of the Navy than to send him somewhere else. Bobby'd never heard of trading a sailor for a piece of equipment. The captain will go for this why? Let me worry about that. Has anyone told Jimmy Carter what kind of sailor we're offering? Bobby asked. A nasty inner voice told Bobby that he shouldn't care, but he wasn't that bitter yet. I'm not that shady. I told Master Chief Morton all about him. Baker smiled. I get the impression that he doesn't care what kind of sailor he gets, so long as it's a warm body. They're about 20 sailors short over there and are scrounging them from anywhere and everywhere. It still seems kind of low to send our biggest troublemaker over. Baker snorted. It's Jimmy Carter, sir. They're not going to need the best. By the time Fletcher reached her first port visit in Naples, Italy was scrupulously neutral, despite France's diplomatic arm twisting. 13 merchant ships on their way to the U.S. had been reported missing or overdue. Even more disappeared on their way to Australia. Britain, no stranger to enemies trying to strangle their economy by way of commerce raiding, estimated at least 6 ships lost in the Channel and 4 in the Atlantic. Alex saw the writing on the wall before most of his colleagues. That was the perk of having a destroyer CO for a wife, he supposed, but it still wasn't pleasant. "It's gotta be subs," Nancy said from the other end of their phone call. Alex walked over to the Pack Fleet building by himself today. Stealing a few minutes for a private conversation with his wife got harder and harder as the war grew in scope. Pearl Harbor and Naples were exactly 12 hours apart, so while Nancy got ready to turn in for the night, Alex was on his way to a briefing. "Sounds like. Otherwise you'd have seen someone sailing away." Alex chewed his lip, dodging a car full of laughing sailors. "I'm kind of surprised they didn't stick around to sink you." "Hey, I'd like to think we're a hard target." "But you're still a target, babe. That's just how we think." Alex didn't enjoy calling his wife's ship a target. Not these days. Even thinking about all the jokes he made about that in peacetime now left him a little nauseous. Submariners don't really look at surface ships as threats. Nancy scoffed. "You remember that this war started when a surface ship sank a sub it shouldn't have." "Yeah, but the rules are different now that the shooting started." Alex stomped outside the Pack Fleet Operations Building and watched a pair of sailors trying to wrestle an enormous stack of pizzas into the tiny back seat of a ship's utility truck. "So why's this sub hiding then?" Nancy asked. "If you're right and I didn't scare them off, why run from my little old destroyer?" "Plausible deniability, maybe?" Alex frowned. That didn't feel right. Unless no one wants to fess up to killing civilians just yet. If they don't shoot you, they can try to pretend ships are disappearing by accident. That's a fuck ton of accidents, Alex. I know. 38 at last count. He sighed. I'm headed into a briefing about this shit. I'll email you on the secret side if there's anything worth sharing. Watch your back out there, okay? Nancy's voice went soft. You're one to talk, babe. I'm still sitting pierside while you're chasing bad guys. Alex half hoped he'd find some enemies on the trip from Washington State to Hawaii, but no such luck. His worst enemy had been Windows XP, thanks to John Dalton and Razorback clearing everyone out. Do it anyway. This war is getting weird, and no one knows what the hell's going on, Nancy said. And call the girls when you get the chance. Yes, ma'am, Alex chuckled. Love you. Get some sleep. Love you too. Good night. Alex hung up his cell, trying to banish the unease curling in his gut. Nancy was right. They were 6 months into World War III. Logic said they should know what they were fighting for by now, that things should be predictable, or at least logical. Yet everyone, enemy and ally alike, was still scrambling for purchase. Yeah, the Freedom Union kept gobbling up territory, and now they seemed to be commerce raiding too. Was unrestricted submarine warfare a thing again? Everyone assumed that went out the door with World War II. Shaking his head, Alex headed into the Pacific Fleet Operations Center. Hopefully, someone inside had some answers. Toulon, France. Being back in Toulon was nice if you wanted rest and relaxation, but Captain Jules Rochambeau was not in this business to relax. We will regret this little holiday if Britain succeeds in convincing Egypt to close the Suez Canal to our shipping, Jules said in an undertone, ignoring the bright lights to his left. They will not do so. Admiral Bernard shrugged from his comfortable chair outside the recording studio of France's largest news channel. Did you not hear? Egypt has declared neutrality. Et alors? Jules rolled his eyes. Neutrality means nothing and less with the United Nations neutered. No one will enforce it. A few news crew members turned to stare at him, but Jules met their gazes one by one, and they all turned away. Perhaps being a growing legend was useful, though intimidating his own countrymen was less entertaining than killing the enemy. It is not in our best interest to breach neutrality, nor is it in our enemies. Bernard shook his head. Not everyone is as pessimistic as you are, Capitaine. We, the UN Security Council, is split. Russia obviously stands with us and the rest of the Freedom Union, while Britain and America stand together. China remains busy tearing itself apart in civil war. This keeps the United Nations out of the war, as we all prefer. I did not say that was a bad thing. Jules sighed and resisted the urge to touch his perfectly styled hair. It would not do to ruin things before his interview. Being unfettered by international opinion helps our national interests, particularly when both India and Russia greedily gobble up every bit of territory they can conquer, and we are more selective. The last word made him smile. But sooner or later, most nations will have to take a side, and despite the lucky happenstance of America firing the first shot, we do appear to be more belligerent since we are conquering territory. We will overcome that when the time comes. For now, we will concentrate on internal public relations, which is why you are here. Bernard smiled. Did you not tell me you wish to be remembered as France's greatest submariner? The competition is not stiff. Bernard arched an eyebrow. I can always call Commander Garnier in to do this interview instead. Jules' eyes narrowed. I did not say I would not do it, just that I prefer to remain in theater next time. Traveling all the way to Toulon is a risk I do not deem worthy of the reward. And the upgrades to your submarine are not also worth it? Mon amiral, we are building a sub-base on Ile Amsterdam. Can we not do upgrades there? Jules leaned forward. I am sure the public would love a glimpse into the war for French superiority as well. Bernard laughed. And you wonder why I want you in the interviews. Continue with this attitude, Capitaine, and you will eventually have my job. Perhaps someday. Jules did not blush. I prefer to make my history first. Très bien. Go impress the media and build French prestige. Bernard waved him through the door as one of the television company's interns opened it. And then we will get you back in the water to end this month-long drought of no kills you have been complaining about. Rising, Jules put on his best smile. He already was the most successful submarine captain in French history, with 7 enemy submarines and 4 enemy surface combatants sunk. There was no contesting that. Commander Annette Garnier, their second best, had only sunk half as many combatants, most of them surface ships. Jules knew he was the best in the world at what he did. He just needed to get back out there and be better. But if his country wanted to turn him into a celebrity first, who was he to say no? Eventually, Alex would learn not to get his hopes up. A computer could have provided a brief with more emotion than this lieutenant. Lieutenant Goldsmith was blonde, pretty, and obviously bored with this briefing. She stood in front of a group of assembled captains and commanders, all of whom were in command of their own ships or submarines, or chiefs of staff to higher-ranking officers, like they were children in a kindergarten class. And she used a laser pointer, which Alex hated. As you can see, she continued, merchant losses are steadily creeping upward. Intelligence indicates that since both sides are identifying war materials through hacking into AIS automatic updates, civilian ships aren't reporting what they're carrying. Instead, they claim cargoes of mulch or other inane items. Yesterday, the UN attempted to pass a resolution prohibiting belligerents from sinking merchant vessels flying flags of neutral nations. It was vetoed by China. China? A captain on the right side of the room asked. What do they care? They're in the middle of their own bloodbath. There's some evidence that they were bribed to veto by another party. The lieutenant barely even twitched. The follow-on resolution proposed by Germany, however, passed. This calls for all merchants to accurately declare their cargoes in the automated information system and for belligerents to avoid sinking ships not carrying materials that provide direct support to the war effort. Does anyone care? Someone asked. Are we going to obey that? Another captain said at the same time. The lieutenant blinked, looking back and forth between the two blankly. After an awkward moment of silence, she continued with her prepared remarks. Compact Fleet has determined that the Navy will provide escorts for all Alliance-flagged merchants transiting the war zone, as well as for any neutral nations trading with us. At least 2 surface combatants and 1 submarine will protect each convoy. Any convoy accompanied by civilian transport or cargo submarines will have at least 2 attack subs for protection. Alex slumped in his seat and tried to tune out the rest. Reading the slides up on the screen was more productive than listening to Lieutenant Goldsmith. Finally, she clicked on her last slide. Convoy numbers are chosen at random. Convoy assignments are not. Goldsmith pointed at the screen. Here you will see your convoy escort assignments. Please see the escort commanders if you have questions. Alex squinted. Oh, there he was, right at the bottom. USS Jimmy Carter, SSN 23. Convoy 3211. Joy. Alex skimmed the rest of the group. Convoy 3211 was cobbled together out of odds and ends because, yep, no squadron commander wanted to send their best units off for convoy duty. That was especially true if rumors were right and the Alliance wanted to push for Armistice Station again. 2 miles of prime underwater territory, Armistice Station was independent until the French Navy rolled in during the opening acts of the war. Alex remembered those days far too well, even if he wished he couldn't. Now the Alliance was torn between freeing Armistice Station and retaking the Strait of Malacca. The best of 3 navies were split between those tasks, which explained why Jimmy Carter was assigned to a convoy going nowhere near either. Alex suppressed a sharp stab of disappointment. He didn't really want to go back to his least favorite place under the ocean. 2 of his worst career experiences took place on or near Armistice Station. But he wanted to make a difference. But subs over 30 just weren't in prime demand. At least no one had started poaching his officers and crew and talking about decommissioning. A convoy escort assignment was still an assignment. That had to be worth something. Shaking himself, Alex forced a smile as the officers split into small groups, 1 each dedicated to each of 6 convoys departing in the next few days. Just Alex's luck, Lieutenant Goldsmith provided the details for Convoy 3211, droning on about their projected route, the ship's cargoes, and all kinds of useless mundane details. Alex cleared his throat. Do we have any intel on what kind of threats might be in the area? He asked. Goldsmith looked at him like he'd gone mad. Did I sleep through the answer, or are we that overconfident? Intelligence assessments indicate enemy forces won't attack a protected convoy. She tossed her head. None of the other COs seemed willing to back him up, so Alex forced himself to shrug. I see. Thank you, Lieutenant. Her smile was superior, and Alex was glad he wasn't her boss. He'd have tried to wipe that expression off her face a long time ago, and probably would have made a jerk out of himself doing it. Of course, sir. She squared her shoulders. Are there any other questions? Inevitably, there were. Every gathering of senior officers included 20 or 30 minutes of questions designed to let their askers sound smarter than the average bear. Not a one of their questions seemed tactically relevant, however, and that worried him. God, we're such a peacetime Navy. Alex wanted to scream. The shooting was fun, but now we're tired of it and want to go home. We're not really interested in seeing this through now that it looks like it'll take a lot of work. Perhaps he shouldn't be so critical. He was new at this business. Maybe he was missing something. Still, he expected war to be more focused than this clusterfuck. Alex was a student of warfare. He didn't expect an organized war. The phrase "the fog of war" existed for a reason. But he'd hoped for more direction. He'd always been good at flying by the seat of his pants, but it wasn't a talent that the U.S. Navy had ever institutionalized or encouraged its officers to practice. Something had to give. But what? "Jimmy Carter arriving!" Master Chief Morton was waiting topside when Alex returned to the boat 2 hours later, his stomach rumbling. The walk to the briefing had been nice, but heading back on a Hawaiian afternoon was less pleasant. Alex made a note to self. September in Hawaii wasn't as climate as he thought it should be. After returning the Cobb's salute, Alex shot him a wry smile. "Should I be worried with you for a welcoming party?" "Depends on if you want the bad news or the good news first, Captain," Morton replied, scowling at a pair of sailors who were lollygagging on deck back aft. Alex sighed. "Hit me with the worst stuff first." "Well, sir, you can't say I didn't offer. Orders from ComSub PAC's office came down while you were at the briefing, telling us to send a sonar chief over to Kansas, since they lost theirs to triple bypass surgery. They're getting underway." He glanced to the left, where a pair of tugs were easing a Virginia-class submarine away from the pier. "Right now." "A sonar chief?" Alex swallowed worry. He knew Senior Chief Sally, assuming she remained on Kansas. She was a good chief, smart, reliable, and one of those he remembered fondly. "I trust you told them we only have the one." "Yes, sir. The XO tried to call the local Commodore's chief of staff, but no one would give him the time of day," Morton confirmed. "So now Chief Escalante is getting underway on Kansas." Outstanding. It had to be Kansas, didn't it? "Please tell me that's the bad news." "It is. The good news, and a fuck ton better now, was that I swung a deal with Bluefish's Cobb to acquire their extra STS-1. So we'll have a first-class petty officer as sonar supervisor with the chief gone." Morton shrugged. "He's supposedly a drunk, but I figure that's the least of our worries." "Those sound like famous last words, Master Chief." Morton only grinned. "Leave Petty Officer Wilson to me, Captain. I'll kick him into shape, one way or another." Alex felt one eyebrow go up. "I'll hold you to that one, Cobb." Chapter 18. Second Chances. 22 September 2038. Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. "I'm gonna kill him," Benji said. "He's been here 3 days, and I already want to murder him." "Who did what?" Maggie asked, flipping through the underway checkoff list while standing in the center of Jimmy Carter's control room. The boat was due to get underway again in less than an hour. This was her second underway as navigator, and Maggie still felt nervous, both about her job and about the equipment she owned on the ancient submarine. They'd completed a lot of testing en route from Bangor, but there were still so many things they didn't know about Jimmy Carter, and so many things to break. Like the stupid helm console. What would go next? Benji's face was red. "Wilson. STS-1 Wilson. My new leading sonar tech, turd burglar of the year." Maggie frowned. Benji was usually the level-headed one. It was her job to freak out over small stuff. What'd he do? "He's not here." "What do you mean he's not here? Is he not at his station?" They'd set the maneuvering watch 15 minutes ago, and everyone had an assigned station. Getting a submarine underway was an all-hands evolution, even if you were new. Suddenly suspicious, Maggie glanced around control, but all of her sailors were present. The navigation ETs were checking charts, and the helm was manned too. Her other sailors were topside, ready to serve as line handlers, before they came back inside the boat for their other underway jobs. "I mean, he's not on the boat at all." Benji crossed his arms. Maggie blinked. "Do you know where he is?" "Do you think I'd be sitting here if I did? Cobb's been calling his cell for 2 hours, and he's not answering." "Anyone tell the captain?" she asked. Maggie didn't even want to ask if the XO knew. It was the kind of thing Kirkland would latch onto. The XO was already pacing around the control room like a wild animal, trying to look at everything at once. If he kept this up, the man was going to seriously damage his neck muscles. I have no idea, and I'm not looking forward to— Has anybody told the captain what? A new voice intruded, making both department heads jump. Guiltily, they turned to face their commanding officer, who was leaning against a bulkhead not far away, his hands stuffed in his pockets. Maggie hated the idea of disappointing their captain, and she could tell by the look on Angler's face that he felt the same way. Well, Captain, it seems like I'm missing a sailor from my department. Benji swallowed. STS-1 Wilson. The new sonar tech. The captain chuckled and shook his head. Well, I suppose he did come with a warning label. Maggie clapped a hand over her mouth to choke off a giggle. A missing sailor really wasn't a laughing matter, even if Wilson had a long and colorful history. Maggie burned to know what heinous thing Wilson did to get himself kicked off Bluefish, but unfortunately, no one felt the need to give her that novel. Yes, sir, I guess he did, Benji sighed. Do you want me to write him up for missing ship's movement, Captain? Coleman shook his head. Nah, let's drop Shore Patrol a line to see if they picked him up. A little birdie told me he's got a long-standing relationship with them. I'll do that, sir. Maggie tried not to cringe. Poor Benji looked like he wanted to sink through the deck plates and drown. But she had her own problems, and thankfully, STS-1 Wilson wasn't one of them. Fletcher left Naples within 3 days, 2 nights, of arriving. Lexington and the rest of the strike group stayed in port, but Nancy's ship received an urgent reassignment and tore out of the Mediterranean as soon as supplies and fuel were loaded. Nancy didn't mind being freed from carrier escort duty, though screaming across the sea with only her helicopters for company was a bit nerve-wracking. So far, the Med wasn't an active war zone, but that changed the moment Fletcher exited the Suez Canal and entered the Red Sea. Mindful of the little voice in the back of her head, one that sounded a lot like her husband, Nancy kept submarine threats on the forefront of her mind when she sat down with her senior officers to update their transit plan. Fletcher had steamed into the Red Sea 2 hours earlier. Nancy could be reasonably certain no submarine would throw torpedoes around here, at least because they might hit ships from their own side. So she gathered her top tacticians in the destroyer's wardroom for a brain trust while Fletcher turned and burned south toward the Indian Ocean. Pulsar Power swears the dampers will blank out own ship noises up to 35 knots, Lieutenant Commander David Attar, Fletcher's combat systems officer, said. He was a dark-skinned man whose Indian ancestry was carefully not remarked upon by most of the crew. Attar's family immigrated to the U.S. decades ago, but he was still sensitive about having distant relatives on the other side of a world war. Nancy kept an eye on him, not because she didn't trust him, but because she did, and wanted to make sure he was okay. Supposedly, we can hear whatever's out there, no matter how fast we're going. Lieutenant Viola Hawkins, her operations officer, snorted. Yeah, but we all saw how well that worked out in the Somme. Viola was David's physical opposite, pale and barrel-shaped where he was dark and thin. Yet they were close friends, even though David was measured and cool, while Viola was brash and loud. The tale should counter that, David shrugged. We haven't had it long enough to know for sure, though. And I'm not exactly a fan of trusting pre-war guesses at the rate those houses of cards are falling down, either. Nancy smiled thinly. I'd like options, folks. Short of playing it like a submarine and sprinting and drifting to open up our contact picture, I'm out of ideas how not to T-bone ourselves on a torpedo we never saw coming. Ying Mai grimaced. I'm with you there, Captain. I'd rather not be this war's Indianapolis. You had to go and bring up sharks, Viola shuddered. I think the only other option is to go active, ma'am, David said. Of course, any subs will hear us coming, but if we're racing around at 35 knots, they'll hear us anyway. But will active sonar do us any good? Ying rubbed her face. At speed, we're likely to get garbled results. Why not sprint and drift? Maybe the sub guys are onto something. Viola cocked her head. But don't tell any of them I said that. I'll try to keep it out of my next email to my husband. Nancy tapped her fingers on the wardroom table, thinking. I know it's not a standard surface tactic, because we have eyes and radar's a thing, but since our primary threat is subs, David cocked his head. I think it would work, depending on passive sonar conditions. We could sprint at top speed for 3 hours, drift for 15 minutes to get a good picture, and then sprint for several hours more. Our average speed would still be almost 37 knots. Why drift? Viola asked. Why not steam at 5 knots or so? Nancy shook her head. Screws turning get us heard, but coasting down from 40 knots will keep our speed through the water up and the tail extended without creating own ship's noise. And it gives us a chance at detecting any enemy without them hearing us, Ying grinned. All right, it's time to use submariners' tricks against them. When Benji stubbornly stayed in submarines after the war started, he never expected to be assigned to a boat like Jimmy Carter. His initial reaction to the assignment was the same disappointment Maggie was unable, or maybe unwilling, to conceal. Contrary to what he told his fellow department heads, Benji did make that angry phone call home, but not to his father. No, he called his mother, whose favorite uncle was the Secretary of the Navy. While she didn't quite admit to asking Uncle Gerald to transfer her darling boy someplace safe, she didn't deny it either. Nor would she change her mind. By the time Benjamin Sr. got involved, Benji had been on board Jimmy Carter long enough that he didn't want to leave. Jimmy Carter was old, but he knew they'd make a difference. His political-minded and ambitious father wasn't comfortable with the appearance of keeping his only son out of the line of fire, but Benji was sick of anyone pulling strings. He was assigned to Jimmy Carter. On Jimmy Carter, he'd stay. Besides, even if the XO was an overly enthusiastic administrator, Commander Coleman was a leader. Lord only knew who he'd pissed off to get assigned to Jimmy Carter. Benji knew politics well enough to know the captain was in someone's doghouse, but only 8 days into deployment, Benji couldn't imagine going to war under anyone else. I knew this guy was a problem child when we got him from Bluefish, Captain, but I never imagined he'd get to work so damn quickly, Master Chief Morton said as the three of them climbed into Jimmy Carter's duty van after a long walk down the pier. Technically, the van was only theirs for another hour or so. Then it reverted to the squadron and would go to the next boat that rode through Pearl on their way to somewhere else. But the keys were still in the ignition, and the van was in better shape than the interior of their boat. The sleek white Ford van even smelled new. But then, who kept a 30-plus-year-old car if it wasn't a collector's item? That was a great spin. Benji was going to war in a collector's item. Maybe he could sell it to his dad that way. Benji had to hide his smile. Laughing while chasing down his miscreant sailor was not a good move. Not if he didn't want his captain to hate him. Coleman slouched in the passenger seat. I don't think I can hold this against you, Master Chief. The kid's been on board less than 72 hours. He glanced over his shoulder to where Angler sat in the back. Same goes for you, Weps. Wilson might be your problem now, but I think we can leave most of the blame with Bluefish today. Thanks, Captain. Benji tried to hide that his knees went numb with relief. I still can't believe he tried to finger paint with wine. Expensive wine, too. Like stuff my mother wouldn't turn her nose up at, and that's saying something. At least he paid for the wine. The captain shrugged, making Morton laugh, even if he smashed 5 bottles of it against the wall in the name of making art. Wilson was hardly Jimmy Carter's first Liberty incident in Pearl, but so far Commander Coleman had taken the crew's shenanigans in stride. Benji knew some COs struggled to keep their people in check, but Jimmy Carter's captain was a realist. There was a war on. Pearl was the last friendly port of call most subs hit before going into the war zone. Stressed young sailors needed to drain tension off somehow. As long as they didn't hurt anyone or destroy property without paying for it, Commander Coleman didn't seem inclined to hammer anyone for getting rowdy out in town. Wilson's antics might just change that. For everyone. Benji tried not to groan. Getting to the base brig didn't take long, although finding a parking spot was a challenge. The building was in typical Pearl Harbor beige with a slanted blue roof. Under normal circumstances, Benji would have said it was too pretty to be the brig. But the sign up front made it clear that this was where the Masters-at-Arms hung out, and he got to look at that sign twice more while Master Chief Morton circled, looking for parking. "They're busy today," Coleman said as Master Chief Morton gave up and dropped the two officers off by the front door. "Have you been here before, sir?" Benji had no frame of comparison. For all he knew, the brig looked like this all the time. "Nope." Coleman smiled before his expression darkened. "I'm not real familiar with Navy brigs, though Wilson's not the first sailor I've bailed out." "That sounds like a story." Benji was relieved that Commander Coleman wasn't the type to rip his head off, but Wilson was still his sailor, his problem. His captain coming along for the ride only made things more humiliating. Coleman frowned. "Maybe another time." There was a line. Once Benji and his captain were inside, they had to join the queue behind several chiefs and a handful of masters-at-arms. Off to the right, he could see where shore patrol hung out between patrols. There was a group there on break, paying no attention to the growing line for the brig. Several minutes passed. By the time they reached the front of the line, Master Chief Morton still hadn't returned from his parking search. Benji wanted to laugh. Wasn't that the story of Navy life? There was a war on, and they were still worried about sailors parking outside their assigned spots. Finally, they reached the front desk. Its gray metal top looked like it had seen better days, with several dents that the computer monitor and keyboard were artfully arrayed around. A very bored-looking yeoman, second class, sat behind the monitor, her eyes on the screen and the perpetual blank fuzz of someone who spent too long staring at names. Her name tape read Bright. "Can I help you?" she drawled, not bothering to look up. He glanced Coleman's way, but the captain seemed absorbed in checking an email on his phone. "Lieutenant Engler, Weps on Jimmy Carter," he said. "I'm here for STS-1 Wilson. We're kind of in a hurry, so—" She still looked bored. "First name? Shit." He flushed. Unlike his father, Benji was terrible with names. Although he worked hard to get to know every sailor in his department, Wilson was brand new. "Nathan, goes by Bud," Coleman said, putting his phone away. Bright typed the name into her computer. She made a face, but still didn't look up. "This is the second time STS-1 has been here this week. We sent him back in a courtesy turnover the first time. For second offenses, we require a detailed plan from the Sailor's Command, describing liberty policies, punishment, and—" "Excuse me," Commander Coleman cut in mildly. Bright continued right over his interruption, rolling her eyes. "Our command policies require a memorandum of understanding, signifying that the Sailor's Command is responsible for ensuring the sailor pays for all damages. Additionally, we need a custody agreement signed by your CO, which will undoubtedly take several hours." "Fine," Coleman said when she paused for breath. "Where do I sign?" "Excuse me?" Her head finally came up. "Alex Coleman, Jimmy Carter." The captain flashed a smile that wasn't friendly at all. Bright jerked upright in her chair like someone had slapped her. "How can I help you, sir?" She knows that word after all. What a surprise. Benji suppressed a smile as his captain replied, "Give me whatever you need signed and I'll sign it. Petty Officer Wilson is my responsibility, but I'm not going to stand here detailing my command's policies for your amusement. If your OIC has a problem with that, he's free to call me." "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Bright sounded meek. The officer in charge of the brig was a lieutenant commander, and no way was he going to call the CEO of a submarine to argue. "Now hand me the paperwork, YN2, and fetch my miscreant sailor. You're all that's between my boat and getting underway, and I'm sure you have better things to do than add additional paperwork to my day." "Yes, sir," she repeated, gesturing desperately to one of the masters-at-arms as she handed the electronic papers over. Benji just watched with interest. Coleman's annoyance was obvious as he scrawled his signature in the 6 required places, which probably explained why the masters-at-arms returned so quickly with Wilson in tow. Unfortunately, Wilson looked right at home between them, and he smiled cheerfully at the yeoman behind the desk. "Mornin', Bright Light. Long time no see." His cheeky chirp earned a scowl in return, but Benji didn't feel sorry for Bright. Nicer people than her had to deal with Wilson every day. Then Bright glared meaningfully toward the pair of officers, making Wilson follow her gaze. The misbehaving sonar tech had the grace to look abashed, particularly once he spotted the captain. Then his gaze flickered over to Angler nervously. Damn, the kid looked young. Benji did a check-in interview with Wilson the day he arrived, but now Wilson's age really sank in. He must have been one of the rare enlisted sailors who made each rank on the first try, and some of them twice, given what Benji remembered about his disciplinary record. Wilson had been busted down a rank at least once. Benji figured today would make twice. He'd be a petty officer second class before sunset, particularly given how annoyed the captain seemed. Master Chief Morton arrived just as the captain signed the last piece of paperwork. He and Coleman exchanged an unreadable look, while Wilson shifted anxiously, but neither seemed concerned with how nervous they made the young petty officer. Finally, the cob filled the silence. "You and me are going to be spending some good quality time together, boyo." Morton stepped forward to take Wilson by the arm. "I'll, look forward to that, Master Chief." "Save me the sarcasm, SDS-1, Morton retorted. "You're in so deep that you're going to need a lifeguard to pull you out this time." Under other circumstances, Wilson's panache would impress Benji. Wilson even kept his smile in place. "Good thing I can swim." Damn, the kid had balls. Benji could see why Bluefish traded him away. Morton scowled. "Shut your trap, Wilson, unless you want me to shove my boot so far up your ass that you're tasting leather and using boot black for toothpaste." Wilson chewed his lip, shoulders rolled, but his embarrassment didn't last long. Would it ever? He did keep his mouth shut while Morton led the small group into the bright Hawaii sunshine. It was a hell of an innocent-looking day to go to war. It was also way too nice out to nail Wilson to the wall, but the sonar tech had brought it down upon himself. "Should I go grab the car, Captain?" Benji asked, figuring that Morton had his hands full with Wilson. "No, I think Master Chief can handle that," Coleman replied, checking his phone once more. "The boat's setting the maneuvering watch again, so we've got a few minutes. You have anything you want to say to your miscreant sailor weps?" Benji blinked, but Morton headed out to the car without protest. What should a department head say in a situation like this? This was his first major disciplinary incident. He swallowed. "Nothing that can't wait for captain's mast." Coleman shook his head. "Oh, I'm not taking SDS-1 Wilson to mast." Benji watched Wilson's head snap around in shock. "You want to leave him with the Subron, sir?" Benji asked, trying to think about how they'd convince the squadron to accept a troublesome sailor on such short notice. And how would his department manage with one less sonar watchstander when they were already undermanned? "Nope." Another moment of silence passed. Wilson's eyes grew to the size of monster truck hubcaps. Coleman, however, shoved his hands in his pockets and smiled. "Captain?" Wilson finally squeaked. "I'm a big believer in second chances, SDS-1, Coleman said. "I've been the recipient of a few myself. But I don't put much stock into third chances. You understand what I'm saying?" "Yes, sir." Wilson's eyes gleamed. He knew he'd gotten off easy, and "I'm not dismissing your case, STS-1. Coleman's voice was suddenly hard. "And if you think I won't hammer the ever-loving shit out of you at mast, you need to pull your head out of your fourth point of contact in a big hurry. But I'll give you a chance to unfuck yourself and sit on this until you've been on board for longer than 35 seconds. You've got one hell of an uphill climb ahead of you, though, and you'd better be the best sonar tech in the entire goddamn Navy if you don't want to go shopping for a new profession. I get the sneaking suspicion that you stayed in the Navy with a war on because you might actually give a damn beneath that cool kid troublemaker persona. So here's your chance. Fish or cut bait. Wilson swallowed, fidgeted, stayed quiet. And he still hadn't answered when Morton pulled the car up. "You're on the maneuvering watch, Wilson," Coleman added as he slid into the front seat. "So I hope you're not too hungover. I'd hate to run into another submarine because your head is pounding louder than the ambient noise level outside the boat." Wilson blanched. Chapter 19. First Shot. 22 September 2038. The Pacific Ocean. Outbound Pearl Harbor. Jimmy Carter hooked up with Convoy 3211 shortly after 4 that afternoon. The excitement of being in the open ocean during wartime wore off a few hours after that. As the only sub assigned to a 12-ship convoy, Jimmy Carter spent most of her time racing back and forth to sterilize different areas ahead of the rest of the ships, and checking out every visual contact a civilian could imagine was a periscope. Most of them turned out to be waves, but one was an abandoned, half-sunken, small boat bobbing like a child's toy in the ocean. Alex marked that one as a hazard to navigation on the chart and moved on with life. Like many other convoys Jimmy Carter would escort over the following months, these giant merchants were stuffed with medical supplies, foodstuffs, and military equipment destined for Alliance forces based in Perth, Australia. Most came from the U.S., where industry was ramping up to meet wartime demands, but a few came from the UK. All flew flags of convenience, unlike the previous World War, when the United States had a huge and proud merchant fleet of her own. Now, American-flagged merchant ships were few and far between. Common sense said flying flags of neutral countries should protect those ships. Experience now said it wouldn't. Not when an enemy could positively identify what they carried and where it was going. The aggregate value of the cargo was about $65 million. When you added in the replacement value of the ships, it skyrocketed to over $800 million. And then the total value of the entire convoy jumped up to almost $5.3 billion if the original cost of the escort ships were included. Jimmy Carter accounted for $3 billion of that price tag by herself, but Alex doubted his boat was still worth half that. After all, if the war hadn't cropped up, she'd be in pieces. Even the highest quality razor blades didn't cost that much. At least Alex felt like a real sub-commander out on patrol, rather than a glorified museum keeper. Unfortunately, real submarine CEOs seem to spend a lot of time being bored. The rush to get his boat ready for sea left Alex expecting something exciting. The walls of Jimmy Carter's common areas were full of mementos from places her previous sailors couldn't admit they'd been, keepsakes of missions that never happened. This boat had a history of excellence, and he ached to add to that legacy. The Navy, however, seemed to have other plans. None of them fit in with Alex's desire to make a difference. "Have a moment, Captain?" George stuck his head in Alex's stateroom through the open door on the second day of the convoy escort. "I've always got time for you, XO." Alex hoped George would calm down, but being underway seemed to make him more nervous rather than less. Rumors said the XO had a habit of popping up in control at odd hours, just to watch the team at work, and while Alex admired the dedication, he also wanted George to sleep. The circles under his XO's eyes told him that George was already trying to juggle too much and watch everything. "I sent the requested information to Subron 29. The Chief of Staff requested a copy of our watch team replacement plan, so I sent him that too." George's smile was finally natural. "He told me there's a lot of boats light on crew, so if they do decommission us, everyone will have a spot." "That's a big if, George." Alex's throat went tight with fear. but he forced the words out. The Navy needs every boat we can get. Sure, but we both know how old Jimmy Carter is. Half the operating systems are on versions of Windows no longer supported by anyone, and the other half have been upgraded so they're no longer compatible. It took hours to get the nav table working when it went down yesterday. Alex's eyes narrowed. You sound a touch eager to see this boat become razor blades, XO. I just wonder if it might not be a good idea. Safer. George shrugged. Smarter use of resources. Don't say that to the crew, Alex said. We're building a team here, and if they know you want to rip them apart, the whole thing will go to pieces. Sir, it's not that I want to. I just think Commodore Banks' idea has merit. Don't say that, either. He hated that he had to tell his XO this, but Alex could see the gleam in George's eyes. Decommissioning Jimmy Carter would be an administrative problem. George knew what to do with administrative problems. This war stuff, on the other hand. Alex shook himself. A crew is only as strong as its weakest link. You're the XO. You've got to be one of the strong ones, he said. They have to trust you to lead them. George licked his lips. I know that. Good. Then you won't bring up the decom idea again, and let me know if the Chief of Staff wants more information. Yes, sir. George's frown said he was unhappy, but sometimes captains had to put down ultimatums. 29 September 2038, Washington, D.C. Yet another day dawned in D.C., and politics came with it. The Capitol was the one place that had changed the least, Freddie Hamilton mused, as she sat in front of the senatorial panel for the Angler hearings yet again. Or had it? Only half the politicians were grandstanding for the cameras. The other half seemed either terrified into silence, sometimes a bonus, or determined to actually help. Granted, their idea of help was skewed. There had been a time when she dreamed of standing in front of Congress in her glittering uniform, of representing the naval service and talking them around to the things that the submarine community needed. In her daydreams, the Senate chamber had looked just like this, with the blue carpets and redwood desks and the viewing area above the chamber full of curious people. Reality turned out to be surprisingly close to her fantasies, with the chamber almost full. But that was where the similarities stopped. As a naive young officer, Freddie hadn't understood how things worked in the halls of power. Change didn't happen on the Congress floor. It happened in back rooms, where deals were struck and alliances made. Unfortunately, Freddie Hamilton was not important enough to strike deals with. She was here as either the subject matter expert or the scapegoat for the submarine community's failures. She had yet to figure out which. Admiral, what do you have to say to the fact that USS North Dakota was sunk just 3 days ago? That makes 16 American submarines sunk since the onset of the war. Senator Angler spoke as much for the cameras as he did for her, with his hands folded in front of himself and his handsome face in profile. Freddie wanted to punch him. Senator, every submarine lost is a tragedy, but we are at war. Vice Admiral Winifred Hamilton squared her shoulders and refused to be intimidated by the panel of 16 senators glaring at her. North Dakota was torpedoed defending Americans and American allies on Salt Station. Her crew performed admirably. But her captain did not? Angler's perfectly sculpted eyebrows rose. Freddie bit her tongue. How did he know that? She'd just viewed the VDR footage the night before, alone with her staff. Did she have a leak? There was no time to delve into that now, nor did she have the patience to deal with Angler's political maneuvering. She would not let him use the deaths of good submariners to further his agenda. Unfortunately, Commander Rain performed below expectations. Freddie folded her hands and took a deep, calming breath. We are 6 months into war. I will not deny that the demands of combat have revealed weaknesses in our pre-war training pipelines. My team is working to address those, but we cannot effect change overnight. Commander Rain had an adequate record on North Dakota prior to her sinking. He did well escorting convoys and in strike group operations. Unfortunately, he was not suited to independent command. So you admit that Admiral True's methods of selecting commanding officers was flawed? Another senator asked. Senator, I cannot speak for Admiral True. He is no longer here, and I did not work on his team, Freddie replied. However, if you study history, you will find that this captain problem is not unique. We experienced it in the previous World War, and I suspect our allies and our enemies are in similar situations. Peacetime performance is a poor predictor of wartime competence. The senators murmured amongst themselves. It was clear they hadn't expected Freddie to admit to the problem. But she wasn't done. Freddie squared her shoulders and continued. 2/3 of our sub-losses can be traced back to their commanding officers. Commanders who looked like talented tacticians on paper or in exercises have proven otherwise during combat operations, and the excellent administrators that a peacetime Navy promotes are frequently inflexible warfighters. And when those captains fail, they take an entire submarine and her highly trained crew with them. Of the 16 boats lost, we have only recovered survivors from 5. More murmuring. Finally, Senator Engler, paler now, having done the math and thought about his son on a submarine, asked, What are we doing to combat this, Admiral? My first action upon assuming duties as Sub-4 was to empower submarine squadron commanders to relieve any commanding officer who they feel is unequal to the task. This is a no-fault relief. Those officers can continue to serve in another capacity. Secondly, we have already enhanced training at the submarine school for prospective commanding officers, executive officers, and department heads, adding more combat drills and stressful situations. Freddie smiled sadly. But the reality is that we're only 6 months into the war. We haven't yet cracked the code on what works. We only know what doesn't. We're still operating on assumptions. Assumptions get people killed, Admiral. Yes, sir, they do. But finding good captains is not an exact science. There are too many intangibles. We never know if they'll handle the pressure until they're in the seat. We can provide them with excellent training, lessons learned, and the most skilled crews in the world. But in the end, it still comes down to the captain. Engler's eyes narrowed. That sounds like an excuse. No, sir. It is a fact. We are not the Navy we thought we were pre-war. Freddie met Engler's angry eyes. We will fix that. However, it will take time. Admirals don't always admit when the Navy is failing. Engler sat back and crossed his arms. I appreciate the honesty, but I would like to see your plans to fix the problems. You will have them as soon as they are drafted. Engler exchanged glances with 2 other senators as Freddie fought back the urge to slump in exhaustion. She felt char-broiled, but this was part of her job. The job she'd held for all of 29 days. Sometimes she understood why Vice Admiral True felt so defeated. 12 ships steamed quietly toward Australia at 22 knots. Wartime hadn't changed fuel consumption curves, and with much of the world's oil allied with the Freedom Union, not running engines at full speed was even more important than ever. 22 knots was the most efficient speed for the majority of the convoy ships, so at 22 knots they stayed. For merchant ships, changing speed meant a watch change and major engine changes, not pushing a button like it did for a warship. When the convoy commander, the captain of USS Spruance, expressed a desire to speed up, the senior merchant captain on board MV Tropical Express told him to pound sand, and that was that. Tropical Express was owned by Hopkins Lloyd, a German shipping company, and thereby neutral. Tropical Express moved cargo for both sides, and her master was not going to waste gas because some brash young Navy CO said so, particularly without a threat out and about. Burning extra fuel meant money, and even with a war on, shipping companies watched the bottom line, particularly with submarines out to sink even neutral ships. Hopkins Lloyd had good insurance, but there was no reason to be stupid, Tropical Express's master said. Spruance's captain grumbled and pretended it was his idea. Midway between Hawaii and Australia, STS-1 Wilson proved that he sure could talk like a real sonar tech. His voice echoed out of the speaker in control, crisp and confident. "Con, sonar, got a group of high-speed surface contacts on the tail and the port side lateral array. Best guess on range is 50-something thousand yards. Inbound at, I think, 30-plus knots. Recommend coming left to resolve bearing ambiguity." "What's the system answer?" the OOD asked. That made Alex glance up, the navigation plan he and Maggie were reviewing forgotten. But he stayed silent, watching his team. Lieutenant Junior Grade Alvaro had the deck. She stood in the center of control, relaxed and confident, surrounded by a good team who knew their business. Elena Alvaro was the best of his division officers and never needed micromanaging, a point he was still trying to drive into George Kirkland's thick skull. "Con, sonar, it's got no idea, ma'am." Wilson's drawl turned casual. "This new software's not so great at marrying up a strong signal with a faint one, and the lateral array is a hell of a lot older than the tail. But it sounds like several multi-screwed ships to me, and Doppler says they're inbound. I'm betting warships." Alvaro glanced at Alex. "Are you good with the course change, Captain? We're still ahead of the convoy. It won't take us off station." Alex's eyes flicked to the plot. "Do it." Wilson could be wrong. A group of ships together weren't necessarily warships. Before the war, merchant ships didn't travel in company, but maybe commerce raiding was changing things. Sonar could have detected a group of oilers, but they didn't pay Alex to take chances. Besides, merchant ships were usually single-screwed. It was cheaper. Warship designers liked multiple screws for maximum maneuverability. Alex wasn't worried yet. They had time. The surface search radars of the surface escorts couldn't see the incoming contacts yet. Even in excellent weather, the average surface search radar didn't detect contacts at much past 25 miles, and Jimmy Carter was almost 7 miles ahead of Convoy 3211. Wilson's targets were out of their range. Jimmy Carter turned smartly, coming to the new course, and Alex finished his chart check as they waited for the towed sonar array, or tail, to settle out and regain contact. "Con, sonar, it looks like we might have something here." Ensign Vincentelli, the sonar division officer, made the report this time. "Looks hell," Wilson interjected before the OOD could reply. "It's 2 or 3 warships, with Prairie and Masker energized, but going too fast for it to disguise their screw noise. Blade count is military. Bearing is 078, range firming up around 52,000 yards. We're getting some narrowband sound, too. I can't tell what it is, but the computer is chewing on it." Wilson sure sounded like he knew what he was talking about, but could Alex trust him? He talked like a rock star, like the best of sonar techs whose ears and brain could beat the computer to the right answers. The other option was Vincentelli's caution, and Vincentelli was so new he squeaked. The kid graduated from sub-school less than a month before Jimmy Carter left Bangor. But they were at war. The cautious option wasn't always safe. Besides, the hairs on the back of Alex's neck were standing up. "Let's go to battle stations," he told Alvaro, pleased with how normal his voice sounded. Just giving the order was enough to make his heart race. Alvaro's eyes went wide. She bounced on her toes. "Yes, sir. Chief of the Watch, battle stations. Chief of the Watch, aye." Jimmy Carter's crew was full of junior sailors filling positions normally belonging to senior people. This Chief of the Watch was a fire control technician first class who qualified for the watch on the transit to Pearl. Still, FT-1 Iceni didn't betray his inexperience until the last sentence. "Man battle station's torpedo!" The general alarm donged. "Man battle station's torpedo, and this is no drill." Alex cringed but said nothing. He had better things to do than chase Iceni's breach of procedure. His heart pounded in his ears. Alex focused on controlling his breathing. Here they were, finally in combat, finally about to make a difference. And it was all on him. "Was that really necessary, Petty Officer Iceni?" George stalked toward the chief of the watch, who still had the 1MC microphone in his hand and froze like a deer caught in the headlights. The young sailor flushed as red as his hair. "I just wanted everyone to know. I'm certain that the crew is aware that we are both at war and escorting a convoy under combat conditions." George folded his hands behind his back, warming up for one of his favorite lectures. Had we been in a training environment, there would have been a reason to clarify the situation, but since we clearly were not, there was no reason to pass extraneous words over the 1MC, correct? Yes, sir," Iceni swallowed. The XO's frown deepened. "In fact, I think a thorough review of standard procedures for all chiefs of the watch is due. I've noticed several gaffes since we got underway." Not this again. Alex cleared his throat, hoping to get George's attention without cutting his legs out from under him, but Kirkland continued. "You'd be an excellent choice to hold that training, FT1. I want to see the outline of your presentation by— Excuse me, XO, but I need to take the watch from FT1 Iceni." Alex had been about to interrupt, but someone else beat him to it. Chief Pamela Hill, the chief of the watch assigned to the battle station's watch bill, moved to stand diffidently by the XO's side, her expression blasé. "You—" George started, glancing around the space and finally realizing that every watchstander aside from Iceni had completed their turnover and manned their own battle stations. Iceni kept fidgeting and sending wide-eyed, "help me" looks at Chief Hill. The chief, however, kept her eyes on the XO. George finally nodded. "Of course." "Well done, Chief." Alex watched for a moment to make sure that George headed toward his own station with the fire control party, and then turned to Maggie, who was now the officer of the deck. "You send off the initial contact report?" he asked, wishing his XO required as little supervision as the navigator. "Yes, sir," she smiled. The watch on Spruant seemed pretty excited. Alex tried not to frown. The Navy was still reeling from one hell of a bloody nose, or maybe a series of them. Everyone wanted to get some of their own back. Alex wasn't immune to the feeling. He'd lost numerous acquaintances and a few friends to the war already, and his wife was out there being shot at too. But being too eager would get people killed. Still, striking back at the enemy would be nice. The Freedom Union had free reign of the Pacific and Indian Oceans for too long already. "Damn straight they are," someone muttered from the weapons corner. George frowned, his brow creasing as he crossed his arms. Alex ignored the comment. Instead, he moved over to the speaker box that communicated with Jimmy Carter's other major watch stations, thumbing the key. "Sonar, con, what have you got?" "Firming up now, Captain," Wilson replied. "Computer's 90% solution says we're looking at 3 French warships, one definite Talisman-class DDG from a narrowband match on tonals, a probable Frem-type ASW frigate, and a possible Lafayette-class frigate." The sonar tech paused before adding, "I think the computer is right on the first 2 and dead wrong on the third. I've got a tick on the 45 Hz line, and the Lafayettes don't have equipment operating on that freak." Click. Abruptly, Wilson stopped speaking, but Alex could still hear voices murmuring from the sonar room. Cocking his head, he wandered aft to stick his head through the partially open door. Ensign Vincentelli stood towering over where Wilson still hunched over a sonar console. "This isn't time for one of your damn games, Wilson," Vincentelli snarled. "I know you like to screw with the younger sonar techs, but digging around with real-world contact reports under combat conditions just so you can pretend you're smarter than the computer is— Sir, I'm not stupid." Wilson leaned back and cut him off. "But this software upgrade ain't all that in a bag of chips either. It's designed for the Ceros and doesn't work so well with our hardware. I'm not wrong, sir. The Talisman destroyers have an air compressor that operates at 45 hertz. See that on the first contact? His finger jammed into the top screen. I think tracks 7034 and 7036 are both talismans. Even if I'm wrong, it's better to overestimate them anyway. But why would the computer be wrong? Vincentelli's shoulders slumped, and Alex repressed a smile. Junior officers were taught to trust their systems. Eventually, they gained the experience to know when not to. Probably because the guys who wrote the software were in a hurry and were the only Seawolf left in service. It worked great on Bluefish most of the time. It's better than what it replaced, sir, but it's still kind of a mess sometimes. You sound pretty confident, Wilson. Alex spoke up before anyone in sonar noticed him. Every sailor in the space jumped, but none so high as Vincentelli and Wilson. The chronic drunk hit his knees on the bottom of the console and swore, "Yes, sir." Alex considered the situation for about 2 seconds. Right or wrong, Wilson had a point. Erring on the side of caution was safer than the alternative. Talisman-class destroyers were more capable than the Lafayettes, and not only because the frigates were built in the early 2000s. The new destroyer class carried more missiles, more depth charges, and was a better sub-hunter. Besides, sonar was still considered something of a black art, even in a navy that should know better. It sounds like a plan, he said. Put the IDs in the system and punch the contacts out over link to the escorts. You bet, Captain. Alex headed back into control as Wilson went to work. A sub sharing real-time contacts with a surface ship was still kind of an alien concept, not to mention the number of tracks they received in return. Advances in undersea technology over the last decade allowed for increased communications to and from submarines, but Alex was one of the few COs who carefully monitored outward emissions. Stealth was still the name of the game. Anything one warship put into the water, another warship could detect. But today, passing contact information to the escort ships was more important than escaping the slight chance of detection. Battle station set, Captain, Chief Hill reported as he re-entered the control room. Alex blinked. That took a while. I can pull that string later, he made himself shrug. But I suppose we're in no hurry. Very well. What took so long? George asked. Jesus Christ, George, can you not take a hint? Alex held up a hand. Not now, XO. He hated to contradict his second-in-command in front of the crew, but heading into combat wasn't the time to needle-dick things. Captain, I think... Alex shook his head. We can deal with it later. Yes, sir. George frowned, but shut up. Man, having an XO who dealt with all problems right the hell away should be awesome. But George was on his last nerve. George's brain focused on events chronologically instead of prioritizing by importance, and it made Alex want to bash his head into a wall. But now wasn't the time. He'd talk to George later, not in the middle of the first shooting incident of Jimmy Carter's long career. Why don't you head on over and see how the fire control party is doing? He suggested. Right. Fists clenched, George stalked over to join Angler's team. No one in the space met his eyes. Jimmy Carter's watch team did an admirable job of pretending they couldn't hear the tense exchange between their captain and XO, but control wasn't a big enough shoebox for anyone to miss it. Moments ticked by, and then Jimmy Carter finally received orders to close with the enemy. Electricity crackled in the air as soon as the radio watch passed the order along. Most of the crew, like Alex, had never seen combat. Wilson was probably the only person who'd ever been on a war patrol, and Bluefish's record wasn't exactly worth writing songs about. Even Wilson didn't wear the coveted submarine war patrol pin on the left side of his chest. Alex's heart raced, but he shoved his excitement down. Time to act like you're a real Navy CO, he told himself. Admiral Hamilton might have sent him here because he disobeyed orders, and no amount of later good could erase that incident on Kansas. But he was all Jimmy Carter had. Squaring his shoulders, Alex reached for the 1MC. God, he hated public speaking. No matter how many times he rehearsed the words in his head, he felt stupid. But at least he didn't mumble. He conquered that problem back in college. Smiley, this is the captain. He paused, wondering if that was a foolish opening. Of course it's the captain, you moron. They all know your voice. But at least Jimmy Carter had a cool nickname. With an effort, Alex slapped the doubts aside. We've detected 3 surface contacts on sonar that appear to be French warships heading toward the convoy, so we're closing to investigate. Another deep breath. Should he try to say something motivational? He already forgot almost everything he rehearsed in his head. Anything can happen from here on out, so keep your eyes and ears open. We've trained for this, and I know you'll do fine. Now hang up the mic before you sound like more of an ass clown than you already have. Alex replaced the handset, almost missing its holder in his haste. A nervous laugh bubbled up, and he swallowed it with an effort. Combat didn't frighten him, not after being shot at on Armistice Station, which was 1,000% worse than this. But talking to his own crew tied his stomach into knots. What kind of screwed-up idiot was he? Maybe Admiral Hamilton was right. Maybe he didn't belong here. Or maybe she wasn't. Screw her. Okay, Maggie. Alex straightened, stuffing his hands into his pockets. Let's catch these guys with a purpose. Give me an approach offset by 30 degrees and at, let's say, 28 knots. The book mandated a slower and more cautious approach, and George frowned. Captain, the probability of detection at 28 knots is negligible when they're moving at that speed. Alex cut him off, his nerves forgotten now that he had a problem to solve. We'll slow before we turn toward the enemy. The enemy. Just saying those words sent a chill racing down his spine. And I thought convoy duty would be boring. Yes, sir. George pursed his lips, then slinked off to stand by the sonar room door, looking no one in the eye. Maggie ordered Jimmy Carter onto the new course, turning the sub's bow past the enemy's line of approach and bringing the starboard side sonar arrays into contact. Technically, approaching faster than his boat's rated silent speed was a risk, but Alex knew the French warship's own speed would mask Jimmy Carter's noise. He'd slow before firing. The gamble was worth it. The range spiraled downward quickly. Alex kept his eyes on the plot, waiting for the distance between his submarine and the French warships to drop to less than 15 nautical miles. It didn't take long. Time to dance. Firing point procedures, tubes 1 and 2, track 7034. Alex forced himself to take a deep breath. Get it right, or don't do it at all. Tubes 3 and 4, track 7035. Tubes 5 and 6, track 7036. He wished Benji didn't sound so surprised when he acknowledged the orders, but at least his voice was level. Firing point procedures. Tubes 1 and 2, track 7034. Tubes 3 and 4, track 7035. Tubes 5 and 6, track 7036. WEPS I. In training, Alex always felt that the wait for the fire control team to work out a firing solution was interminable. But now his mind found 1,001 other things to focus on. He was halfway through a mental progression of what-ifs, considering how Jimmy Carter should react to possible enemy actions, when Alex realized several minutes ticked by without the expected report from the fire control party. Had he missed it? If so, George should have called him out. But no, Engler and his team remained bent over their consoles, whispering furiously. "What you got, Weps?" he asked. It was George who answered. "We're refining the solutions, Captain." Damn, that was slower than usual. Much slower than their drills. Another thing to check on later. Alex chewed his lip. At least George wasn't admonishing Engler's team over something pointless, and they were still pretty far out from the enemy. Alex wasn't ready to shoot yet. He just had to be patient. Very well. Another minute ticked by. They were in range. Alex glanced at Maggie. "Come left to your intercept course and slow to 10 knots. "Aye, sir." Jimmy Carter slowed noticeably, the slight tremor in her deck vanishing as she settled onto her new course and into textbook-perfect position to shoot. Again, Alex glanced toward the fire control party. "Weps?" A long moment of silence passed. "Solution ready." Was he missing something? Alex turned in time to see Benji shoot a mutinous glare at the XO. "Ship ready." George's frown almost folded his face in half. Would he speak up if something was wrong? Undoubtedly. Alex burned to know what the hell drama was going on over there, but asking would only distract his team. "Very well," Alex said. "Make tubes 1 through 6 ready in all respects, including opening the outer doors." He didn't plan to fire all 6 torpedoes simultaneously, but the computer would continuously update the firing solutions once they were locked into the system. Angler acknowledged the order, and a moment later reported, "Tubes 1 through 6 ready in all respects. Outer doors are open. Firing key is red." "Very well," Alex said. Hot damn, it was time. Crossing the space, he reached for the firing key. It was a small plastic thing that looked like it was made by Fisher-Price, but it was the most important thing on the boat. And one of these puppies almost cost me my career back on Kansas. Firing keys were only placed in the firing system when you were ready to fire, or when the U.S. Navy was at war. The key was the final safety between the push of a button and armed torpedoes racing away from the submarine. Some COs kept the key in their possession and only inserted it when needed. But not Alex. Too much caution could get his sub killed as quickly as being too reckless, and he trusted his watchstanders. A flick of his wrist turned the key, indicator lights shifting from red to green. "Key is green." Jimmy Carter was ready to fire. The speaker to his right crackled. "Con radio, we've got a no-fire order coming in from Spruance." "Say again?" Alex gaped. "Sir, we verified it twice," the radio watch replied. "Spruance says that the surface ships are going to do a long-range harpoon engagement. They want us to stay in stealth." "Son of a bitch," he whispered. Spruance was the senior ship, and her CO had every right to make that call. It wasn't even a bad order, but it should have been given long before Jimmy Carter worked her way in dangerously close to the enemy and was a hair's breadth away from opening fire. Tightness gripped Alex's chest like a vice. If Jimmy Carter didn't get a chance, how was he supposed to prove to people like Commodore Banks that his boat could contribute to the war? Had Spruance's captain decided to do a surface engagement because he thought Jimmy Carter was too old to do the job? Alex shook himself and stepped on his disappointment. They'd barely entered the war zone. There would be other chances. He cleared his throat. "Con, aye." It was early in the war, Alex told himself. He said the same to his crew later. Jimmy Carter would have plenty of chances to prove herself, he promised as the sonar techs listened to French warships exploding. They had time. Didn't they? Chapter 20. Sprint and Drift. 5 October 2038. Pacific Ocean. The approaches to Christmas Island, Australia. The officer of the deck's voice crackled in Nancy's ear over the internal net. "All stop, secure all main engines." Nancy sat back in her command chair in CIC as the whine of Fletcher's 4 gas turbine engines spun down to silence. The stillness felt strange, even after sprinting and drifting their way through the Red Sea and halfway across the Indian Ocean. Speed and agility were life for a destroyer, particularly a lone destroyer without air cover or a submarine to protect her. Nancy closed her eyes, wishing she could banish the burning fatigue. Fletcher had drifted for 15 minutes every 3 hours, and she or Ying were stationed in the Combat Information Center every time. This was their best chance to hear an enemy submarine, not to mention their only chance to avoid getting their own asses shot off. But Nancy was so tired. She'd sprinted her ship all the way toward Diego Garcia, only to bypass the base, with barely a resupply via helicopter to say hello, to support a force gathering near Prince Edward Island. Whatever brilliant planner assigned them that darling mission seemed to forget that Prince Edward Island was off the southwest tip of Africa. Like, way down there. Closer to Antarctica than anyone with a brain fought a battle. But they broke out the cold weather gear, inventoried to find the 15 critical things Fletcher wasn't outfitted with when she was assigned a climate Mediterranean deployment, and made the best of things. Showing the flag would convince South Africa not to join the Freedom Union, the strategists said. Sure. 100 miles out from Prince Edward Island, skipping distance for a destroyer traveling at 37 knots, South Africa signed on with the enemy, and Nancy's ship spun around for a new destination, Christmas Island. But Christmas Island was thousands of miles north of Prince Edward Island, diagonally across the entire Indian Ocean. So off to the races Fletcher went, turning and burning through an ocean full of enemy submarines. Hopefully, they'd get to stay at their new destination for a few days. Nancy needed fuel, and her crew needed rest. At least this island belonged to Australia. They could be reasonably sure Australia wouldn't change sides, not after the blood America and Australia had already shed together. The only good thing about the entire ridiculous transit was that her crew got to cross the line on the way down. Crossing the equator, not the norm for a ship based on the East Coast, was one of the Navy's biggest rites of passage. Fletcher had been set to cross after transiting the Strait of Malacca the previous April, but that innocent passage turned into a shooting incident, and that turned into war. Needless to say, Nancy's crew didn't get to become shellbacks that day. Now, a year and a half later, when they finally crossed the line, Nancy's sailors went all out with the shenanigans and the ceremony. Already a trusty shellback herself, Nancy was happy to sit back, laugh, and plot with the senior sailors on board to make the slimy wogs pay the price for crossing the line. It was a rare moment of levity in a war that left them all wondering when the next disaster would strike, and she could feel the pep in her crew's step afterward. It helped combat the fatigue a little too, even if the adrenaline shot only lasted for a few days. A week and a half after the fun ended, they finally entered the approaches to Christmas Island. Nancy shivered and hunkered down in her chair, trying not to let her mind drift. Navy tradition said CIC had to be cold, dark, and quiet, but damn, she missed the warmer wind on the bridge. The weather was nice again, now that they were back above the Tropic of Capricorn. TAO sonar, new contact bearing 015. Nancy bolted upright in her seat, eyes flying open. TAOI, Lieutenant Viola Hawkins said from her right. Submerged or surfaced? Submerged, running quiet. Estimated range 21,000 yards. Good bottom bounce contact, Chief Randstad replied from the sonar room further aft. I've got him on the dome and the tail. Pushing to Aegis. Now track 7098. 7098I? Viola turned to her, speaking quietly. You see this, Captain? You bet I do. Tiredness forgotten, Nancy watched the track appear on the big screen Aegis display. It was the upside-down V that represented a hostile submerged contact, a symbol she hadn't seen since those disastrous first moments in the Strait of Malacca. The track blinked once and then turned red. TAO sonar. Tonals match an Akula 3 class submarine, likely Indian. Nancy stepped on her own microphone's foot pedal. Sonar Captain, what's his course and speed? 175, speed 15. He's coming right for us, fat, dumb, and happy. Captain I. Nancy took a deep breath. She studied the contact again, thinking about what Alex told her. Conventional wisdom told her to close the range and prosecute, to launch her helicopter and hound this sub. What if she didn't need to? You want to start the engines and close the range, Captain? Viola asked. Nope. Nancy shook her head. I want to sit here and let this bastard come right into our laps. Winds are bad for launching a helo. But Azrock doesn't care about wind, Nancy grinned. Let's firm up the contact and then drop a rocket-launched torpedo right on his head. Viola laughed. I am so here for that, ma'am. Yeah, it'd be nice to sink the right submarine for once. Nancy didn't like how quiet her voice got on that. She was glad Fletcher hadn't taken the shot that started the war, even if they'd been right behind Bella Wood when the battle started. Captain Rosario rarely talked about how that made her feel, but Nancy could guess. Damn straight. Nancy keyed her microphone again. Officer of the deck, Captain. Sound General Quarters. Officer of the deck, aye. Nancy eyed the plot, wondering if that Akula had sunk any merchant ships today. Or yesterday. There were a few off to port, just out of Fletcher's visual range. Could the Akula think Fletcher was one of them? You think he's looking at AIS readouts? Nancy asked as the general alarm donged through her destroyer's hull. Viola blinked. You think that's why he's headed for us? I mean, I know we're reporting a name that isn't ours and not much else, but that's what everyone around here is doing. We're the only one not traveling in company. I hadn't noticed that. Viola popped a piece of gum in her mouth. Nancy tried not to grimace. Alex loved the stuff, as well as candy, and anything else that he could chew while he was thinking, and it drove her crazy. All that sugar was terrible for him, even if he had the metabolism of a dolphin. Makes us look like an easy target, Nancy said. Except now he can't track us. He can probably dead reckon our course, though he won't know where on it we are without going active. I'm not planning on giving him the time to make a bunch of guesses, Nancy replied. Sonar, Captain, you have a solid track? Yes, ma'am. TAO, Captain. Kill track 7098 with Azrock. Nancy reached down with her left hand, turning the small plastic key in the console between herself and Viola. FIS is green. TAO I, break. Subsurface TAO, kill track 7098 with Azrock. Subsurface I, killing track 7098 with Azrock. Nancy's eyes flicked to the smaller screen above the large plot displays. It showed Fletcher's aft vertical launch system, or VLS, banks. All 9 of the anti-submarine surface-launched rockets her destroyer carried were in the aft cells, awaiting commands from the Aegis weapon system to launch. This command was accomplished in 2 key strikes from the subsurface warfare coordinator. Those transmitted the command to the aft VLS bank, where a hatch flipped open and the rocket boosters in the Azrock missile ignited. Moments later, the missile screamed into the sky, arcing brilliantly against the clouds. The missile wouldn't kill a submerged submarine, of course. At its core, an Azrock was just a torpedo strapped onto a missile to give it longer range, and a much shorter flight time. The best torpedo in the American arsenal would take almost 7 minutes to cross the 20,000 yards between Fletcher and the Akula. An Azrock took 53 seconds, and the sub never heard it coming until it hit the water. The torpedo dropped into the ocean less than 100 yards in front of the Indian Akula, its screws already turning. With little time to react, the enemy captain did well, turning away from the threat and putting on speed, but all that did was let the torpedo hit her submarine broadside. There were no survivors. Razorback pulled into Perth, Australia, an hour before midnight local time. John wasn't sure what they were trying to hide by having subs enter the harbor in the dark. The base was so well lit that it might as well have been daylight, with lights lining every pier and flooding them with fluorescent light. Further into the base, he spotted a few active missile defense batteries, and those were also well lighted, almost as if the Alliance was asking someone to drop a bomb on them. John shook his head. Any satellite worth the millions it cost to put in space had night vision anyway. Maybe it wasn't worth trying to disguise anything. But then why bring submarines in at night? Thankfully, John was just a mere captain, and a submarine commander again. So it wasn't his problem. Getting his boat tied up was his concern, but Patricia Abercrombie was so damned good at her job that John could just sit back and watch from the sail as she settled Razorback in. Why hadn't they just given her the boat when Commander Harney lost it? Sure, she was about as junior for the job as John was too senior, but she was clearly capable. It was another one of the Navy's great mysteries, wrapped up in a war that was still so disorganized that John hadn't known what port he was returning to until halfway through the patrol. He hadn't been to Perth, Australia before. John was an East Coaster and spent his career in Groton, which usually meant he got deployed to the Persian Gulf. That didn't leave room for port visits in exciting places like Australia. Instead, they got the Dubai, Bahrain, Rota route on most deployments, usually skipping Dubai because it was too much fun. John was excited to experience Perth, even with a war on. John squinted. There was a thin figure waiting for them on the pier, complete with nervous-looking aid. A surreptitious look through the binoculars pinpointed the stars on his visitor's shoulders, which could only mean one thing. John Dalton and Razorback were important enough to make the Commodore wait. Nice. Razorback's third war patrol under John had the distinction of going better than her second, which had produced a big, fat goose egg in terms of results. But this time, intel proved good, sending John and his boat after a pair of Indian diesel subs busy hunting merchant ships en route to Australia. Sinking those was the easy part. The French frigate they caught between them was a little harder, but a patrol with 3 kills wasn't too bad. John hurried down to meet his new boss as soon as the brow was across. "Captain Dalton, I'm Commodore Banks." The man who greeted him with an outstretched hand was tall, with thinning brown hair and a rather pointed nose. He held himself ramrod straight, like he was terminally afraid of slouching, and his expression told John that he was a very important person. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." John saluted and put on his best kiss-ass smile. He'd learned to do that as a teenager. Any admiral's kid knew how to blow sunshine up someone's ass. "I wanted to be the first to welcome you to Perth. Razorback will be a welcome addition to Subron 29. Banks's smile seemed genuine enough, and his handshake was firm. Maybe John's snapshot assessment of him was wrong. Probably not. John knew the type. This one had an ego that ballooned when all Commodores, previously mere 06 captains called Commodores by courtesy because they commanded a submarine squadron, got an automatic promotion and swapped the eagles on their collars for stars. Jalen Banks was the sort to check for John's Academy-class ring, too. Not very subtle. "Thank you, Commodore." John kept his smile in place and pretended he didn't want to crawl into bed. He was a creature of habit, and his sleep schedule would be sacred if he'd picked a more convenient line of work. Stupid war getting in the way of my dream time. "I read your patrol report. Thank you for sending it in on your way into port," Banks said. John made a mental note to thank Patricia for helping with the thing. Patrol reports were old-fashioned, but they beat answering 45 emails about how things went. "Congratulations on your 3 kills. I'm impressed." "I wish I was, sir. I'm not happy that we missed the 2 Yazans." Banks cocked his head as a trio of Razorback sailors connected shore water to the submarine's topside hookup. "You don't think it was the same boat twice? That'd be even worse. But their sonar signatures didn't line up, even if both outfoxed my torps in pretty much the same way." John scratched the back of his neck. "I would like to take a moment to highlight the point I made in my report. We need a change in tactics or weaponry if we're going to stand against enemy submarines that are faster than our torpedoes. Even with me sneaking in close, both Yazans were able to outrun my torps. Standard procedure says to fire from at least 15,000 yards. Banks pursed his lips. "I saw that you breached that and closed to 10. "Sir, I didn't see another way to catch that second one, and it still didn't work." John wished he'd been ballsy enough to close to less than 5 nautical miles of the second Russian submarine, but he'd pulled the trigger too early. For a submarine that couldn't see the enemy, 5 nautical miles felt close, but it really wasn't, was it? It was 100 football fields. About 76 Sero-class boats stacked up end to end. Peacetime rules said getting too close to a potential enemy would be suicide, but getting his ass shot off by one would kill him just as quickly, wouldn't it? John grimaced. I'll pass your report along. Banks's eyes narrowed. However, until procedures are changed, I would appreciate you following them. Sir, today the Navy gave me a snowflake and ordered me to build a snowman. I can't kill enemy submarines if my torpedoes can't get there, and sooner or later, the Russians or French are going to figure that out and hammer us from outside our effective range. There's no evidence of that. Sir, I fear there won't be evidence because it's all on the ocean floor, John replied. He remembered the name of every lost submarine. 11 since last April. Many of them commanded by friends. Banks's frown was pointed enough to pop balloons. That's quite enough, Captain. Your point is made. Any news on the rumors of those supercavitating Russian torpedoes? John asked instead of arguing. He knew having a silver star on his medal rack meant he had a lot more latitude than his fellows, but if he kept at this, he'd sink himself. Banks clearly didn't like his tactics, and calling him a conservative fool wouldn't help matters. Intel says they're still in prototype and failing. Banks's scowl now promised retribution. Digging a hole would only lose him credibility, and Banks had promised to push his report upward. Annoying the man about the Russians' mythical 300-knot torpedo was probably not a good way to make friends. John would just have to hope that someone with more stars on their collar would listen. Preferably before America's slow torpedoes got more of his friends killed. Chapter 21. Blood in the Water. 13 October 2038. Approaching Perth, Australia. Jimmy Carter was free of her first convoy escort, and 5 miles out from the inbound lane to Perth, when yet another argument started in the sonar room. Alex wasn't there to hear it, but it got filled in later by a shamefaced Benji angler who couldn't figure out whose side to take. On one hand, Wilson was involved. That generally meant trouble because even when Wilson wasn't drinking, he was ragging on his shipmates or pulling practical jokes on the chiefs. On the other side was his division officer, Ensign Vincentelli, who generally meant well, but didn't know as much as he thought he knew. Fortunately, Maggie was on watch and control, and she was having none of Vincentelli's crap, particularly when everything sonar detected was recorded and could be replayed. After listening to the replay, Maggie sent the boat to battle stations. Fortunately, Alex beat George to control. The XO was still on a rampage about completing every checklist in the exact proper order and would have had Maggie's head for not calling the captain first. But Alex didn't care. It was wartime, and he'd discovered that he was 100% fantastic with having department heads who weren't afraid to make the right call. Maggie was the best of them. "What's up, Nav?" Alex asked, strolling into control with the last of his grilled cheese sandwich in his hand. He hadn't bothered to bring the plate, but if he left his sandwich, who knew when he'd next eat? A quick glance around the space told Alex he wasn't the only one who'd brought lunch to go. Hell, Master Chief Morton brought the whole damned tray out of the chief's mess, and was still eating mashed potatoes with a spoon while he accepted turnover of his new duties. Some captains would have reamed him out. They also would have yelled at Chief Stevens for the bunch of grapes lying on his console, or wigged out over the industrial-sized box of cheesy poofs in the electronic warfare corner. Alex just took another bite of a sandwich. Sonar detected an explosion and potential secondary explosions at medium range, sir. Bearing 121 at approximately 37 nautical miles. Maggie stood in the center of control with a scowling Ensign Vincentelli at her side, and she smiled. There was a little ambiguity about the existence of the explosion, but I had sonar play the tapes back, and we caught it on both the bow and port side arrays. It's faint, but it's there. Who's supposed to be in that area? No patrol boxes assigned there, sir, but the explosion appears to be on a straight line with the northern lane into Perth. Pinpoints of concern prickled up Alex's spine. He straightened. Anyone reporting in Link out that way? Not every boat stayed in Link. Even Alex didn't like doing it all the time. but he thought it was smart to stay up in link when coming into the inbound lanes to Perth. Those lanes changed every week and were specifically in place so that surface ships didn't sink friendly subs who they thought were enemies sneaking toward Perth. Coming up in link was another layer of insurance. "No subs up in link 18 within 50 nautical miles, sir." Chief Stevens shook his head and popped another grape in his mouth. Alex frowned. "Can you pull up a history?" He glanced at Maggie. "How long ago was the explosion?" "About 10.5 minutes, sir," Vincentelli replied before Maggie could open her mouth. "There's your timeline, Chief." "Looking back, 10 to 20 minutes, aye, sir." Stevens' fingers flew over the console. "You're thinking someone got sunk?" Maggie whispered. "I'm not thinking anything yet." Alex chewed his lip. "Just checking." It could be an enemy boat, but if so, who sank them? Someone should be there, surface or subsurface, reporting the position of a sunken enemy. Alex frowned. The only way for a mystery explosion to exist was for someone else to sink a friendly sub or surface ship, and then for their victim not to get a message off. None of the possible answers were good answers. In fact, Alex couldn't think of a single possibility that didn't represent a threat to Perth or ships inbound and outbound from the base. "Sir, we'll get off schedule if we turn to investigate." George appeared to his right as the rest of the crew settled into their battle stations, his face marred by pillow creases. Alex didn't comment. Lunch was a great time to nap. "Slowing's a great idea, XO. We can always pick up speed in the lane. Maggie, let's slow to 10 knots until Chief Stevens has an answer." "No need to wait, Captain. System says Georgia was up in link until 10 minutes, 47 seconds ago," Stevens said. "System log says the link hub is still pinging her, trying to reestablish contact." Alex twisted to meet George's eyes as realization curdled in his gut. But his XO stood frozen, his mouth slightly agape. "Radio, got any sub-miss, sub-sunk messages?" Alex asked when his tactical deputy couldn't get in gear. "Nothing yet, sir," the radio watch said. "They might be fine, and we're due in Perth in 5 hours," George trailed off. "And they might not be." Alex squared his shoulders. "There might be survivors, or we might find their killers." "Maggie, lay in a course for Georgia's last reported location." "Nav, aye." Jimmy Carter swung away from the inbound lane and sprinted toward the enemy while Alex closed his eyes and prayed that his friend's command was all right. He hadn't seen Tommy Sandifer since leaving Groton 3 months earlier, but a few classmates shared an email group where they exchanged news, gossip, and basically had a place to moan in ways captains couldn't in front of their crews. Tommy was sharp, one of the best, and if his boat was missing... Alex swallowed his fear and got to work. Christmas Island, Australia. One look at the man told Nancy he was a firecracker. She'd met her new boss in the helo hangar like a proper captain. Only an idiot would embark an admiral and leave him to find his own way to the bridge. Nancy was there waiting when the helicopter touched down and wasn't surprised to see the admiral as the first person out. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding, came the sound over the loudspeakers. "Destroyer Squadron 2-3 arriving. Ding." The man who led the new squadron Fletcher was assigned to was short, and his dark eyes were creased with laugh lines. He wore the uniform like a second skin, pulling off the flight helmet and handing it off without a second glance. His eyes scanned the hangar, alight with curiosity, and Nancy pushed down a sudden case of nerves. She knew her crew was good. Everything was where it should be. Instead, she stole a second look at his staff as they filed in through the hangar door, gripping their bags tightly to stop the rotor wash from flinging them overboard. Where the hell was she going to put them all? The CH-53M Wild Stallion, still spinning on Fletcher's flight deck, held up to 55. Thankfully, the Admiral didn't bring that many with him, but an additional 15 officers and 20 enlisted would still strain Fletcher's berthing to the max. O'Bannon-class destroyers didn't exactly have a lot of space to spare. But captains of United States warships did not grumble when accorded the honor of having their ship become the flagship of a brand new task force. They made things happen, which was why she shot Ying Mai a look that told her XO to find holes for all these people to sleep in. Ying nodded. "Welcome aboard Fletcher, Admiral," Nancy said. "I'm Nancy Coleman. This is my XO, Ying Mai. We're delighted to have you here." "Spare me the ceremony, Captain." Admiral Marco Rodriguez grinned as the sound of the CH-53's rotors faded. "We've got a shit ton of work to do and not much time to do it in." Nancy smiled. "We're 2 miles from the rest of the task group, sir, turning and burning to meet up with John C. Stennis." "Fantastic," Rodriguez laughed. "Here's hoping things go better than the last time Fletcher rode herd on an aircraft carrier." "Sir, Nancy blanched. "Oh, don't look like I fucking stole all your Christmas presents. I didn't mean that as an insult. Jeff McNally shat himself and screwed you in the process. Anyone with 2 goddamned brain cells to rub together knows that." Rodriguez's grin was infectious. "I'm just an ass with no sense of tact. You're going to have to get used to that. Tanya here," he gestured at the slender captain by his side, "will tell you all about it. She'd probably even tell you my dick size, though Lord fucking knows how she figured that out." Captain Tanya Tenaglia chuckled. "A good chief of staff never tells her secrets, sir." Nancy's eyes flicked between the pair, taking in the chief of staff's easy grin and the admiral's unabashed shrug. "I won't ask if you don't tell, COS," she said. "With him, it's best that way," Tenaglia replied. "I'm sure you'll find me a fucking handful, Captain," Rodriguez said. "But I work my ass off too, so let's see if we can't make a happy marriage out of this, shall we?" Sorry, sir, but I'm taken." Nancy couldn't help but smile. "Well, that's a good thing, because it'd be fucking complicated, and even in wartime that'd be a hell of a thing to ignore, wouldn't it?" Rodriguez barked out another laugh. "I may be an uncontrollable urchin of an admiral, but even I'm not such a numbnuts idiot as to commit frat with my flag captain. Sure, it'd be fun, and you look like you could keep the fuck up, but sooner or later, I'd do something stupid and you'd break my heart. Then we'd be a fucking mess. And who has time for that with a war on?" Nancy didn't want to laugh. She didn't. But once the giggles burst out of her, they wouldn't stop. "Don't worry," Tenaglia said. "He has that effect on people." She shot the Admiral a glare. "But he'll behave when there's work to do, won't you, sir?" Rodriguez snickered. "Lead me to the bridge, Captain, and I'll put my best big boy face on." "There's no one here, sir," George said after an hour of searching. Did most captains regularly have to resist the urge to smack their XOs upside the head? No, Alex was pretty sure that was just him. "You're right," he said. "Whoever sank Georgia, they're long gone." Jimmy Carter's control was unusually quiet. No one liked the thought of one of their own being sunk, and they liked the idea of letting the killer get away even less. Even the snacks were gone now. Alex didn't have to say anything. He watched the food gradually be put away as watchstanders concentrated harder and harder, trying to find the mysterious ship or submarine that sank Georgia. After an hour of searching and listening to the sonar recording himself, Alex grew increasingly convinced that Georgia was on the bottom, which meant that Tommy Sandifer, his friend from sub-school, went down with her. And whoever had killed her was long gone. Alex's chest was so tight it felt like a giant was sitting on it, and he wanted to scream in frustration. Never mind the fact that Jimmy Carter was always too early or too late to make a difference. Now they had lost brothers and sisters to an unknown killer who they couldn't find. Assuming they sank Georgia at all. George's chin only jetted out like that when he was feeling peevish, and while Alex loved a good pendant himself, this was going a bit too far. There were lives on the line. "I don't think we can afford to assume otherwise," he replied. "Officer of the deck, let's take a look around topside. Make your depth 60 feet. Periscope depth, aye, sir." Maggie gave the rest of the orders while Alex watched the color drain out of George's face. "Sir, you can't be serious. If there's a surface ship up there, statistics say most submarine sightings come when someone spots a scope. And if anyone got off Georgia, they aren't hanging around down here," Alex replied. "I don't think we have a recent inventory of our rescue gear, do we?" George blinked. No, sir. I don't think we do. I can get on that if you want." As always, bureaucracy and checklists calmed George right down. "Please do." "On it, Captain." Alex pretended not to notice the relief on his sailors' faces when George left control. He had a mission to focus on, and his XO's wonky eccentricities had to get better with time. This was their first real patrol. He'd get better, right? 20 minutes later, Jimmy Carter was at periscope depth, and Maggie slowed the submarine so that her periscope would create as small of a wake as possible. That would decrease the possibility of eyes on the surface spotting them, because no matter what George thought, Alex did listen to him. "Upscope," Alex ordered. He'd grown up in Virginia-class submarines with their always-up periscopes, but something in him loved the old-school Type 102 scope on his boat. Was it all the World War II movies he watched? Jimmy Carter's periscope slid up with a soft hydraulic hiss, extending his submarine's eyes the old-fashioned way, with mirrors and angles instead of cameras. Of course, the periscope also featured a camera. Jimmy Carter wasn't built in the Stone Age, but the bulk of the scope had the same design as those used in the previous World War, just updated a little. Smiling, he grabbed the handles worn smooth by age. How many officers had touched these over the years? How many places had Jimmy Carter raised her scope to spy on and never been able to admit they were there? Smiling to himself, Alex leaned in close, doing the sideways duck walk to bring the periscope around in a circle. Jimmy Carter did have a monitor next to the scope where others could see what Alex saw, and enough technology to record video too. But he liked looking through the scope proper. Yeah, Admiral Hamilton might have given him this old submarine as a punishment, but he'd grown to like this cranky old lady. His slow walk through 360 degrees showed nothing but waves and sky, but Alex wasn't surprised. The scope's height of eye was only about 20 feet at this depth, but Alex didn't dare go shallower. No contacts. He leaned back from the scope. "Chief Stevens, what course was Georgia on when she dropped from Link?" 051. "Match it, Maggie, and calculate for set and drift so we know how a life raft would travel," Alex ordered, just as a petty officer walked in from radio. "Sir, we got a subsunk message." A hand closed around his heart, and when Alex asked the question, he already knew the answer. "Georgia?" "Yes, sir. Buoy launch was about 2 minutes after the explosion. Wilson gave me the data." "Well, at least we know what we're doing out here. This shouldn't be another fruitless effort, not like setting up on those French destroyers. If anyone had gotten off Georgia, they'd be around here." Alex settled in to wait as Jimmy Carter crept along Georgia's last course. He could see the grim certainty in his people's expressions. No one joked, and no one smiled. They all knew. 20 minutes later, George returned to control. "Search and rescue gear inventory complete, sir, but Petty Officer Ness has a sprained wrist." "Say again?" Alex's stomach dropped. Ness was one of Jimmy Carter's 2 divers, one of the few people qualified to save anyone who went over the side. Surface operations required 2 swimmers, one ready to go in the water, and the other ready to go after them if something went wrong. "How bad?" "Bad enough that he went to see Doc about it this morning. Apparently he tried doing a handstand on a table on the mess decks, and it didn't go well." George scowled. "Some stupid dare." "Shit." Alex shook himself. "Well, that's only a problem if we find survivors, so let's classify that under problems I want to have, shall we?" "Sir, it's not safe to—" "Contact off the bow! Bearing 032! Maggie had taken over the scope while Alex talked to George, and she zoomed in on the black specks on the horizon. "Looks like it could be a raft, sir. Range is about 6,000 yards. Kick it up to 10 knots and let's find out." It took an agonizing 10 minutes to get close enough to see details of the shredded life raft on the surface, and the people bobbing in the water around it. "Surface the ship," Alex said. "Emergency surface. Nav, we already know who is and isn't around here. Get us up there, now." "Nav, aye." Maggie spun to relay orders as George grabbed Alex's arm. "Sir, we can't put a swimmer in the water without a backup." George flung a hand at the periscope display monitor, which showed dozens of people clutching whatever they could to stay afloat. And we can't rescue them without putting someone in the water. We need to call this in, and what? Benji Angler approached from the weapons corner. Pardon me for interrupting, Captain, but I've looked at the link picture. There's no one within 100 nautical miles, and I don't know about you, but I sure couldn't swim long enough for another ship to get here. We need 2 rescue swimmers, George hissed. We have 2, Alex said grimly. Ness can't go in the water with a sprained wrist, George said, just as Benji asked, frowning. You want Ness to be backup for MM1 ruse and assume nothing goes wrong? Alex's eyes flicked back to the screen of his own accord. He couldn't see faces from here, thank God, but he could only imagine how horrible Georgia's sailors felt right now. How many were on the surface? A dozen? 2? Had others drowned while Jimmy Carter searched for their killer, and the wheels of bureaucracy delayed the naval message announcing their sinking? No way was he wasting any more time. I'm a qualified diver and rescue swimmer. I re-upped my cert before I left the sub-school. He held up a hand to stop both Benji and George from speaking. And I have my gear on board. Ruse is primary, and I'll be secondary. And if I have to go in, Doc splints the shit out of Ness's wrist for him to be another backup. Got it? Sir, you're the captain, George yelped. I'm glad you noticed, XO. You'll be in charge of the rescue operation topside. Nav. He raised his voice to make sure Maggie heard him. We'll keep the deck and drive us as close to the survivors as you can, because I hate long swims in the ocean like I hate asparagus. Weps, your Nav's back up down here in control. Keep an eye on the tactical picture and call a fucking audible if anything at all happens. Got it? 3 sets of wide eyes stared at him. This wasn't the kind of careful planning the sub-force was known for, but they were out of time. I can't talk you out of this, can I? George asked. No. All you can do is waste time our friends in the water don't have. Alex looked at his team. Anyone have any questions, or can I go throw my swim gear on? Maggie and Benji exchanged a glance. We've got it, Captain, Maggie said. He considered sending a tweet about his latest target sinking, but there was a small rub. Barracuda's sonar computer wasn't sure if it was USS Georgia or USS Alabama. The 2 sister ships were both so new that France didn't have a lot of sonar data on either, and Jules Rochambeau was not about to suffer the embarrassment of announcing he'd sunk the wrong submarine. This time the Americans could wonder, he decided. How was it his duty to tell them when their submarines sank? Really, they should keep better track. But that last sinking had been so easy, and there were no other targets in the vicinity. So Jules left the area and contacted his fleet headquarters, looking for an idea. It took mere hours for it to bear fruit. By then, he was lounging in his stateroom, watching a popular French drama series. It was a good show. He was 4 episodes in, already wondering if the mistress would murder her benefactor, when the knock came twice, sharp and quick. Camille opened the door without waiting for permission. Satellite update received, mon capitaine. And? Jules paused the show. And their course remains as predicted by the naval group. The new American task force is on course toward Perth, just as our last target. They appear to be running MCON. Transiting under MCON, or emissions control, meant radiating no radars or radio signals. It protected warships from detection by most conventional means, except the old-fashioned eyeball, or the newfangled one attached to satellites, which could see you as well as a lookout, but at much further range. Further out than sonar, too. Jules' new idea had promise. His sculpted eyebrows rose. Our range? 80 miles from the task force. Closest point of approach? 2 miles in 4 hours on current course and speed. Camille grinned. This new way to stalk is very peaceful. Jules laughed. Indeed, we must send our compliments to l'Armée de l'Air et de l'Espace satellite group for watching our foes, he replied. Maintain course and speed, and set battle stations in 3.5 hours. Let the crew relax until then. Gladly. Her eyes gleamed. And then our enemy will sail right into our trap, for the second time in one day. Précisément, right into a watery grave. Chapter 22. So Others May Live. The sky was blue turning to gray as Jimmy Carter surfaced as close to the swimmers as her crew dared. The sub's giant black form rose from beneath the waves about 2 miles out from the swimmers and began creeping forward as her rescue and assistance detail hurried topside to tie themselves off to the submarine. Everyone wore safety harnesses and life jackets. Submarines were not safe surfaces to stand on while underway, and the faster Jimmy Carter went, the more waves washed over the deck. Unlike a surface ship, the sub didn't have sides or railings to protect the crew. No, she had a round hull that was only slightly flattened on top, and was at the mercy of wind and waves. No sub handled surface weather well, which was why sub-COs preferred to stay submerged as long as possible. Weather meant sailors getting tossed around in a metal can. Inevitably, that led to seasickness. Today, however, Jimmy Carter had little choice, so her hand-picked rescue detail inflated their small boat, readying it to pick up survivors who couldn't swim to the boat as it slowly approached. The boat slowed to a crawl to put the inflatable in the water. Once its coxswain started the engine, Jimmy Carter eased her way back up to 5 knots. Only then did the rescue detail start tying nets off for the survivors who could get to them. But the former spy submarine wasn't only limited to her boat and nets. Jimmy Carter was commissioned with 4 small airborne search and rescue drones. One of them still worked, and its feed was visible from both the sail and the rigid-hulled inflatable boat, or rib. For an emergency man overboard, the rescue swimmers would have got out of the port side diver lockout, but putting the inflatable boat out was a better choice for rescue operations. "XO, Captain, how are the rescue nets going?" Alex used a handheld radio to ask as he scampered down the hull to jump into the boat, fins clutched in one hand. Machinist's mate, first-class Ruse, caught him before he could bounce right out of the small boat, and Alex shot him a smile. "2 mics and we'll be ready to deploy," George replied. Alex glanced over his shoulder. Jimmy Carter was equipped with 3 search and rescue nets, 2 more than his last boat. They were basically big, vaguely triangular-shaped nets with inflated sides, designed to curve over the sides of a submarine and help people climb up. There were also pockets on the bottom where survivors could rest, which meant they shouldn't be dropped into the water until the sub was as close to the survivors as possible. His eyes flicked to the drone monitor while the boat bounced alongside his submarine. Hovering above the water, its camera picked up survivors perched in the floating end of a half-sunken life raft, while others swam around the edges or clung to that same life raft. 2 even held on to an empty life raft canister, while another person bobbed on top of a life raft canister that looked like it never deployed. Counting quickly, he picked out 36 bobbing heads. Or 37? His stomach clenched. Barely a third out of a crew of over 120. Poor bastards. Yet there would be none of them if Georgia had been deep, a traitorous voice inside him told Alex. Tommy must have shot for the surface when the torpedoes were after him. They'd spent a few hours speculating back then about how that was the only way to survive. But Alex didn't want to be proven right like this. "Let's do this thing," he said to the coxswain. Much to his surprise, it was Wilson, of all people, who turned out to be the most experienced small boat coxswain on board. It turned out Wilson was the only one on the sub qualified as coxswain, aside from 2 junior officers, neither of which Alex wanted on the job for something like this. He just hoped to Christ that Wilson wouldn't screw this up. "Killer Rabbit, this is Pause," Wilson said. "Requesting permission to shove off." "Pause, Killer Rabbit, shove off," Maggie's voice replied immediately. Alex smiled grimly. Like Jimmy Carter's call sign of Killer Rabbit, the boat's call sign was a callback to the incident where a swamp rabbit went after then-President Jimmy Carter while he was fishing. Pause referenced a comic released in newspapers at the time, and while Alex wasn't old enough to remember it, There was a signed and framed copy on the mess decks. Wilson eased the boat away from the submarine and then gunned the engine, heading straight for the closest survivors who weren't clinging to the semi-working life raft. "Here's the plan," Alex shouted over the roar of the water jet engine. "MM-1 Ruse is first up as rescue swimmer, and I'm his backup. CS-3 Orama and I will be primary for pulling the survivors out of the water. We have to prioritize those in extremis. This is a 12-pax rib, and there are 4 of us. That means we can only ferry 8 at a time to the boat." 37 survivors meant 5 trips. 4 long waits for people who'd been in the water for over an hour. Some of them were scattered to hell and gone. Alex squinted. Were those specks on the horizon people? Could there be more? "But the boat's right behind us, right, sir?" CS3 Orama, a mess attendant who served as the bow hook, turned to look at him with huge eyes. "As quick as a giant lumbering beast can be." Alex flashed her a smile. "Worst case, we let the survivors cling to us until Jimmy Carter arrives." His sailors chorused understanding as the boat slowed near the first cluster of swimming survivors. These 6 clung to what looked like a piece of a life raft. On second glance, Alex realized it was a life raft, just partially submerged and hanging vertically in the water, with the one inflated side up. "Shit," Alex whispered. "The sea state's picking up like a bitch, sir," Wilson said in an undertone. "Gotta make this fast or we'll roll like a drunk whale. This tiny-ass rubber boat don't have a keel worth shit." "Your metaphors are wackadoodle, but you're not wrong. When the hell did you qualify coxswain, Wilson?" "Got bored on Bluefish, and it got me off the boat. I made a bet with Weps. She thought I couldn't do it, and she bought me McDonald's when I did." Wilson shrugged. "Besides, I was on restriction at the time." "For drunken antics?" Wilson grinned. "You know me so well, sir." Alex ignored Ruse and Orama snickering. Everyone knew Wilson. Craning his neck, Alex saw the shadow of Jimmy Carter approaching, but the sub was still a good 1,500 yards out. At 5 knots, she'd still need almost 10 minutes to reach them. "Killer Rabbit actual. Pop the drone over to 352 relative," he said into the radio. "I think I see something over there." 352 aye, Benji's voice replied, just as Wilson steered the boat into the first group of survivors. Alex didn't watch as one of them waved an exhausted arm. He watched the drone monitor. Son of a bitch. A mattress floated, half submerged, far away from the rest of the survivors, with one lone figure clinging to it as the waves washed over both man and mattress. Not far away, 2 others held onto what looked like a piece of shredded life raft. "That's 40. "Pan right," Alex ordered as something caught his eye. Shit, there was another survivor, not far behind the 2 at the shredded life raft, draped exhaustedly over what looked like another piece of it. He was barely above the water, but face up. Was he alive? 41. He didn't dare hope Tommy might be one of them. "Let's grab these guys fast." Alex stowed the radio and matched action to words as a survivor came in reach, grabbing the woman's hands and pulling her aboard. Ruse and Orama followed suit, and they repeated the actions until they'd pulled the first group of 6 into the boat. "You're American, right?" the waterlogged petty officer at Alex's feet whispered. She was young, maybe early 20s, with freckles and curly red hair plastered tightly to her skull. "Please be American." "Jimmy Carter," he replied, watching her slump in relief. Alex tapped Wilson on the shoulder. "Head for those 3. The next closest sailors were a group of 3 clinging to a pair of mattresses. "They might overload the boat, sir," Wilson replied. "Then again, some of them are pretty skinny." "We'll have to take that risk." "Kicking it up." Wilson jammed the throttles forward before Alex could yelp at him to take it slow, but he reversed thrust on the water jet just in time to coast to a stop next to the mattresses. The boat's wake hit the mattresses made float, and they rocked precariously, but all 3 Georgia survivors, 2 chiefs and a junior officer, hung on doggedly. Ruse gestured their current passengers to port while they pulled up the newcomers. Wilson grabbed the radio as he wheeled the small boat around left-handed. "Killer Rabbit, pause, inbound with 9 packs, over. Pause, Killer Rabbit, you are clear to approach starboard side to the nets. We will slow for a lee, over," Maggie replied. "Pause, roger." The boat skipped across the waves as Alex glanced back at the big knot of survivors. Could Jimmy Carter reach them while the boat picked up the smaller groups? "How'd you guys find us?" one of the chiefs asked, wiping salt water out of his eyes. "None of us have a radio." "We saw your link track vanish, and Wilson here caught bottom bounce on the implosion," Alex replied. "Fuck me." The chief slumped against the boat's center console, his eyes sliding out of focus. "Thanks. Wasn't sure those mattresses would hold much longer." "Wasn't sure I could hold much longer," the other chief said, looking at her companion. "Did you see Sally?" "She climbed out before me. Hopefully she's in a raft." "You've got a bit of a climb left yourselves," Alex said as Wilson cut the engine and coasted up to the nets draped down Jimmy Carter's side. "We've got to kick you all out so we can pick up the others." "Right, only one boat." The junior officer from the mattress stood, panting. "Let's go." "Stay on deck, Petty Officer!" George's screech carried down to Alex as Petty Officer Tillman, the boat's first lieutenant, or senior petty officer in the deck work center, scampered down the net to help pull George's sailors over. 3 more of Alex's crew followed him to do the same. The boat was empty within minutes. "Which group next, Captain?" Wilson asked. Alex's eyes swept over the remaining clusters of survivors. The largest group was straight ahead, but they were the ones in or around the half-inflated life raft. They'd last the longest. 100 yards or so to their left was the pair on the open life raft canister and the singleton clinging to the non-deployed canister. Further away, several hundred yards at least, was the other mattress rider, plus the 3 beyond him. Heaven help him, there were no right answers here. "Head for the furthest group." Alex pointed to the 4 to the right. He'd have to gamble that the 3 on the canisters could hold on. Shit, they talked about command being full of hard choices, but did his gut have to roll like this? Alex snatched the radio off the console. "Killer Rabbit, actual. Make a slow approach on the raft, over." "Killer Rabbit, roger, out," Maggie replied. It would be a hard maneuver, and was a big ask for an officer of the deck that Alex hadn't served with for long. Maggie was the best ship driver out of the department heads, but was she good enough? Jimmy Carter was an ungainly beast, and the winds were all wrong to get that raft on her starboard side where the nets were rigged. He'd expected better of George. Wilson shoved the throttles down, and Alex held on tight as the boat turned its bow into the waves. The sea state was getting worse. Alex grimaced. They weren't near the limits for rescue operations yet, and the water temperature was still in the low 80s. That was good for survivability, but the wave height was a worry. The boat jumped a bit in the chop, and Alex could barely see the pair of survivors behind the man on the mattress as they approached. There was no way to calculate a formal closest point of approach, but instinct screamed at Alex. "You need to slow," he started to say, just as Wilson miscalculated. It was understandable. Urgency ran through Jimmy Carter's sailors like a current, and Wilson was trying for the fastest approach possible, so he bled his speed off in a last-minute turn, twisting the boat to a stop and using the water jet like a brake. But he underestimated the wake that would cause, which swept the sailor clinging to the mattress right into the water. He went down with a gasp, flailing, and didn't come back up for several agonizing seconds. "Fuck!" Wilson struggled to hold the boat straight, and then gave up, letting it spin 360 degrees until the bow pointed back at the now sinking mattress. "Swimmer 1 deploying!" Ruse slammed his mask on and kicked over the side before the boat stopped moving, swimming with strong strokes. His eyes never leaving Ruse, Alex reached down and pulled his own fins on. He hadn't been needed as a rescue swimmer since his division officer days, excepting that insane incident rescuing a Marine while on a secret mission last year, which was best left unmentioned. Saying he maintained all his qualifications wasn't a lie. Alex was a recreational scuba diver and loved the water. Captains just didn't do this. Alex could do nothing other than watch as the Georgia petty officer flailed in the water. Ruse needed long seconds to reach him, and then longer still to calm him and drag him back to the boat. Orama and Alex pulled the petty officer in while Ruse rolled over the side on his own. "Swimmer recovered. Moving to next pair." Wilson matched actions to words, bringing the boat around quickly. but not as fast as last time. Clearly, he'd learned his lesson and didn't want to swamp the shredded pieces of life raft holding this pair up. It was a good thing, too. These sailors were young, panicking, and almost drowning each other in desperation to stay above water. They didn't notice the boat's approach. "Hey," Alex said, trying for gentle, until one shoved the other under. "Hey!" Startled, one shied away from the boat, splashing water in Alex's eyes. The other lunged forward, allowing Ruse and Orama to grab her under the arms and pull her aboard. She landed like a sack of wet potatoes, gasping. "Puller's trying to drown me!" She coughed up seawater right in Orama's face. "Bastard!" Meanwhile, Puller continued thrashing in the water, his arms windmilling around him as he screeched and babbled. "Got him," Ruse said, and was over the side again before Alex could blink. When the rescue swimmer approached Puller, he tried to calm him down, to put him in a normal tow, but Puller just started screaming. Alex couldn't pick up everything Ruse said, but he caught pieces of Puller shouting that he was trying to drown him. Alex's eyes narrowed. How long had the tug-of-war for survival gone on between these two sailors? Something told him both ingested enough salt water to make them crazy. "Leave him!" the young sailor panted. "He's nuts! Always has been, fucker!" "Oh, shut up and let us do the rescuing," Wilson replied before Alex could say anything. "Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do?" She glared up at Wilson from the deck, and Alex finally glimpsed the name patch on her soaked uniform. It read, Singh. "I'm the fucking coxswain, and Orama here will throw you back overboard if I ask." Wilson winked. "Won't ya?" Orama cringed. "Leave me out of this, will ya?" A yelp carried across the water before Singh could reply, followed by the wet squish of flesh hitting flesh. Alex caught sight of Ruse just in time to see his head snap back, nose bleeding from Puller's wild blow. "Oh, fuck," Wilson said and started to turn the boat toward the pair. Alex grabbed his arm. "Relax, Ruse is trained for this." Puller might have hit first, but Ruse hit harder, rising out of the water to tackle Puller and then clobber him into insensitivity. 2 quick blows, and the Georgia sailor was out of commission. Ruse towed him back to the boat without trouble. Still, Ruse was bleeding impressively when he got back, the blood thick and shiny against his dark skin. He'd split a lip and broken his nose, and his mask was cracked too. Damn, he needed to give that kid a medal, Alex thought, as he and Orama dumped Puller's semi-conscious form into the boat. Ruse pulled himself in again, yanking his mask off to glare at it. "Mask's no good," he spat blood. "And my spare's on the boat." "That's my cue, then. Tip your head back and try not to bleed all over yourself." Ruse laughed out a wheeze. "Thanks, sir." "Heading for the next one." Wilson pointed the boat to the furthest survivor. Picking him up was almost anticlimactic compared to the last pair, though he eyed Ruse's bleeding face and Puller's semi-conscious form with unease. "What the hell kind of rescue is this?" he slurred. "Welcome to Jimmy Carter," Wilson said before Alex could answer. "We're messy bitches." "Jesus Christ, Wilson," Alex muttered. Wilson grinned. "Last 3 singletons, sir?" "Do it." Gunning the engine again, Wilson cut around behind Jimmy Carter as the sub maneuvered toward the life raft. Alex could see Maggie leaning over the side of the sail, crabbing the giant submarine sideways, using nothing but her thrusters. Damn, she was good. Alex grinned. Messy his people might be, but they got the damned job done. With the boat aiming for the largest group, that left the 3 hanging onto life canisters. Unfortunately, Maggie's maneuver had left a wake behind, and slight though it was, the wash from Jimmy Carter's propulsor still swept over the single survivor hanging onto the closed life raft canister, pushing him further away from the boat. It also rocked the open canister 2 women clung to, knocking one free. Then a wave rolled over her as she struggled toward the surface, sending her right back down. The other survivor clung doggedly to the life raft canister, her fingers bleeding as she gripped its safety line. "Gentle with the approach," Alex said. "Looks like you got a customer, sir." Wilson's eyes never left the 2 closest survivors. "I'll try to get close enough that we can pull this one aboard if you want to deploy to port." "Good call." Alex shifted to sitting on the boat's inflated port sponson, checking his mask one last time as Wilson eased up on the throttles. Wilson had done a pretty good job of splitting the difference between the survivors, but the one in the water had no support, and her struggles only combined with the current to push her further away. "Help Orama pull her in, will you, Singh?" Alex said to the first survivor they'd picked up. Puller was still sprawled in the middle of the boat, lying dazed on the deck, while Ruse was still leaning back, holding his nose to stop the bleeding. Singh scowled at him. "Aren't you a little old for a rescue swimmer?" "Isn't it a bit of an asshole maneuver not to help your drowning shipmate?" Alex retorted. Beat red, she turned away and reached down to help as the boat coasted to a stop. Alex, meanwhile, pulled his mask down. "Swimmer 2 deploying." He slipped over the side, feet first, into the water. Alex always noticed the temperature first, even when the water was warm. Luckily, these were good conditions for a rescue. The water was warm in the Indian Ocean this time of year, almost 80 degrees. That made survival 12 hours or greater, which at least meant George's people were safe from hypothermia, which could happen, eventually, even in the warmest seas. He also wouldn't have to watch his own time in the water. Orienting himself as his body adjusted to the change in environment, Alex spotted the struggling swimmer and zeroed in on her. He swam to her side with quick and powerful strokes, letting his fins do most of the work. Open ocean swimming was hard, particularly with a growing sea state. Thankfully, Alex was with the current right now. The swim back would be another matter. She was still above water when he reached her, barely. His field of view was narrowed with his mask on, but she looked about his own age, with dark hair escaping what used to be a bun. "Relax, I've got you." She caught a gulp of water and gagged. "This is where you stop doing the work and I start," he said, swimming close so he could wrap an arm around her diagonally. "Just stop swimming." She might have nodded or choked on more water. Alex couldn't tell the difference. He just started towing her back to the boat, keeping his strokes steady and even. There was no use wasting energy, not with other potential rescues to make. They still reached the boat in good time. By then, Orama and Singh had the other survivor from this pair on board, and they helped pull Alex's rescue on board. "Last one's bobbing in and out of sight, Captain," Wilson said as Alex draped himself over the rubber sponson. "Get me close and I'll grab him." Wilson nodded and steered the boat that way. Alex risked pulling his mask off long enough to look around, and then grimaced. The sea state wasn't worsening fast, but waves were up to 4 or 5 feet. That was nothing for the sub, but bad for the small boat he was in, and even worse for the partially inflated life raft the other survivors were clinging to. He couldn't deal with that problem right now. First, the other man in the water. "I can't get close to that busted canister, sir. It'll rip the rubber sponsons right open," Wilson said as the boat approached. Shit, he was right. That last canister never deployed because it was broken on one end, the same end that had the automatic depth sensor. Its jagged edges would rip the whole of their boat right open, spilling everyone in the drink, and with the waves higher than the boat was tall, controlling its position relative to a non-hydrodynamic, half-sunken life raft canister would be well nigh impossible. "No need, swimmer 2 deploying." Alex re-entered the water by rolling off the side of the boat feet first. By then, he had a line on the survivor's back, and Wilson had stopped the boat less than 20 feet away. It was an easy swim. Only once he reached the survivor did he recognize Tommy Sandifer's waterlogged face. His friend from the sub-school clung to the canister with white-knuckled and shaking hands. He wasn't quite able to get his body over it and balance, which meant he had to hold on to the canister or have no buoyancy. It wasn't like submariners wore life jackets after all, and there wasn't time to grab one when a sub sunk. "Hey, Tommy," Alex said. "How's it going?" Tommy blinked sunken eyes several times before he recognized him. "Alex, what the hell are you doing out here?" "Rescuing your ass, it seems. Let go of the canister and I'll haul your ass in." "My crew." "Mine are all over it, and you're the last one out here not on or around a raft," Alex said. "Let the fuck go, Tommy." Tommy's nod looked numb. Would Alex feel like that if he'd lost his boat? Probably. Best not to think of that now. He had a friend to buddy swim back to the boat. So Alex did, helping Tommy into Jimmy Carter's small rubber rescue boat before hoisting himself back aboard. "Hey, Captain," the last survivor Alex picked up said. Her smile looked relieved. "I wasn't sure you got out." "I was right behind you, Master Chief, for all the good it did." Tommy slumped against Alex as he pulled his fins off. "Let's get them back to the boat, Wilson." "On it, sir." Now Alex could look up and see how the recovery operation between his sub and the raft was going. Maggie had aced the difficult maneuver. Jimmy Carter was nestled up right against the life raft, and about half the sailors from it seemed to have been transferred already. "How many?" Tommy croaked, following Alex's gaze. Alex swallowed. "I counted 41. God." Tommy dropped his head in his hands. "Torpedoes just came out of nowhere. It was just like Moray, but I went for the roof instead of the deck." He coughed up water. "Their warheads must be smaller than ours, because we didn't explode to hell and gone right away. Just took the aft end out and killed all of engineering. But the emergency blow took us topside long enough for people to get out the forward hatches. And then Captain was the last one out," the Master Chief, likely George's chief of the boat, next to Tommy, said. She snorted. "Practically had to drag his ass. Told him going down with the ship was old-fashioned as fuck." "She's right, Tommy," Alex said quietly. "You did the right thing." "More than half my crew is dead," Tommy whispered. "And the others aren't, because of you." "And you guys?" Tommy looked around. "Why'd they send a sub after us? No offense, but attack subs are terrible rescue platforms." "We saw your link track vanish when we were inbound Perth. Thought I'd check it out." Alex pursed his lips. "The sub-miss, sub-sunk message came out when we were already on our way." "Thank you, Alex," Tommy swallowed. "For my crew." Alex reached down and squeezed his friend's shoulder. "You do the same for me." An hour later, Barracuda set up silently on the USS Pearl Harbor, CG-80 Surface Action Group, newly en route from Pearl Harbor to reinforce the fast-growing American fleet presence in Perth, Australia. Consisting of the cruiser, 2 destroyers, a frigate, and a littoral combat ship, the first 4 ships were all stuffed with brand-new SM-6 anti-air and LS-RAM anti-ship missiles, all ready to take the fight to the enemy. What they lacked in air cover, they made up for with their own embarked helicopter squadron, with 2 helicopters buzzing around the SAG at all times. The cruiser CO thought that kept them safe from approaching submarines, but he never imagined one might sit like a mine in his path, waiting. One by one, Barracuda slammed torpedoes into each ship. Their anti-torpedo maneuvers failed, and despite enthusiastic and increasingly desperate prosecution by both helicopters, Rochambeau gave them the slip before either could launch a torpedo. One made it to Perth before running out of fuel. The other ditched 20 miles offshore. 2 of its 3-person crew were never recovered. Meanwhile, Rochambeau waited until the next day to send his tweets. Stealth was still paramount, and Jules would not endanger Barracuda, not even to brag. Besides, after sinking a Canadian frigate, also in the approaches to Perth, he was critically short of torpedoes. It was time to head towards Saint-Denis. Part of Jules regretted how easy this was, but had he wanted to spend a career dodging satellites, he too would have chosen to command a surface ship. Why pity the fools who chose their fates foolishly in a modern world? Once inbound in friendly waters, he tweeted off news of all 3 victories. 14 October, 2038, Perth, Australia. "Welcome aboard," John said as Alex plopped into the couch in the captain's cabin on Razorback the day after rescuing George's crew. "I just got told to shut up and color for the 2nd time in 2 weeks. Sounds like kindergarten. Where do I sign up?" Alex resisted the urge to mention how much nicer John's cabin was than his. For one, the carpet was intact. Hell, it was even plush. Alex would have loved to sink his toes into this carpet, unlike the worn smooth or worn off carpet back on Jimmy Carter. The furniture all looked like it belonged too. John had a table with 3 chairs, all decorated with Razorback's crest. and the fold-down couch that turned into a bed wasn't broken. The one back on Alex's boat was stuck in the bed position, which limited seating options if he wanted to hold a meeting in his stateroom. Even the computer monitors on John's desk were nicer, with bigger screens and brighter resolution. He had a TV, too, instead of an empty set of brackets that Alex hadn't tried to fill. Yeah, the Ciros were the place to be, weren't they? Alex pushed back a surge of envy. John had earned this boat, and then some. Besides, being mad at his friend for success and survival was a dick move. Very funny. John kicked his feet up and scowled. I told you about the torpedo problems? Yeah, it doesn't take much imagination to figure out that we can't shoot subs faster than our torps, Alex replied. You getting flack for pushing it up? More than I expected, especially with Commodore Banks being about 2.5 seconds senior to me. How the hell am I supposed to make a difference out here when they send me out with weights tied to my ankles? Hey, at least someone's giving you a chance, Alex said before he could stop himself. I've got an oversized weapons room full of 50 Mark 48s, and I haven't even managed to shoot one of them. John grimaced. God, we're a peacetime Navy. Some admiral gets a hate-on for you, and someone else somewhere, higher than Banks I'm sure, loves whatever congressional district the Mark 48 is manufactured in, so we're both screwed. It can't last, right? John shrugged. Shit, I'm still getting requests for paperwork my predecessor forgot before his meltdown. Alex groaned. At least my XO takes care of that stuff for me. He's an admin monster. According to my XO, he's not great for much else, John replied. Bat says he's twitchy as a nun in a brothel and twice as lost. No comment. It was as good a way as any to describe George Kirkland, who half the crew hated and the other half despised. But Alex wasn't going to badmouth his own XO, not even to his best friend. George was trying, even if his best efforts usually ended up as useful as a tutu on an elephant. And it wasn't like Alex was going to have to take the guy into combat and watch him freeze up. Not on Jimmy Carter.